Pirates, Evolution from the Dagger. Chapter 1. The Grand Line. A small island in the wilderness. Look at the iron hooves, trampling across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. I stand on the cusp, holding on tightly, the sun and the moon are spinning. The afternoon sun shines through the weeds onto Lu Feng's face, warm and full of life. It's been 15 days. It's been 15 days since Lu Feng transmigrated to the world of pirates. It's different from the normal way of transmigrating. Lu Feng is neither a navy admiral nor a pirate at sea. After transmigrating, he turned into a rusty dagger, lying quietly in the weeds in the wilderness. Yes, that's right. It's a rusty dagger that is not worth 5 berries even if it's sold as scrap metal. Host, Lu Feng. Level, Rusty Dagger, E level. Damage points, 5. Sword Master, none. Experience, 0/10. This information is not enabled. This information is not enabled. This information is not enabled. Looking at the pitiful numbers on the data panel, Lu Feng felt very sad. After turning into a dagger, the system he activated seemed very useful in the introduction. But before it is bound to the Sword Master, everything is in vain. Not to mention the right Sword Master. In such a remote wilderness, you can't even see ghosts on weekdays, let alone human figures. If you are lucky, you will be discovered by the expedition team in 3 to 5 years, or 10 to 8 years. If you are unlucky, you may bask in the sun in the weeds for generations. Suo. Lu Feng had just pondered silently for a while when he heard the rustling sound of grass rubbing against each other not far away. No need to think too much. It was probably an animal again. Was it a wild cat or a wild dog this time? Lu Feng tried his best to focus his consciousness and observe the movements within a 1-meter radius. Without eyes, he could only observe a small area with his mental power. Clear footsteps came from not far away, which made Lu Feng's heart rise. To be precise, he had no heart. Someone is coming. Lu Feng said to himself in ecstasy. Then, the long-lost normal human communication language made Lu Feng hear it clearly. Would a famous pirate from the East Blue Sea who leads 5,000 men really hide on such a small island? I'm curious too. It doesn't look like a place where pirates could hide. I think our information is wrong and we are looking in the completely wrong direction. Listening to the conversation between the first few people, it seemed like a small team. Moreover, they were looking for a pirate group from the East Blue Sea? Could these people be Navy soldiers? Then, after the questioning discussion, a gentle and firm voice came. Didn't Colonel Burnham say that the Crick pirates were attacked by the great swordsman Hawkeye? I think they must be in chaos now, with only a few left. It is very likely that they are hiding in a place like this and preparing to escape back to the East Blue Sea. Everyone, please cheer up and don't slack off. The voice belonged to a young girl. She was very cautious when she spoke, but it was obvious that she lacked confidence. Yes, Corporal Dashage. Received, Corporal. I understand. Several members of the team replied nonchalantly. Dashiki. It was this little sister? Shouldn't she be in the East Sea rogue town? How did she appear on the isolated island of the Grand Line? After turning into a broken dagger, Lu Feng's hearing improved several times. The soldier's subsequent whispers made Lu Feng completely understand. What's there to be proud of? I failed the assessment of the headquarters. I heard that she was going to be sent to the East Blue Sea soon. Isn't that a demotion? And she's so proud. She also brags about being a swordsman, but compared to Hawkeye of the 7 warlords of the sea, she is nothing like him. How can a girl be a swordsman? Ha 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 ha, that's exactly what I said. Even if they were patrolling separately, they were only a few meters apart. Dashiki couldn't hear clearly, but she could roughly guess what they were talking about. She was the one who was weak, and now she was being laughed at. There was nothing to say. Suddenly, just as the Navy team was searching, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, attracting Lu Feng's attention. Judging from the sound of footsteps on the grass, the person was coming very fast. Dashiki was carefully observing the surroundings, and when she reacted, the figure had already arrived in front of her. Oops, enemy attack, everyone be careful. Dashiki retreated 2 meters in panic and immediately drew out her sword. Crack! The harsh sound of iron colliding rang out. Before Dashiki finished drawing her sword, she felt her wrist twisted. When she came to her senses, the sword in her hand had been cut into 2 pieces. Bang! Another fierce kick swept across Dashiki's shoulder, kicking her 3 meters away, just stopping beside Liu Feng. Damn, here comes the chance. Here. Here. Look at me, girl. Liu Feng used all his mental strength to barely poke the tip of his dagger into the ground. The entire dagger was tilted and crooked. This was also a way to prove his existence to the greatest extent, hoping that Dashiki beside him could find him. Dashiki, who was crawling on the ground, was not paying attention to the bushes around her. She tried her best to adjust her breathing and raised her head with effort. Ah, it's him. The pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries, the devil Akin. Captain Dashiki, how are you? We are no match for him. Demon Akin. Dashiki had seen this name and appearance on the wanted poster. The captain of the clique pirates, he looks fierce and acts ruthlessly. The cane-like weapon in his hand is very powerful. He easily broke Dashiki's military sword just now, which shows that he is very strong. The navy, actually chased us here, it seems that we must kill you quickly and find the next place. Ajin's eyes were fierce. Peng peng peng. Several soldiers who had mocked Dashiki before were all scared and ran behind Dashiki, firing randomly. This kind of fighting style was no threat to Ajin, who was extremely fast. Damn it, I have to fight, I have to protect everyone, I am the squad leader. Dashiki endured the pain of being kicked, and supported herself on the ground with her palms, preparing to stand up. A little to the left, a little more back. Looking at the palms that were getting closer and closer, Liu Feng's whole body was trembling slightly. Ah! Dashiki's exclamation came out unexpectedly from the weeds. Dashiki was so focused on climbing that she didn't notice Liu Feng beside her. Even if Liu Feng was a rusty dagger, it still had a sharp edge and some attack power. He pressed down hard, and Dashiki's palm was cut open with a 3-centimeter wound. What is it? A dagger. Dashiki frowned and saw the dagger on the ground and quickly picked it up. She didn't even notice that the blood on the dagger when she cut the wound just now quickly disappeared into the dagger and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the sword master. Chapter 2. The Grand Line. A small island in the wilderness. Look at the iron hooves, trampling across thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. I stand on the cusp, holding on tightly, the sun and the moon are spinning. The afternoon sun shines through the weeds onto Liu Feng's face, warm and full of life. It's been 15 days. It's been 15 days since Liu Feng transmigrated to the world of pirates. It's different from the normal way of transmigrating. Liu Feng is neither a navy admiral nor a pirate at sea. After transmigrating, he turned into a rusty dagger, lying quietly in the weeds in the wilderness. Yes, that's right. It's a rusty dagger that is not worth 5 berries even if it's sold as scrap metal. Host, Liu Feng. Level, Rusty Dagger, E level. Damage points, 5. Sword Master, none. Experience, 0/10. This information is not enabled. This information is not enabled. This information is not enabled. Looking at the pitiful numbers on the data panel, Liu Feng felt very sad. After turning into a dagger, the system he activated seemed very useful in the introduction. But before it is bound to the sword master, everything is in vain. Not to mention the right sword master. In such a remote wilderness, you can't even see ghosts on weekdays, let alone human figures. If you are lucky, you will be discovered by the expedition team in 3 to 5 years, or 10 to 8 years. If you are unlucky, you may bask in the sun in the weeds for generations. Suo. Liu Feng had just pondered silently for a while when he heard the rustling sound of grass rubbing against each other not far away. No need to think too much. It was probably an animal again. Was it a wild cat or a wild dog this time? Liu Feng tried his best to focus his consciousness and observe the movements within a 1-meter radius. Without eyes, he could only observe a small area with his mental power. Clear footsteps came from not far away, which made Liu Feng's heart rise. To be precise, he had no heart. Someone is coming. Liu Feng said to himself in ecstasy. Then, the long-lost normal human communication language made Liu Feng hear it clearly. Would a famous pirate from the East Blue Sea who leads 5,000 men really hide on such a small island? I'm curious too. It doesn't look like a place where pirates could hide. I think our information is wrong and we are looking in the completely wrong direction. Listening to the conversation between the first few people, it seemed like a small team. Moreover, they were looking for a pirate group from the East Blue Sea? Could these people be Navy soldiers? Then, after the questioning discussion, a gentle and firm voice came. Didn't Colonel Burnham say that the Crick pirates were attacked by the great swordsman Hawkeye? I think they must be in chaos now, with only a few left. It is very likely that they are hiding in a place like this and preparing to escape back to the East Blue Sea. Everyone, please cheer up and don't slack off. The voice belonged to a young girl. She was very cautious when she spoke, but it was obvious that she lacked confidence. Yes, Corporal Dashage. Received, Corporal. I understand. Several members of the team replied nonchalantly. Dashiki. It was this little sister? Shouldn't she be in the East Sea rogue town? How did she appear on the isolated island of the Grand Line? After turning into a broken dagger, Lu Feng's hearing improved several times. The soldier's subsequent whispers made Lu Feng completely understand. What's there to be proud of? I failed the assessment of the headquarters. I heard that she was going to be sent to the East Blue Sea soon. Isn't that a demotion? And she's so proud. She also brags about being a swordsman, but compared to Hawkeye of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, she is nothing like him. How can a girl be a swordsman? Ha 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 ha, that's exactly what I said. Even if they were patrolling separately, they were only a few meters apart. Dashiki couldn't hear clearly, but she could roughly guess what they were talking about. She was the one who was weak, and now she was being laughed at. There was nothing to say. Suddenly, just as the Navy team was searching, a dark shadow suddenly appeared, attracting Lu Feng's attention. Judging from the sound of footsteps on the grass, the person was coming very fast. Dashiki was carefully observing the surroundings, and when she reacted, the figure had already arrived in front of her. Oops, enemy attack, everyone be careful. Dashiki retreated 2 meters in panic and immediately drew out her sword. Crack! The harsh sound of iron colliding rang out. Before Dashiki finished drawing her sword, she felt her wrist twisted. When she came to her senses, the sword in her hand had been cut into 2 pieces. Bang! Another fierce kick swept across Dashiki's shoulder, kicking her 3 meters away, just stopping beside Lu Feng. Damn, here comes the chance. Here. Here. Look at me, girl. Lu Feng used all his mental strength to barely poke the tip of his dagger into the ground. The entire dagger was tilted and crooked. This was also a way to prove his existence to the greatest extent, hoping that Dashiki beside him could find him. Dashiki, who was crawling on the ground, was not paying attention to the bushes around her. She tried her best to adjust her breathing and raised her head with effort. Ah, it's him. The pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries, the Devil Aiken. Captain Dashiki, how are you? We are no match for him. Demon Aiken. Dashiki had seen this name and appearance on the wanted poster. The captain of the Click Pirates, he looks fierce and acts ruthlessly. The cane-like weapon in his hand is very powerful. He easily broke Dashiki's military sword just now, which shows that he is very strong. The Navy actually chased us here, it seems that we must kill you quickly and find the next place. Aiken's eyes were fierce. Peng peng peng. Several soldiers who had mocked Dashiki before were all scared and ran behind Dashiki, firing randomly. This kind of fighting style was no threat to Aiken, who was extremely fast. Damn it, I have to fight, I have to protect everyone, I am the squad leader. Dashiki endured the pain of being kicked, and supported herself on the ground with her palms, preparing to stand up. A little to the left, a little more back. Looking at the palms that were getting closer and closer, Lu Feng's whole body was trembling slightly. Ah! Dashiki's exclamation came out unexpectedly from the weeds. Dashiki was so focused on climbing that she didn't notice Lu Feng beside her. Even if Lu Feng was a rusty dagger, it still had a sharp edge and some attack power. He pressed down hard, and Dashiki's palm was cut open with a 3-centimeter wound. What is it? A dagger. Dashiki frowned and saw the dagger on the ground and quickly picked it up. She didn't even notice that the blood on the dagger when she cut the wound just now quickly disappeared into the dagger and disappeared without a trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully binding to the sword master. Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Dashiki looked at the long sword in her hand in astonishment, and was extremely shocked. To outsiders, it might seem that Dashiki had never shown her strength. But Dashiki knew in her heart that she was able to kill a Jin with one blow, all because of the long sword in her hand. What was the origin of this sword? Wasn't it a rusty dagger just now? Could it keep changing? A series of questions surrounded Dashiki's mind. Even so, it still couldn't eliminate her inner joy. As a swordsman, there is nothing more fortunate than having a famous sword in hand. How about it, little sister Dashiki? Are you shocked by my potential? Lu Feng's spirit moved, and the sword shone brightly. As if responding to Dashiki's excitement, she couldn't let it go. Lu Feng opened his attribute list again. Host, Lu Feng. Level, Tough Medium Longsword, D level. Damage, 2-5. Toughness, 120. Experience, 80/100. Swordmaster, Dashiki. Level, Intermediate Swordsman. Sword Skill, Quick/Shadow. After completing the first recognition of the master, a large amount of detailed information was transmitted again. There is a principle of complementary practice between the Swordmaster and Lu Feng. Simply put, the improvement that Lu Feng has obtained through the system. Part of it will be converted into a reasonable increase in strength and act on Dashiki. At the same time, part of Dashiki's own practice will also be converted into experience points and returned to Lu Feng. In this way, it can be said to be a double growth effect. Especially at present, Dashiki's swordsman level score is relatively low. Even if it is just a comprehension of sword skills, a little bit of upgrade will make a huge change. Seeing that he is only 20 points away from another upgrade, Lu Feng is very anxious. If only there was something that he could chop with. Dashiki, what's going on here? As he was thinking, a burly man wearing a navy justice coat appeared outside the bushes. Colonel Burnham. Colonel Burnham. Colonel Burnham. When the big man came with a team of dozens of people, the navy soldiers including Tashiji saluted. The one who led the team to chase the Crick pirates this time was Colonel Burnham in front of him. He was the direct confidant of Admiral Aokiji. Arriving at the fire on the island, Burnham ordered to search for the whereabouts of the Crick pirates separately. Just after receiving the report that there was no trace, he heard the gunshot here. Burnham came to the place where Akin's body was found, bent down, and turned the dead body over. Demon Ajin. As the leader, Burnham naturally remembered the appearance of the other party's cadres clearly. As the number one fighter of the Creek pirates, Ajin's strength is naturally needless to say. In fact, Burnham thinks Ajin is better than Creek. Although the bounty is not high and is not enough in front of him, it should still be too much for an ordinary corporal. Burnham asked everyone to disperse and also ordered to report the intelligence immediately. He did not expect the captains of the squad to have any significant performance. However, Dashiji in front of him gave him a big surprise. Was the ghost Ajin injured when he appeared? Burnham asked everyone. Several navy soldiers' heads shook like rattles. Dashiki also bowed and stepped forward. Colonel, Ajin appeared too suddenly and confronted our opponent directly. We didn't have time to report. Please forgive me, Colonel. Military orders are like mountains. He carried out actions that violated orders, which is against the rules in the Navy. Dashiki understood this very well, and also understood his status as a corporal. How should he act? So the demon was the first to attack, putting you in danger, and then you killed him. Burnham refused to give up and continued to ask. Judging from the wound on Ajin's neck, he should have died with a sword. An ordinary corporal. He actually has such strength? There are not many low-level non-commissioned officers who use swords in the Navy headquarters. Burnham still has an impression of Tashiji. He also knows that she is one of the non-commissioned officers selected to be transferred to the East Blue Sea next month. Meaning, Tashiji has been eliminated by the headquarters and is not strong enough to stay. But it is impossible for an ordinary sergeant to kill a pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries so casually. Yes, Colonel, you are right. Dashiki replied loudly. She got a precious and special sword, but she did not report it actively. As a swordsman, she loves swords like her life. Asking her to hand over a good sword is more painful than exiling her. Lu Feng heard the conversation between the two clearly in Dashiki's palm. As the initiator of the incident, Lu Feng naturally understood how Burnham felt. It's right to be surprised. There are more surprising things to come. It's just killing a 12 million waste, Lu Feng is not satisfied at all now. He wanted to control Dashiki and hit Burnham's fat belly twice first. After experiencing the benefits of upgrading, it is basically impossible to stop easily. Alright, you guys take the body back. Crick has already escaped from the island, and Ajin is the only gain. Retreat. Burnham gave the order and looked at Dashiki. Dashiki, do you want to go to the East Blue Sea yourself? Burnham asked. Dashiki's eyes twitched slightly, with mixed emotions. Chapter 5. When she aspired to join the navy, she did so to uphold her sense of justice. There were few adventurers among pirates, and most of them were extremely vicious. The village where Tashiji grew up was also destroyed by pirates. She thought that she could easily uphold justice after joining the navy. Later she found out that it was just her wishful thinking. People are sly and smooth. What's more, they use legal violence under the banner of justice. Tashiji gradually realized that her deployment and choices in the navy were mostly beyond her control. Colonel, I am willing to follow your orders. Dashiki said in a low voice, but her expression did not mean that. Besides being willing, what else could she say? She could not childishly withdraw from the navy camp because of this matter. Burnham turned around and said loudly when he walked out of the weeds. In the non-commissioned officer test in 10 days, if you can defeat the sergeant with the rank of corporal, you can continue to stay in the headquarters. After saying this, without waiting for Dashiki to recover from the shock, Burnham left immediately. According to the normal process, Dashiki had passed many tests. She was already on the list of candidates, so she was not eligible to participate in the next test. Now she had another chance, which was like a dream. She raised the long sword in front of her again. Long sword, it seems that you have completely changed my destiny. The life that had been fixed was completely changed when he picked up the dagger. Dashiki's mood has not yet completely eased back. After Liu Feng heard it, his mood also improved. Was it because he was abandoned in the wilderness for too many days? Or was it the sister protecting complex that all men have? No matter what it is, Dashiki will never go to a place like the East Blue Sea again. After Liu Feng appeared, he would definitely let Dashiki complete his infinite evolution in the strongest combat unit of the navy. I don't know what your name is, should I give you a name? After some thought, Dashiki thought of the flashing sword light when she just appeared. This scene left a deep impression on her. It was because of this first point that she had the opportunity to come again. I'll call you Shadow. Dashiki said excitedly. Ding! The sword master was named successfully. Get the exclusive title of Shadow, and you can learn exclusive skills after upgrading. When Dashiki confirmed the name for herself, a grey message exclusive skills, not possessed appeared in the information column. It seems that even a simple name has its effect. Shadow, it's still acceptable, let's just say this. Liu Feng released his mental power slightly, and the sword's brilliance reappeared. He seemed to understand what Dashiki said. It seems you like it too, so this is it. Dashiki raised her sword confidently. Marine headquarters. In the soldier training ground. As soon as the sky was getting light, soldiers came one after another to practice. If you want to stand out among the many powerful people, you need to pay more attention. You are honored in front of others, but you suffer behind their backs. This is the truth. Hello, it's been 10 days in a row, right? When I left last night, she hadn't left yet. How could she come back so soon? He is just a corporal, but he works harder than the sergeant and the staff sergeant. The most terrifying thing is that she is still a woman. With such perseverance, it's no wonder that she was allowed to take the test again as an exception. Those who can keep up with the training and put in extra effort are generally the best men. Their military rank is at least private first class or above. It would be very difficult for those with lower ranks to catch up with the training of the main force. Today is another NCO test. Currently, those present are basically the capable new NCOs of the Navy. Even with their efforts, they couldn't help showing a surprised expression when they saw Dashiki in front of a few wooden sword stakes. Bang! 1996. When? 1997. Dashiki prepared a handmade wooden scabbard for Liu Feng. In order to be able to use the feel of the new sword as soon as possible, Dashiki tried her best to use it even in basic sword training. For the talented swordsman, Dashiki's talent is not enough. However, only hard work will not let you down. It's just that Liu Feng, whose edge is wrapped, suffered. Chopping wood stakes with a scabbard is undoubtedly like carrying something indescribable when doing things. After swinging it freely, there is always something not smooth enough. 2000. We will be testing it soon, so let's cut it in half today. Dashiki said to herself. Ding! The sword master completed 2000 basic sword exercises. Gained 2 experience points. Current experience value, 100/100, upgradable. Here it comes. The second evolution is finally here. In the 10 days since I returned to the marine headquarters with Dashiki has mostly done basic exercises. There has been no actual combat, and Liu Feng has not been used to wreak havoc. In addition, Dashiki's swordsman level is still very low, so the experience points obtained are also quite limited. Finally, during the 10th day of continuous basic training, the last bit of experience points were obtained. Upgrade now. Liu Feng did not hesitate at all and quickly made the upgrade choice in the system. There was no movement for 10 days. I was waiting for today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading, and attribute points will be automatically increased. Appearance transformation plus 5 points. Damage bonus plus 60 points. Toughness and durability plus 100 points. Obtained fixed attribute, Red Vein Eclipse, LV1. Although it is inside the scabbard, Liu Feng can still clearly see the changes in the sword body. The size and appearance have not changed much this time. The key point is that the sword body starts from the bottom edge of the hilt, and the red lines are mottled and staggered. Fixed attribute. An extremely powerful sword pattern special effect is added to the sword body. When making a famous sword, the hammer and the pattern are very particular. Every pattern is not just a simple decoration. What effect the first level Red Vein Eclipse can produce is not described in the system. Liu Feng also wants to know what kind of ability he has now. Buzz buzz buzz. A strange turbulence came from the scabbard. What is this? Outsiders can't feel it, but as the sword master, Dashiki can feel it very clearly. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and hugged the long sword in front of her. Ying, you haven't unsheathed your sword yet, so you feel bored. Don't worry, the test will start in 3 hours, let's shine in front of everyone together. Dashiki didn't notice Liu Feng's changes, she simply stroked the sword and said comfortingly. Chapter 6. 2 hours later, more and more people gathered in the training ground. The non-commissioned officers gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking about the test that was about to begin. Because it was a test for non-commissioned officers, it was relatively not a secret. Nearly 400 naval recruits gathered in groups of 7 or 8 outside the training ground. There are so many people? The Navy seems to be very idle. Liu Feng tried to release his mental power completely. He could see almost half of the situation in the training ground through his mental power. After the second upgrade, the basic perception ability has also improved a lot. From a recruit to a non-commissioned officer, it takes about 1 to 3 years for an excellent Marine. It is also an especially important experience to understand in advance what qualities and strengths a non-commissioned officer should have. These recruits also came to join in the fun with the idea of gaining experience. Which NCOs do you think are the best? I guess among the 60 NCOs in this test, Staff Sergeant Iron Axe Joker must be the first. Sergeant Jockley is very powerful, but I never thought he was as good as Sergeant John Yi of the martial arts school. Sergeant Donato with 2 guns is also a hot favorite. Do you want to take a gamble? There is also a dark horse among the sergeants, Sergeant Shui Cairo, who has the ability of the mantis fruit. Don't underestimate him because he is young and may be able to defeat his seniors. Why did you all guess Staff Sergeant or Sergeant Major? Is there no dark horse among the corporals? I can tell at first glance that you are a newcomer. In this kind of competition, corporals are all just runners-up and will be eliminated in the first round. What I'm saying is, if I were these corporals, I would have given up long ago, ha ha ha. Standing in the last row, Tashiji was very calm while listening to the laughter behind her. Such a noisy environment was very common. She had gotten used to it in the past 2 years. Speaking of talent, Tashiji herself was talented. Otherwise, she would not have been promoted to the position of a non-commissioned officer in 2 years. But Tashiji chose a different path from others. She was obsessed with swordsmanship, even though she knew that girls were at a natural disadvantage to become swordsmen. But she was still obsessed with it. If she played to her strengths and specialized in judo or martial arts, maybe she would be a leader among non-commissioned officers now. Is this girl nervous? Liu Feng muttered to himself. With the completion of the second upgrade, the spiritual connection between Liu Feng and the sword master Dashiki seemed to have changed a little. To be more specific, it seemed that Dashiki's mood would become a spiritual signal and be transmitted to Liu Feng. At this moment, Dashiki's uneasy mood was directly fed back to Liu Feng. Coming. They are the chief examiners this time. The noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Looking at the entrance of the training ground, two tall figures walked directly towards the soldiers' formation. It turns out that. Is my luck so bad? Tashiji lowered her head and said to herself. The colonel walking on the side was not unfamiliar. It was Burnham who asked Tashiji to take the test again. If it was just Burnham, as long as Tashiji could get a passing score, her fate of being demoted to the East Blue Sea would have basically changed. Unfortunately, the tall man walking in the front holding a crossbone sword. His bony face looked like he was malnourished. But with a helmet and a navy coat, he had a different aura. It was the examiner who gave Tashiji the lowest score last time, and also a colonel of the Navy headquarters. Pen. As a swordsman, Pen's swordsmanship was amazing. It was rumored that he had cut a pirate ship in half like cutting a steak many times. So, there is also a loud nickname. Ship Slayer. Buzz buzz buzz. When Pen appeared, Liu Feng trembled twice with excitement. Not bad. Judging from his momentum and style, he should be a very powerful swordsman. The cross-shaped long-bone sword must be of a high level. I haven't chopped or stabbed for 10 days, and today I finally have the chance. Burnham, which one is the corporal swordsman who killed the pirate with a bounty of 12 million? As soon as Pen arrived at the scene, he remembered the corporal who was given an exception. There is an instinctive sense of competition between swordsmen. Since becoming a colonel, Pen has not had anyone to spar with for a long time. The opponents he met were either poor in swordsmanship or just for show. Being able to kill a pirate with a bounty of 12 million in a matter of seconds, the swordsmanship of this corporal who was given an exception can be imagined. Haha, do you want to see it now? Why not wait until after the assessment? Burnham said in a good mood. But Pen shook his head. Hey! It was agreed that I can have a chance, but I must meet him. How can you wait so long? Okay, I'm afraid of you. Burnham waved his hand, signaling the sergeants in the front row to make way. Dashiki stood there, watching the crowd gradually make way. She knew that Pen and Burnham should be walking towards her. Oh! Dashiki tightened her sword in her hand. There was no need to be so nervous. She was different from before. This was a rare opportunity, and she had to be more confident. Dashiki kept telling herself in her heart. Pen, this is the swordsman with potential that I was talking about, Tashiji. Dashiki, this is Colonel Pen. Burnham immediately introduced them. Hello, Colonel Burnham. Hello, Colonel Pen. Dashiki saluted with a particularly tough look in her eyes. But when Pen saw Dashiki, he showed disgust on his face. I remember you, the female swordsman whose swordsmanship was not upright at all. Pen expects. His mood was swept away, and his tone was particularly fierce. Burnham felt that the atmosphere was not right, and asked Pen, have you two met before? Of course I have seen him before. Pen replied, and then said, Dashiki, step out. Yes, Colonel Pen. Dashiki didn't understand, but replied loudly. Your assessment has already ended. Leave the training ground now, immediately. The fierce reprimand made the sergeants present gasp. Chapter 7. Dashiki took a deep breath, and her mind went blank. She finally got this chance, but before she could show herself, she was directly rejected. Hey, Pen, what are you talking about? Burnham seemed a little angry. Dashiki broke through the GRA to test. Now Pen didn't even look at Dashiki and wanted to expel her directly, which was simply not giving him face. Pen responded with a stern face. Burnham, I don't care how she killed the pirates, it won't work with me. With your timid swordsmanship and poor skills, I don't see any value in staying in this headquarters. A woman with no potential can't stay by luck. Pen said it very harshly, without giving her any face. If it was an ordinary female officer, Pen wouldn't be so indignant. But Dashiki was a swordsman. In the way of swordsmanship, Pen didn't tolerate any sand in his eyes. He insisted on the upright way of swordsmanship. Even if his subordinates had the slightest crooked and improper swordsmanship style, he would punish them severely. Pen, don't you have any face for me? If it's not something I can do, won't I know after a try? Burnham can't be said to care about his subordinates. At the moment, Pen's behavior is completely embarrassing for Burnham. Even so, Pen still insisted and said, Burnham, don't forget that I am the examiner today, you are just assisting me. It is difficult for others to change what Pen has determined. The non-commissioned officers around him couldn't help but cast pitiful eyes. What a bad thing to provoke. You have to leave a bad impression on the ship's layer. What else can you do except admit that you are unlucky? Liu Feng heard the whole conversation clearly. If he were Tashiji, he would cut it with a sword without saying a word. Where does the courage come from to be so arrogant? Get him. Do not be afraid. Let's get him together. Liu Feng's persistent thoughts lingered in his heart. He tried to let Dashiki feel his will through will perception. Dashiki, who was originally lost, was now filled with anger and fighting spirit. Shadow, are you calling me? You shouldn't submit to such a failed life, right? Although Tashiji didn't know that her sword had human consciousness, she could clearly feel the will to fight at any time. Colonel Pen. I don't accept it. Please accept my challenge. After Dashiki called out Pen's name, the following words came out without thinking. On the one hand, this was her true inner thoughts. On the other hand, Liu Feng's will guidance also played a very big effect. That's right, let me try his long bone sword, isn't it delicious? Liu Feng was more excited than anyone else when he heard Dashiki's call. He was really happy, but everyone around him was scared. Did I hear correctly? What did this woman just say? Crazy, absolutely crazy, she actually dared to challenge Colonel Pen. Hey, you are already a non-commissioned officer, why are you still so stubborn about face? How ignorant. They are both swordsmen. How can they compete with a swordsman who fights with bare hands? How stupid is this woman? The non-commissioned officers around who didn't know Dashiki were surprised and secretly mocked Dashiki. Hearing Dashiki's challenge, Pen paused. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at Dashiki with a pair of cold eyes. What did you say? Pen's words were completely squeezed out from between his teeth, which made people even more frightened. Burnham, who had never spoken to Dashiki, was surprised and amazed after hearing Dashiki's words. Dashiki held the sword in one hand and raised it in front of her. The swordsman saluted with great style. Colonel Pen, please accept my challenge. If I can win by chance, I hope Colonel Pen will withdraw the order to send me to the East Blue Sea. After Dashiki finished speaking, she felt relieved. This was what she had always wanted to say but dared not say. Today, for some reason, under the subconscious psychological suggestion, she actually said it out loud. Liu Feng smiled angrily. In this way, things were simple. Liu Feng didn't care whether Dashiki could beat Navy Colonel Pen in swordsmanship. As long as he let him unsheath, he knew he would not lose to the long-bone sword. If he was facing the challenge of an incompetent subordinate, Pen would not make a big deal about it. However, facing the challenge of a swordsman, Pen must not ignore it. Bell. The cross-long bone was swung in the air, and the scabbard directly stabbed on the stone slab. The non-commissioned officers around quickly retreated. They were afraid that they would be affected because they were too late to dodge. Dashiki you. Colonel Burnham, thank you for giving me a chance. This time it was my own choice. Tashiji bowed and clenched her sword with a determined look. Burnham also knew that his persuasion had little effect. Pen was a colonel subordinate directly to Marshal Sengoku, while he was a general following Aokiji. In terms of execution and power, Pen was better. Pen, be careful, stop when you are ready, don't go too far. Burnham reminded him. Then, he followed the crowd and retreated a dozen steps, but didn't go too far away. If Pen really got angry, Burnham would have time to attack at this distance. Dashiki took a deep breath and slowly took off the scabbard. It's finally my turn. Liu Feng said happily. In an instant, the dark red enchanting sword pattern was revealed. A strong and violent wave of air came out of nowhere. The eyes of all the non-commissioned officers and recruits were instantly attracted. A famous sword? A demon sword? What is the origin of this sword? Including Pen, everyone was confused. At this moment, outside the training ground, a figure wearing a lieutenant general's cloak paused, looking at the training ground in astonishment. Chapter 8. Vice Admiral Jun, what's wrong with you? A female lieutenant assistant looked at her boss with a puzzled look. At this moment, the woman who was looking far away outside the training ground was Vice Admiral Jun of the Navy headquarters. Nicknamed, Dao Tu. At such a young age, Dao Tu has a high prestige in the Navy headquarters as she is firmly seated in the position of Vice Admiral. At the same time, she has another identity, a great swordsman. The moment she walked through the wide road, Dao Tu's famous sword Kinpala on her waist made a series of strange movements. Famous swords often have some crisis alertness and the characteristics of innate fighting spirit. In the past, when she was on a mission, Kinpala would also be like this when she encountered a famous sword or a powerful swordsman. Could it be that there is an opponent that Kinpala is afraid of on the training ground at this moment? What are you doing in the training ground now? Dao Tu asked the female lieutenant beside her as she walked to the edge of the wire fence. The female lieutenant quickly flipped through today's military discipline manual. Lieutenant General Jun, the training ground in this area has been found. The NCO test is in progress. The female lieutenant reported. Dao Tu frowned and murmured, NCO test? Who is in charge? The female lieutenant looked down and saw Colonel Penn, the chief examiner, and Colonel Burnham, the deputy examiner. These two people are well-known colonels in the headquarters, and Dao Tu is not unfamiliar with them. Could it be that Penn has a new understanding of swordsmanship? Penn's upright and unyielding swordsmanship left a deep impression on Dao Tu. If it was him, it would be reasonable. Such a person will sooner or later be a general sergeant. But when Dao Tu saw Dashiki holding a printed red patterned long sword through the wire mesh, the whole person was stunned. Out of the instinct and eyes of the swordsman, Dao Tu understood instantly. The induction just now came from Dashiki. No. To be precise, it was this strange long sword. The scene of the duel on the training ground. The moment Penn saw Liu Feng's true appearance, he couldn't help but be shocked. What is the origin of this sword? How can there be such an unsettling aura? Are you scared already? Sorry, the best is yet to come. Liu Feng was also very satisfied with this appearance. But his vision goes far beyond this. Since he followed a female navy, then let's set a small goal of chopping down the navy headquarters first. Seeing the changes in Liu Feng, Dashiki's heart was also in turmoil. When did this conspicuous and domineering red pattern appear? If she hadn't experienced it herself, the process of the shadow sword evolving from a dagger, Dashiki would definitely be the first to be scared. Now is not the time to delve into these reasons. At least, the only thing Dashiki knew was that the sword in her hand became more powerful and sharper than before. Holding the sword horizontally and taking a step forward, Dashiki did the opening move before the swordsman duel very well. Originally, Penn was angry and disdainful. The second-rate swordsman he hated challenged him so blindly and confidently. Others would have the same feeling. But now, after seeing the shadow sword unsheathed, Penn perked up a little. Oh, where did my confidence come from? It turns out it was because of this strange sword. Within 3 swords, I will fulfill your stupidity. Penn said this arrogantly, not taking Dashiki's awareness into consideration at all. Hearing Penn's sarcasm, Liu Feng couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The 3 swords words. It should be able to cut through this not-so-good long-bone sword. Today, I will teach the old colonel a lesson. When the two of them started to fight, Dashiki rushed forward and came sideways. She held the hilt of the sword tightly with both hands, and swung it with all her strength at Penn. In front of Penn, who was much stronger than herself, any disguise and feints were meaningless. Since they would be seen through, it would be better to choose the most handy way to fight. Even the most basic sword action. It also contains Dashiki's persistence repeated 38,000 times in 10 days. There is such a kind of genius in this world. They were ordinary people. But they still refused to accept their fate and tried to repeat the trivial things that others thought were insignificant. The move was fast. Penn realized this instantly. At the same time, he could also feel it. The blade was sharp, but there was no external sword energy. The move was fast, but the strength was not at the same level as his own. Too weak. Penn swung the long-bone sword and met Dashiki's sword head-on. Idiot, I have restrained my edge and am waiting for you to make a move. Seeing Penn's move, Liu Feng suddenly activated his fixed attribute skill when he was about to fight against the long-bone sword. Red veins erosion, release. In the gap of a breath, the red veins on Liu Feng's body seemed to flow with life. The scattered red veins quickly hit one side, and the position was more inclined to the point of the upcoming confrontation. Stunned. Pen's pupils widened, and his heart suddenly jumped. Just a moment after the attack, the uneasy emotion exploded in Pen's heart. It was almost impossible to stop. Even if he hurt Dashiki, Pen must not lose face in front of everyone. Then, during the confrontation, the dark yellow and transparent sword energy was released from the blade of the longbone sword without reservation. To deal with a corporal, he even had to use sword energy. Pen, you are just a fool. Burnham realized that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop it. Sword chi, okay. Let's try it head on. Liu Feng made up his mind and completely released the red attribute. Hiss. Bang. A terrifying scene appeared. In a flash of lightning, the first thing that burst out was not the dark yellow sword chi of the bone sword. Instead, it was the brown-red sword edge light. The smoke and dust dispersed. The powerful impact of the sword chi was absorbed by Liu Feng. Dashiki stood still, but felt her wrist tighten. On the contrary, Pen, who was shocked by the red burst, took 3 steps back to stabilize the sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing intermediate sword energy. Gain 50 experience points. Absorb attribute fusion, and attributes will evolve automatically. Attribute evolution, red veins erosion red veins ghostly chi. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Liu Feng was ecstatic. This stinky bone is really hard, how could it not be cut in one go? I have to thank you this time for helping me complete the red pattern evolution. Chapter 9. After being repelled, Pen looked at Tashiji who was unharmed in surprise. He was a colonel of the marine headquarters. Even the sword energy he used hastily could not match the momentum of chopping down a ship and shaking the earth. But it was much stronger than an ordinary swordsman. A swordsman who could not even complete the assessment last month could not have made rapid progress in strength. Pen understood this. Therefore, the root of everything was concentrated on Tashiji's strange sword. It was not only Pen who saw the clue. The surrounding naval officers were envious and shocked and talked about it. It's not just a matter of courage and strength. Is the sword in Tashiji's hand a famous sword? No way. I've read 4 volumes of collections of famous swords, but I've never seen a sword with such chaotic patterns. I didn't expect that the one who was at a disadvantage was Colonel Pen. Could he be defeated by the Corporal Dashiji? Was it not my eyes that were blurry just now? You all saw the floral pattern move, right? A demon sword. It must be a demon sword. This woman must be no simple person. How could she be able to subdue the demon sword? For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was one-sidedly discussing Dashiki, and the words were full of amazement. Burnham, who was not far away, completely overturned his perception of Dashiki. When he killed Akin on the deserted island, Burnham did see Dashiki's potential. But he didn't expect that she would explode so amazingly. Even Pen was at a disadvantage in the sword confrontation. The absorption of sword energy just now brought Liu Feng considerable benefits. At the same time, under the evolution of the red pattern, the benefit ratio was converted into Dashiki's strength practice. At the moment, Dashiki can truly feel the beauty brought by Liu Feng. Every time he fights, it seems that the sword in his hand will undergo a great change. Along with this change, Dashiki himself will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a slight tremor on the sword. Dashiki raised the shadow sword with his side hand and looked forward with clear eyes. It's very clear. I should say it's clearer than before. It seems that it takes less than 2 seconds to cross this offensive distance. That's right. After confirming the changes in her body, Tashiji suddenly rushed forward. The battle is still going on. Pen felt Tashiji's action. In addition to being shocked, his heart was filled with anger. Did he really think he was that great? Pen had already said that he would end the battle within 3 swords. Now Pen no longer considered the 3rd sword. Only by defeating Tashiji with 1 blow could Pen get back some ground. Swish! When Tashiji rushed to Pen, Pen turned into a residual image and disappeared abruptly from the spot. Disappeared on the spot. No, it's not disappearing, it's moving so fast. Now the most powerful one is coming. Several non-commissioned officers who were closer had already guessed Pen's mood and thoughts at the moment. Some even looked forward to seeing Dashiki being taught a lesson. Everyone lives in the rules and regulations of the headquarters. When someone wants to break the shackles of the rules and regulations, people around you will not admire your courage, but just want to see you return to their starting line after being punished. Liu Feng's mind moved, and he smiled and said to himself. Little Dashiki's mind was not nervous at all. It seemed that she had grasped the location of the big skeleton. He actually evolved in battle. My little sword master is amazing. Just. As Dashiki's mind settled, her pupils suddenly paused. Left rear. Dashiki muttered, and the shadow sword in her hand was swung out. It was smooth and powerful, without any sense of haste. Before everyone saw it, Dashiki had already determined Pen's position. The onlookers also saw Dashiki's sword first, and then they saw clearly in the afterimage where Pen's long-bone sword was swung. Whoosh! Whoosh! It was even more fierce than the last time. The two prepared people were concentrating on the game. One was blue and the other was purple, and the two sword blades formed a strong contrast. However, the two strong people competed, and the winner was immediately judged. The sword energy released by the long-bone sword was completely entangled by the ghost energy released by the shadow sword. What is this force? How could a weak woman be able to mobilize such a strong sword energy? Pen was completely panicked. Hiss! A slight irregular sound came from the long-bone sword. Liu Feng did not know how to hold back at all. The purple ghost energy condensed and dyed black. Is this the ghost energy? It has a corrosive and destructive power. Wonderful, it's really wonderful. Liu Feng was completely immersed in the battle at this moment. Swordmaster Dashiki entered a strange state. Breaking through and defeating a strong enemy, all kinds of resentment of not wanting to fall behind, completely found an outlet. Snap! The crisp sound of broken iron exploded in the training ground. Suddenly, the whistling sounds of ghost energy and sword energy around disappeared. The broken clear sound transmitted in the air made the non-commissioned officers drop their jaws. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the opponent's weapon and gaining 120 experience points. Current experience value, 170/300 points. Ding! The Swordmaster gains growth bonus. New swordsmanship ability, elementary observation haki. Broken, broken. It only took 2 sword strikes to break Colonel Pen's long-bone sword. Is she really a marine corporal? This sword is so scary. What is its origin? Seeing such a scene, the scene was completely ignited. Another little broken knife was killed. What are you talking about, the 3 swords? You think too highly of yourself. Liu Feng looked at the rapidly rising experience points and immediately became alert. Dashiki's performance was just as Liu Feng had expected. After receiving the system bonus, he successfully opened the observation haki. Pen was pushed back 5 meters by the recoil force after the long-bone sword was broken. He stared at the sword that had been following him for a long time in astonishment. As a swordsman, the relationship between him and his sword is like a friend. The sword was destroyed, and the sword master was naturally heartbroken. The big skeleton has not been completely defeated yet. This guy was very arrogant just now. Buzz buzz buzz. Liu Feng still tried his best to convey his will to fight. If he defeated a naval colonel, the experience he gained might be enough for him to upgrade again. Even without Liu Feng's performance, Dashiki did not intend to stop. Colonel Pen, 3 swords, 1 sword is missing. Dashiki's eyes focused, avoiding Pen's vital points, and continued to raise his hand to move forward. The powerful ghost energy was swayed again, and Burnham was really ready to take action this time. But it was completely different from his plan. The target to be rescued this time was actually Pen. Leave it to me. Before Burnham started, a pink figure flashed before his eyes. The afterimage pointed to the scene where Dashiki and Pen were fighting. Chapter 10. Someone is coming? And very strong. Liu Feng, who sensed the crisis, reacted immediately. Similarly, Dashiki had just awakened her observation haki, and was also extremely alert to the crisis. She had no intention of killing. She wanted to use this opportunity to tell others that she was not a waste who didn't know swordsmanship. Regardless of whether the newcomer made a wrong judgment or was deliberately seeking revenge, it was impossible for Dashiki to retract the sword she had already swung. Swish! Dao Tu's body movement speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. In just a breath, she was already standing opposite Dashiki. The young swordsman really has unlimited potential. This knife looks good. Dao Tu didn't feel that she had encountered any crisis. In the short interval, she was able to distract herself and look at Liu Feng's appearance. The golden sword of Jinbi. Luo was surrounded by a sharp and sudden ghostly aura of Liu Feng. After the two sides fought for a while, a hissing sound of wind explosion came from the middle. Hiss. Bang. After the contact, even if Liu Feng removed 80% of the power of the opponent's sword, the remaining 20% still pushed Dashiki out, and she stabilized her body after a distance. Liu Feng was also in a state of excitement and he breathed a sigh of relief. What a strong power! The woman who is so good at using swords in the Navy headquarters, could she be? Dashiki quickly explained the doubts in Liu Feng's mind. Meet Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Tashiji bowed and put away her sword, without asking Dao Tu why she attacked. She had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. The one who looked down on her was Pen. Her identity was still a Marine, and she still had to abide by the discipline of the Marine headquarters. Meet Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Meet Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Meet Vice Admiral Dao Tu. After being shouted at like this, the non-commissioned officers who were distracted by the shouting finally responded one by one. The powerful performance of Dashiki and Shadow Sword completely shocked the whole audience. Two swords chopped the crossbone sword into pieces. Now he took Vice Admiral Dao Tu's sword without any damage. Everyone knows that Dao Tu is a famous swordsman in the Marine headquarters. Some non-commissioned officers who knew Dashiki had begun to doubt. Was Dashiki deliberately hiding her strength? The famous sword Kanpala. It's a pity that the current sharpness is not enough to cut the knife. If you can eat it, you must have a lot of experience, right? Liu Feng looked at Dao Tu's sword with a little regret. Dao Tu walked quickly to Dashiki and looked up and down at the girl in the sergeant's uniform. Your rank is just corporal? Dao Tu asked curiously, her eyes sparkling. Yes, Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Tashiji saluted and replied. Marine Corporal? Dao Tu saw the attack just now clearly. A female swordsman with a super strong sword, and it seems that she has awakened the observation haki. There is such a talent in the Navy, and I didn't even know it. Can I see your sword? Dao Tu didn't care about anything else. She was addicted to swords, and the only thing she wanted to do now was to take a look at the strange long sword that even Jinbi Luo was afraid of. Dashiki hesitated for a moment and raised the sword in front of her. After Dao Tu took it, she carefully observed the red pattern that had been restored to its original state. Compared with before the attribute evolved, the color of the red pattern was darker. From the hilt to the blunt back, the touch of alternating cold and hot was extremely obvious. It has characteristics and is indeed different from ordinary long swords. But it is not a demon sword, nor is it a famous sword that she is familiar with. When she attacked just now, Dao Tu would not be wrong about the black mist wrapped around the blade. It must be ghost energy. Or ghost energy whose concrete ability has not yet been determined. If it is not emitted by the swordsman's will, it is carried by the sword body. Such a powerful sword, I have never heard of it before. Her appearance and figure are good, but it's a pity that she has a pair of hands. Feeling the mottled calluses on her hands, Liu Feng couldn't help thinking. She debuted with swordsmanship and was able to sweep the headquarters and become a lieutenant general. Just think about how much hardship she went through. Lieutenant General Dao Tu. Lieutenant General Dao Tu. Pen and Burnham reacted and came to Dao Tu. Burnham, Pen. What exactly is going on in the duel between the corporal and the colonel? It's better not to have any hidden dangers, just talk to me. Dao Tu waved her hand and asked everyone to get closer. The crossbone sword was just cut off. Pen's eyes were still fierce. If you really get into it, Pen's words and actions were also in accordance with the rules. It's nothing more than a little contempt for his subordinates. He himself could not have thought that in the end he would get such a result. Burnham objectively narrated the matter to Dao Tu. Among them, there was no deliberate favoritism. It was completely based on facts. He also deliberately praised Dashiki's progress and potential. Dao Tu listened from beginning to end, and his expression showed surprise several times. After the story was finished, Dashiki still stood with his hands behind his back, and his eyes did not fluctuate at all. Liu Feng listened to the description and said dissatisfiedly. What's wrong? Can't have fun anymore. If you don't agree, come at me with a few more strikes. I just feel like I have no place to gain experience. To put it bluntly, only with strength can you have a say in the Navy headquarters. Only then can you control your own destiny. Tashiji's performance today undoubtedly surpassed all the non-commissioned officers present. After Dao Tu listened to it thoroughly, she smiled and nodded. I see. She seems to be a miracle girl. Dashiki, right. Hearing Daotu's call, Dashiki stood in front of her and saluted, yes, Lieutenant General Daotu. Daotu put his hand on her shoulder and said, Donghai is not suitable for you. Follow me from now on. I have a short-term mission next month. Accompany me to the New World, are you interested? New World. When Liu Feng heard this, his spirit suddenly doubled. The other side of the Red Earth continent is also the second half of the Grand Line. It is known as the most dangerous sea area, and now it is the sea area ruled by the 4 emperors of pirates. There are countless famous swordsmen. It is the best playground for evolving your own swords, gaining experience, and becoming famous. Chapter 11. New World, me. Dashiki said with a wandering look. Not long ago, she was still a low-ranking swordsman facing exile to the East Blue Sea. Now, she has turned over and become a rising star appreciated by the top lieutenant general. Such a dramatic life really starts with a sword. Of course unless you don't want to go to dangerous places. You have time to think about it, and I don't like to force things. Daotu smiled softly, without any harshness on her face. This made all the soldiers envious. How much they wished they were the ones standing opposite Daotu. Being appreciated by the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, it can be said that they will be able to rise to prominence in the future. I am willing to thank Vice Admiral Daotu for giving me this opportunity. Dashiki stood up straight and said confidently. After listening to this, Liu Feng nodded. Just agree, the New World is a good place. If I go with this woman named Daotu, I can also find a chance to chop off her kinpala. Great supplement, great supplement. After transforming into an evolving sword. From then on, in Liu Feng's eyes, there were only 2 kinds of things. One is something that can be cut easily. The other is something that can be cut with a little effort. Lieutenant General Daotu, this. When Pen heard Daotu's invitation, he looked embarrassed. He had destroyed his own sword. But Pen was not magnanimous enough to not care about anything. But if Dashiki joined Daotu's army, it would not be so easy to settle scores with her. Although Daotu was a vice admiral, her strength was comparable to that of an admiral. She was also regarded as a sister by Chief of Staff Crane. She was respected by everyone in the Navy headquarters. The most terrible thing was that Daotu was more famous for protecting her subordinates than her swordsmanship. If Pen wanted to make trouble for Dashiki in the future, he would first have to consider facing Daotu's revenge. Pen, do you have any opinions? Daotu turned around, and her gentle temperament suddenly disappeared. The temperature of her words also dropped from sunshine to freezing point. You may still be better at swordsmanship, but your arrogance has led to your sword destroying and injuring people. Is this the extent of the upright swordsmanship you pursue? Compared to you, the determination and confidence revealed by each of Dashiji's swords made me see the will of a swordsman. Who should reflect on themselves? Do I need to say more? Daotu's heartfelt conversation made Pen feel ashamed. She ridiculed Pen and praised Dashiki. From today on, the Navy swordsman Dashiki, with the shadow sword in her hand, completely made a name for herself in the Navy headquarters. After teaching a lesson on the spot, Daotu ordered Dashiki to return to the residence to pack up. Starting from the next day, Dashiki moved to Daotu's headquarters. For a week in a row, the story of the shadow sword chopping the long bone sword evolved into various versions. Red lines broke out, and ghost energy swept. In any version of the story, the description of Liu Feng's shadow sword was exaggerated. Magic sword, holy sword, demon sword, famous sword. Liu Feng was said to be everything. The title of Red Shadow Swordsman belonging to Dashiki gradually became popular. Thanks to Daotu's appreciation, Dashiki jumped directly from an unknown corporal to the rank of second lieutenant. The promotion achievement that others could only complete in 2 or 3 years took Dashiki less than half a month. With the help of Liu Feng's power, no one dared to underestimate this new female swordsman. A few days later, on the warship heading to the Sabayati archipelago. Oh no! It really appeared. Go and report to the lieutenant, a tiger shark has been spotted. 2, 3, 4, a group of tiger sharks. In the navigation room, the reconnaissance marines hurriedly ran outside and shouted to the soldiers on the deck. On the deck, the marines looked at the gradually approaching group of tiger sharks, without showing too much worry. Because at this moment, on the bow, Dashiki, who was wearing a red-blue navy uniform and had a slender figure, was raising her hand to the sword at her waist, closing her eyes and facing the biting sea breeze. 7. 3 in front of the right. 2 in the back of the left. 2 more underwater. Zhang. After confirming the exact number of tiger sharks, Dashiki drew out the shadow sword sharply. On the broadsword, the brown-red air blade was wrapped around it. Finally I can chop again. Is it the little animal that is unlucky? It's hard for the poor tiger shark. After unsheathing, Lu Feng excitedly released the ghost energy that had surged recently. Ding! Information dispatching. Host, Lu Feng. Level, a sharp sword with a mysterious aura, sea level. Damage, 260. Toughness, 900. Experience, 240/300. Fixed attribute, red veins, ghost energy. Sword Master, Dashiji. Level, Advanced Swordsman. Skill, Intermediate Observation Haki. Sword skills, Quick Slash, Shadow, Demon Blade Slash. Looking at his personal information, Lu Feng was quite satisfied. With the awakening of Dashiki's observation haki, her combat power has improved. She has already stepped into the ranks of a young swordsman, and the feedback from her training has also increased. In the past 20 days of training, Lu Feng has also gained a lot of experience points. The demonic energy has increased sharply, and the appearance has changed slightly. Lu Feng, who has been holding back for so many days, took the opportunity of Dashiki's mission to the Sabayati archipelago. Finally, he can see the light of day again. Chapter 12. Boom! Boom! The few sharks that were heading for the warships were different from the tiger sharks in the outside world. They were large and swift. The largest weighed several tons and was nearly 10 meters long. They were the nightmare of the ships traveling to and from the Sabayati archipelago. The most terrifying thing was that the tiger sharks always moved in groups. Every time they appeared, there were more than 3 of them. This was a ferocious sea barrier unique to the sea area. The lieutenant hasn't made any movement even though we're so close. What a terrifying swimming speed! Lieutenant Dashiki can really do it alone. How could it be impossible? Lieutenant Tashiji is becoming very famous in the marine headquarters recently. The soldiers standing on the deck saw such a scene, and they all started to discuss with concern. On the other hand, Tashiji, who was at the bow, still maintained the posture of holding the sword with one hand, and did not rush to attack. Boom! Finally, the tiger shark swimming at the front approached the bow of the warship. After smelling the breath of humans, the tiger shark jumped out of the ocean. The huge body that covered the sky and the sun completely blocked the sunlight. When the black shadow spread over Tashiji's head, she just opened her eyes. Whoosh! Tashiji stepped on the bow and jumped up lightly. Predicting the position of the tiger shark in advance, Tashiji rushed to the front of its head. Seeing a human suddenly appear in front of it, the tiger shark also instinctively wanted to open its bloody mouth. There is no place for you with such a big mouth. Lu Feng consciously followed Dashiki's move, and compressed the ghost energy gathered on the blade into a sharp air blade. Ghost blade slash! Swish! The moment the red blade lines flashed, blood flowers suddenly bloomed. A moment ago, the tiger shark that was still roaring at Dashiki had been chopped in 2 in the air. There was no life at all. Dashiki stepped on the body of the first tiger shark that landed on the ground, and nimbly adjusted the posture of the next attack in the air. What female swordsmen need to hone most is their body movements and skills. Dashiki gradually realized this, as if she had opened the door to the road of kendo. As for the gap in strength and sharpness, Lu Feng can completely make up for it, or even surpass it. Swish, swish, swish. The red and blue graceful figure flashed sharply at the junction of the sea and the sky. The recruits on the deck all widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. By the time everyone came to their senses, the 7 tiger sharks had been completely slaughtered. The sea surface once again returned to its previous calm state. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing 7 tiger sharks. Gain 35 experience points. Current experience value 275/300 points. Almost, just a little bit more. If there is a little more destructive power, it will reach the critical point of upgrading. What Lu Feng is looking forward to most now is the continuous upgrading after each battle. On the deck, Dashiki put away his sword. Facing the surprised eyes of the soldiers, he walked closer to them. The crisis has been resolved, don't watch it anymore. How far is it to the Sabayati archipelago? Tashiji asked expectantly. Since joining the Navy, Tashiji's activities have been limited to the Navy headquarters and the islands where she went out on missions a few times. Even if she wanted to go to other places, she had no chance to go there. This time, Daotuo gave Tashiji the task of extraditing 10 coded warships back to the headquarters. Originally, it should have been led by someone above the rank of major. Daotuo only sent a second lieutenant to carry out the task. It was enough to show Daotuo's trust in Tashiji. Half a month later, it was time to set off for the new world. Being able to come out and relax in advance, Tashiji also cherished this opportunity very much. After all, she was still a girl of 17 or 18. The Sabayati archipelago is such a famous place. Of course, she wanted to see it in person. Replying to Lieutenant Dashiki, there is fog on the sea ahead, which affects visual judgment. In half an hour, we will reach the Sabayati archipelago. The Marines who were familiar with the route immediately reported to Dashiki. Once you can see the direction clearly, go directly to Area 36. Dashiki ordered. Yes, Lieutenant Tashiji. Yes, Lieutenant Tashiji. After watching Dashiki's performance, everyone was in awe of her. The tone of their responses increased by a lot of decibels. Sabayati archipelago, Area 13. Passers-by gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They stood in several places and stared at the man riding a white horse in the middle of the road. It really is the iconic white horse. This face makes me, a man, feel handsome. There is a murderous intent hidden under his handsomeness, haven't you heard? His bounty is as high as 280 million Baileys. It's so terrifying, no wonder it's called a gorgeous supernova. Among the pirates that recently arrived on the island, he is the coolest one. Listening to the heated discussions of the crowd, the man on the white horse shook his head and smiled. Knew it. Fans who worship this young master are everywhere. What a sweet worry, it makes me sad. The white horse man narcissistically muttered a few words. He said he was worried, but looking at his expression, he was completely enjoying this treatment. Chapter 13. White Horse Cavendish. Born into the nobility of the kingdom of Rommel. In terms of strength and reputation, he is a well-known young pirate in the Grand Line in the past 2 years. He has already fought his way to the Sabayati archipelago. Cavendish's next target is directly aimed at the New World. Captain, the message is about the bar in front. They. Men beside him pointed to the bar not far away. Cavendish pulled the reins and raised his cowboy hat slightly. His golden curly hair covered his bangs, and his handsome face attracted everyone's attention. Shaggy's Rip-Off Bar is a really an elegant name. That's right, it's here. Cavendish agreed, and the place he was looking for was this place. In the past 2 days since arriving at the Sabayati archipelago, Cavendish wanted to find someone who knew about the situation on the island and the information about the New World. After asking around, almost all the answers pointed to one person. Shaky. Cavendish came here because of its reputation, and finally found the Rip-Off Bar. After a while. Jingle. Pushing open the door of the bar, Cavendish walked in with a sword in hand. 2 tables of passers-by were drinking and chatting. After seeing the outstanding Cavendish, everyone put down their glasses. Hey! Let's find a place to sit. In front of the bar, a slender and elegant woman blew out a puff of cigarette. She leaned against the counter, her expression revealing a carefree attitude. Needless to say, this woman is naturally the owner of the bar. Xiaoqi. She is exactly the person Cavendish is looking for. Haha, beautiful lady, do you look down on me so much? Haven't you heard the legend about my white horse? Cavendish said politely, pulling his cowboy hat. Hee hee. Hearing Cavendish's words, Xiaoqi started laughing. But this laughter really confused Cavendish. He was clearly asking a question, so what was so funny about it? Then Xiaoqi continued. Should I call you Rommel's sickle weasel? Or a pirate nobleman? Or a gorgeous supernova? Brother Cavendish? Xiaoqi casually said, repeating all the nicknames of Cavendish at different times. This conversation alone showed the ability of Xiaoqi intelligence network. As expected of Aunt Xia, the intelligence expert of the Sabayati archipelago. It seems that I have found the right place. Cavendish said while waving to his younger brothers. The younger brothers sat down one after another sensibly. The boss was talking about things, so of course the younger brothers had to wait obediently. Xiaoqi continued to smoke and said, "Are you looking for me? The price of inquiring for information is very high. Even if you just answer 2 questions casually, Xiaoqi will quote a sky-high price that most people cannot afford. It's not just talk." Cavendish sat down at the bar without caring. "I don't care about money. I just want to know, among the newcomers on this island, am I the strongest?" "Wow." While asking, Cavendish accepted a glass of wine without hesitation. Speaking of wealth. Before Cavendish became a pirate, he was a real rich second generation. When he was a pirate, he brought a large sum of wealth with him. He didn't care about anything that could be done with a little money. Xiaoqi dragged his chin, and his eyes narrowed into a line with a smile. "Haha, this is actually your style." Overconfident and even a little conceited, Cavendish cares most about whether his limelight will be stolen by others. In his opinion, it is impossible for young people in the Sabayati archipelago to be cool. But Xiaoqi suddenly turned around and said, "If it was 2 hours ago, you would be the best newcomer without any doubt. Now, it's hard to say." Shocked, Cavendish paused while holding the wine glass. He was waiting for the people around him to look at him in amazement. Who knew that the answer he got would be like this? What does it mean? Cavendish's forehead was twisted into a ball, and he couldn't accept such an ambiguous statement at all. Xiaoqi pinched his fingers towards Cavendish, indicating that sincerity should be shown first. "Money!" Cavendish shouted angrily. 3 bags full of gold coins were placed directly on Shaky's table. Shaky moved quickly. When he came to his senses, the gold coins on the table had disappeared. Just 2 hours ago, a navy ship arrived at the Chebayati archipelago. There is a navy superstar on it, a female swordsman. I can't say which of you is stronger. Area number 36. Navy warships, a special berthing port. A sturdy man, wearing a strange red belly band. With an exaggerated battle axe on his shoulder, he stood at the port and watched the coated warships coming one by one. Beside him, Dashiki stood at the port platform seriously, inspecting the incoming warships. "Mr. Zhang Taowan, this is the 6th warship, how long will it take for the remaining 4? Tashiji asked. Zhang Taowan. He is the man in charge of the warship coating. He is also Tashiji's contact person in the Sabayati archipelago. The other 4 are in the coating factory far away. It will take about 2 hours to drive over. Wait a little longer." After Zhang Doan replied, his eyes fell on Tashiki's sword again. Zhang Doan's observation haki is very advanced. From the beginning to now, Zhang Doan always felt that the sword on Tashiki's waist was very strange. It seemed that there was a strong sword spirit and mental power contained in it. Being stared at like this, Liu Feng felt uncomfortable even though he knew that the other party could not find that he had consciousness. "You shameless Barbie King Kong, why are you staring at me? If you are not one of us, I will destroy your broken axe first." Liu Feng thought unhappily. At the same time, he suddenly felt something in his heart. This feeling, is it the smell of a famous sword? Liu Feng said suspiciously. Chapter 14. After evolving to a certain level, Liu Feng's perception ability has been greatly improved. In addition, he has the blessing of the system, so he will naturally be able to perceive the famous blades that can bring him threats. Feeling the shallow breath approaching, Liu Feng also cheered up while expecting it. Very strong. Apart from Tashiji's boss, Daotu, this might be the strongest threat so far. After Liu Feng realized the situation, he made a slight buzzing sound to remind Tashiji to pay attention. Shadow sword, are you on guard against something? Dashiki tightly grasped the sword and closed her eyes to sense the surrounding situation. Although her perception of observation haki was not enough to perceive a wide range, it could still play a certain role. After a moment, on the channel, Dashiki opened her eyes suddenly and looked at the direction of the channel. Zhang Doan beside her had a stronger ability to sense danger. Before Dashiki reminded him, the battle axe in his hand had already lightly touched the ground. It looks like something bad is going to happen. Zhang Doan muttered to himself. Looking through the mist in the forest, a warship with a naval flag slowly appeared on the channel. If you look closely, there is still a collapsed coating bubble hanging on one side of the warship. It should be halfway through the coating. The coating work was forcibly stopped and it drove directly over. Zhang Doan reminded Tashiji not long ago. It will take several hours for the remaining warships to arrive. Now, Only a few minutes have passed, and one of them has appeared in front of us. It is obvious, they are not friendly. I don't know which bold bastard actually set his sights on the warship I'm protecting. It seems that I haven't been active on the island for too long, and no one is afraid of me anymore. Jean Doan said with gritted teeth. But he didn't act rashly. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. On the deck of the approaching warship, 3 Marines who were responsible for looking after the airship were tied up and thrown aside. Boss, do you want to kill these guys? A bearded man said impatiently. The man in white sitting at the front of the warship was Cavendish, who came out of the knockoff bar not long ago. I'm very angry now, killing a few useless trash can't calm my anger. Bring me the newspaper again. As soon as Cavendish raised his hand, his younger brother immediately handed him the newspaper. The headline above was printed with a photo of a girl. The title also read: Navy's new lieutenant, Red Shadow Swordsman Dashiki. Crunch. He took another look. Cavendish was unhappy and rolled up the newspaper. When Shaky said that there were young people on this island who were as talented and powerful as himself, Cavendish was unhappy, but he still had expectations in his heart. After all, it would be a good experience to get a suitable opponent. But when Cavendish spent a lot of money and asked about the identity of this person, he was completely angry. Not a vice admiral or a major general. He didn't even reach the level of a naval colonel. He was just a small lieutenant. This was equivalent to telling Cavendish that his strength was about the level of a naval lieutenant. In order to break Shaky's comparison, Cavendish grabbed the warship that was being coded and came directly to challenge. A bounty of 280 million. He didn't care about adding a casual mention to his resume. If he couldn't even kill a lieutenant in a second, it would be embarrassing for him to go to the New World. The distance between the two gradually closed. Ding! Cavendish raised the western sword Durandal. Durandal. The famous holy sword of the kingdom of Rommel. When Cavendish was still a noble prince, this sword had always been with him. He didn't eat the devil fruit. He was able to have a bounty of 280 million by relying on his swordsmanship. It can be seen how superb his swordsmanship is. It was him? Hakuba Cavendish. Jean Dalmaru had some understanding of the people who had recently landed on the island. He was not a public navy man. He did not need to do the work of catching pirates in the navy. As a subordinate of Admiral Kizaru, Jean Dalmaru had his own mission. So, when he learned that Hakuba Cavendish had landed on the island, Jean Dalmaru only paid attention to it. He never expected that Cavendish would actually rob the warship he was looking after. And he even came over so brazenly to provoke him. Little girl lieutenant, wait here for me, I will be responsible for taking back the warship. Crunch. Jean Dalmaru's fists creaked. No matter what kind of supernova pirate you are, as long as you provoke him, he will not show any mercy to the other party. White Horse Cavendish. It turned out to be the pirate nobleman with a dual personality in the future New World. After hearing this name, Liu Feng finally realized where the crisis alert came from. Why did he appear here? Judging from the current time stage, Cavendish has not entered the New World. But in terms of strength, he is naturally not weak. Without the strength of the headquarters vice admiral level, there is basically no way to deal with him. Not now, if he can complete the evolution, I don't know if he can have a chance of winning. It's such a big thing to seize the warship. Even if Dashiki wants to stay out of it, it's impossible. When the warship entered the port, after both sides saw each other clearly, Cavendish's eyes were directly locked on Dashiki. It's her. Exactly the same face as in the newspaper, and the same sword. Cavendish murmured to himself. Chapter 15. After watching Cavendish approach, Jean Doan realized that the distance between the two sides was within the range of attack. He raised his battle axe, stepped into the air, and swung the huge axe towards Cavendish. So impulsive! Dashiki said in confusion. When Jean Doan reminded her just now, Dashiki thought he had some good way to deal with Cavendish. Who knew he would use such a reckless method? A big, loud guy. Seeing the momentum of Jean Doan's attack, Cavendish did not underestimate the enemy. A true master often shows his clumsiness when making a move. Once you think he is stupid, you have fallen into his trap. Unfortunately, you are not my target. Cavendish's western sword Durandal was drawn out of the scabbard. The dazzling gems reflected the light and looked magnificent. Beautiful sword, round table strike. Cavendish took a step forward and faced Gendarmerie head-on. He attacked at high speed in mid-air, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. So fast! Gendarme raised his axe and swung it to block. As the axe pointed at him, Cavendish turned in the air and slashed at Gendarme's axe. The powerful collision caused Gendarme to be pushed back. Damn it! With one move, Gendarme was almost certain that Cavendish's strength was no less than that of the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. If a man with such fighting power challenged him on the spot, he would be hard to resist if he didn't show his full spirit. After Gendarme stood firm, he prepared to resist again. But he was surprised to find that Cavendish actually changed his target and did not continue to chase him. Instead, he locked the position on Dashiki. Dashiki, sensing the crisis, retreated half a step and immediately took off the sword at her waist. Swish! Before the shadow sword could be unsheathed, the elegant Durandal tore a 2-meter deep crack in the place where Dashiki had just stood. That was a close call. Dashiki exclaimed inwardly. Even without a direct attack, Dashiki instantly realized that the opponent at the swordsman level, Cavendish, was stronger than any opponent she had fought before. Dashiki didn't know the purpose of his coming. She only knew that when Cavendish attacked, he left no room for maneuver. This lovely lady has a pretty good response speed. He actually predicted the position in advance. Is it observation hacky? Cavendish stood behind the crack, tapping the ground with the tip of his sword. Is the Navy so powerful now? The Marines who mastered observation hacky could easily dodge his attacks. He was only a second lieutenant. At the same time, after realizing that Dashiki had mastered observation hacky, Cavendish also realized that he had not found the wrong person. Pirate Supernova, Cavendish. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you even dared to rob a naval warship. What is your purpose? Dashiki tried to communicate. Cavendish spoke like a gentleman, but his behavior was like that of a devil. Such a strong contrast made Dashiki very confused. Purpose? Don't worry, Ms. Dashiki. Although I am beautiful, I am not interested in women. You can worship me, but today I have to break you. Who told you to be a Navy supernova from this island, too? Cavendish said to himself, and inadvertently told the reason. So that's it. Dashiki reacted immediately. The title of Navy Headquarters Supernova was also mentioned in the newspapers recently. After all, as an official newspaper, it is still necessary to publicize the strength of the Navy. In this way, it can appease the people. Even if it is not Dashiki who is reported, it will be some other inspirational character. The Navy headquarters has never lacked moving and inspirational stories. Dashiki herself did not take it seriously. Unexpectedly, Cavendish would care so much about this matter. Thanks for answering my question. Pirates are like this, I won't run away. Zhang. The shadow sword was unsheathed. The majestic and suppressed ghost energy spread. The cold breath directly enveloped the scene, causing Cavendish's wrist to tremble. He even missed a breath. What kind of sword is this? I have read all the famous sword illustrations, but I have never seen such a famous sword. The red lines gathered under the hilt have now completely spread. It almost occupies half of the sword body, and the sword body looks blood red and bright. This breath seems to be eager for a fight. Madam, your sword looks quite impressive. It's worth my Durandal's action. Cavendish no longer had any intention of looking down on him. As a fellow swordsman, the quality of the sword could be seen at a glance. It's finally out. Is this the holy sword Durandal? This breath fluctuation looks delicious. After Liu Feng noticed Durandal, he focused all his attention on it. I don't know if it was his consciousness or the system's intention. Liu Feng always felt that after fighting with Durandal, he would definitely get great benefits. That's why he liked Durandal's sword so much. Chapter 16. Navy Headquarters. Inside the General Staff Office. Take a look at the latest wanted list of the Sabayati Archipelago. Focus on the pirates who have over 100 million, and you may encounter them in the New World in the future. You are the leading force in this plan to eliminate the powerless pirates in the New World. The Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, Tsuru. Together with the Navy Marshal Sengoku and the Navy Hero Garp, they have become the three giants of the Navy Headquarters. Regardless of their combat effectiveness, their influence in the headquarters is unmatched by ordinary people. When it comes to major plans and actions around the world, Tsuru is the core figure in guiding and launching them. At this time, Suru looked at the woman in pink in front of him. She was explaining the next New World plan. This person was none other than Vice Admiral Momosegi, who would soon lead the team across the Red Earth continent to the New World. I have seen this nasty face many times. Is he in the Sabayati archipelago now? Dang! Dao Tug pulled out the wanted warrant for Cavendish and put it on the table. Don't you like handsome men? He said half-jokingly. In the headquarters, there were not many people who could joke with her. Dao Tug, who was regarded as her own sister, was one of them. A guy who has no manliness at all, looks like a child wherever he goes. Do you think I like children? Sister Crane. Dao Tug couldn't help but sarcastically said. In Dao Tug's eyes, Cavendish's so-called beautiful swordsmanship was completely flashy and impractical. Until now, she had hardly encountered it. Otherwise, she would definitely tell him what the real swordsmanship was. Chief of Staff Crane smiled and said, speaking of which, the female subordinate you recently recruited is also in the Sabayati archipelago, right? As a fellow swordsman, if you happen to meet her, wouldn't you worry about her safety? Let's not talk about Cavendish's character. In terms of strength, ordinary lieutenant generals may not be able to deal with him easily. 280 million Baileys. It's not just talk. Who knew that Dao Tug shook her head easily after hearing this? Don't worry at all. Our great chief of staff, when Dasakai comes back, I really want you to meet her. Oh? It's been many years since I've seen you praise someone like this. Regarding Dao Tug's reaction, he was really interested. Sister, do you know? When Dashiki first followed me, she couldn't even block the 3 random swords I threw at her. After about a week, I realized that even if I got serious, it would take some effort to win her over. At this point, if I don't take it seriously, this girl might leave a cut on me. Dashiki is evolving faster every day. Dao Tug's eyes sparkled when she said this. What she cared about was not some capable general, but the fact that she could see with her own eyes the rise of a young swordsman from ordinary to strong. Every time they met, both Dashiki herself and her sword shadow seemed to be undergoing earth-shaking changes. Hearing this, Chief of Staff Crane was quite shocked. Dao Tug knew her character best. Without real strength, it was impossible for her to see him. When you come back from the Sabayati archipelago, bring her to see me. If he is really as capable as you say, it is possible for him to be promoted exceptionally. Staff officer, he replied. It's a deal. Dao Tug tapped the table and said. It was not until she said it that she realized. Could it be that Dao Tug came here today just for Dashiki's promotion? Chapter 17. Number 36 Port Area. You wanna leave me alone? Make no mistake, your opponent is me. Jean Doan swung his sharp battle axe again, aiming at Cavendish's head. Cavendish dodged. No matter how fast Jean Doan was, he could get out of the attack range in one step. Bang! After another tomahawk fell to the ground, Cavendish stepped on the blunt part of the tomahawk and pressed it into the ground with all his strength. You bastard! Jean Doan felt his wrist sink, and his body stumbled. If it was a head-on collision, the destructive power of Jean Doan's attack would be very strong. But Cavendish didn't seem to want to fight at all. He kept dodging everywhere, without any momentum at all. Well done, Captain! We've handed this big guy over to you, you can move around as you please. You have to win beautifully, your opponent is just a little female Navy lieutenant. Captain, charge! Suddenly, shouts from the younger brothers around came. By the time Jean Dalmaru reacted, Cavendish's younger brothers had already surrounded Jean Dalmaru. They were tricked. Cavendish had been dodging in a certain direction from the beginning. The goal was to lead Jean Dalmaru to his younger brothers. If Jean Dalmaru kept getting in his way during the battle, Cavendish would have a headache. Tashiki stood not far away and was always very focused. She had just wanted to help at least 3 times, but was yelled back by Jean Dalmaru. Jean Dalmaru was not only absolutely confident in his own strength, but he would not allow himself to be rescued by a woman. This was good, at least Tashiki could act without interference. Such a fast speed, I wonder how powerful the sword is. Lu Feng judged, his heart full of expectations. Swish! Watching the afterimage of Cavendish passing by in front of his eyes. Behind. Tashigi analyzed calmly. Boom! Whoosh! The sharp sound of metal collision rang out. Just one collision. Puffs of dust rose at the scene. Most of the direct impact force was absorbed by Liu Feng. A small part acted on Tashiji's body, but still made her palm numb. Is this the strength of a pirate worth 280 million? In terms of strength alone, it is several times that of Pen who had fought with him. If Tashiji's strength had not also increased, she would have shown her weakness with just one sword. Buzz buzz buzz. What is this? Liu Feng muttered to himself. At the moment when Durandal collided with him, a white energy that he could not describe merged into Liu Feng's body. Because it was only a little bit, Liu Feng did not realize what specific effect it had. This sword. Cavendish was horrified. In one battle, he had a rough idea of how much Dashiki could resist his power. What shocked him was not Dashiki's fighting ability, but the surging ghost energy when the two swords collided. This feeling made Cavendish feel like he was being stared at by a beast. After so long on the sea, Cavendish had seen many famous swords. This was the first time he had such a heart-pounding feeling. However, soon, Cavendish regained his composure. No matter what the sword was, the sword master was incompetent. The result was the same. What a lucky lady, to have such a sharp sword. But can you, lady who is only good for show, keep up with my speed? Suddenly, Cavendish smiled and his figure suddenly became transparent and disappeared. Behind. Zhong. When Tashiki sensed the danger, she subconsciously swung her sword to meet it. The force of Cavendish's attack seemed to be even stronger than before. Tashiki, who was shocked and took 2 steps back, quickly stabilized her body. In such a short interval, the shadow of her eyes had disappeared. This speed was too evil. Left. Zhang. Right rear. Zhang Zhang. Facing Cavendish's continuous attack, it was already very strenuous for Dashiki just to resist. Liu Feng knew better than anyone what level Dashiki was at. If we put aside Liu Feng's force unloading and attack bonus, Dashiki would not be able to hold out for long under Cavendish. Even with the observation haki, she could only walk a certain distance on the ordinary extension line at most. It would not have any impact on the result. But at this moment, watching Dashiki's repeated defeat, Liu Feng was not worried. Little Dashiki, you have performed very well. Just hold on a little longer. It's coming soon, I can feel it, it's coming soon. Liu Feng kept muttering to himself. Squeak. Finally, after several attempts to resist, a wound appeared on Dashiki's shoulder. At the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the holy light released by the holy sword Durandal. Gain 100 experience points. Current experience value, 375/300. Here it comes. Finally, it's time to reach the critical point of upgrading. While Liu Feng was ecstatic, he heard the system prompt sound again. Ding! Congratulations on fusing the power of holy light and acquiring new skills. Chapter 18. Ding! Congratulations on fusing the power of holy light and acquiring new skills. New skill, Blessing of Holy Light. Skill description, it can greatly improve the basic sword master's attack power, defense power, mental power, speed, and other basic data in a short period of time. Auxiliary skills. And it directly affects the sword master. Judging from the current situation and Dashiki's training status, it is definitely the best choice to get this kind of skill at this stage. Nice. Not only experience, but a skill can also be directly absorbed. See how it works. Liu Feng was overjoyed and couldn't wait to try it. Cavendish lowered his sword with a look of disappointment. After listening to Xiaoqi's words, he sent a warship to cause trouble. He thought he was really an opponent that he would be afraid of. Unexpectedly, the huge gap in strength was already revealed after just a few rounds of fighting. Speaking of Dasakai's strength, from Cavendish's judgment, it is indeed more than just a naval lieutenant. But the gap between him and himself is still very obvious. Such a woman. If he really kills her, it is completely inconsistent with Cavendish's pseudo-gentleman style. Whoosh! Dashiki was panting and steadied herself. The stinging pain on her shoulder made her mind particularly clear. This is the difference in level. While she was unwilling to give up, she also saw Cavendish's genius swordsmanship. Speed is supreme, and the damage is strong. Only by persisting in this way can Cavendish become so powerful now. Buzz! Buzz! The shadow sword was trembling slightly at the hilt. Dashiki could clearly feel the strong fighting spirit. Well, Dashiki was stunned. Soon, she murmured to herself. Ying, you also can't accept such a failure, right? Let's fight to the end. Even if I die in battle, I will never flee. Liu Feng was a little touched. An ordinary girl also has her own persistence. This is what I've been waiting for. Let me help you. Holy light blessing, open. Liu Feng finished speaking. A pure white and gentle energy appeared in his field of vision. Dashiki's pupils condensed. The consumed physical energy was instantly restored. The wound on her shoulder healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She could see everything around her. Her body became lighter and lighter. She naturally felt the changes in herself more clearly. Everything was done in an instant, leaving Dashiki no time to think. Shadow. Is this you? Such an illogical thing happened right before her eyes. Dashiki didn't know how to explain it. However, Shadow Sword had never been normal since the day she got it. Now that it can be used as an auxiliary to improve her own abilities, it doesn't seem abnormal. Now is not the time to dwell on these things. Looking at Cavendish's expression, it is also very interesting. The wound has healed. What is this white energy? Just now it was a black sword energy, which made people very difficult to deal with. Is it white again now? What is the trump card? When encountering something unknown, people will instinctively feel irritated and uneasy. Especially the ability that is so strange that it is still unpredictable. That is the real anxiety. Dashiki calmed down her breathing and raised her head again. Hey! Cavendish, didn't you just ask me if I can keep up with your speed? So what, ma'am? Cavendish held his sword ready to attack again. Dashiki fixed her eyes and said, Now, I will answer you. Swish! A red light flashed. Dashiki disappeared in front of Cavendish in the white chi flow. Are you kidding me? What speed is this? Where? Where? Cavendish shouted in astonishment, not being able to comprehend the scene before him. Just a moment ago, she was the woman whose speed was beaten by him. How come she changed after the white chi flow appeared from the sword? There was something strange. This sword must be the source of the strangeness. Oops, left. Cavendish was in a tense moment, and his judgment was slow. This gave Dashiki the best opportunity. What are you looking at? Dashiki's voice sounded out of nowhere on the left. Cavendish's vision and perception were even half a beat slower than Dashiki's speech. How is it possible? Why is the speed so much faster? Ghost Blade Slash, Holy Light Phantom. As Dashiki appeared, she used her strongest sword skill. The blood-red mottled sword Shadow, mixed with a thick white light, quickly hit Cavendish with the posture of Shadow Sword energy. Beautiful sword Bluebird. Cavendish was in a panic and had no choice but to face the sword. Chapter 19. Cavendish's sword was very fast. If he hadn't reacted slowly, he would not have been slower than Dashiki in terms of preparation. Boom! Since both of them drew their swords very quickly, at the moment of collision, a strong airflow swept across the place. The originally neat ground was directly split to the left and right. Cavendish's blood and chi surged and he was thrown back several meters, and he landed on the ground with the help of the sword to stabilize his body. Dashiki stood in place, and the white energy flow on her body rotated faster. The power of the beautiful sword, Bluebird, was completely resisted by the defense. Dashiki felt the power filling her body. While enjoying this feeling, she also knew how great the benefits of the Shadow Sword were. The effect looks good. The power that burst out instantly made Liu Feng very proud. Boom boom boom. With one move from the two of them, the black and purple shock wave spread all around. At the port, in front of the wide corridor, a group of guards in special uniforms were escorting a group of people in handcuffs and shackles. Ugh! What happened? Get out of the way! Someone is fighting! Who is this person? What's causing this surge of murderous aura? The people who had no time to dodge were affected by the sword energy and were directly involved. Many prisoners with prison shackles took advantage of the guards' panic and ran away. The people in this group were of different shapes. Some were weak women and children, while others were strong men. In fact, these people were not prisoners. They were slaves sent to the auction. Once they entered the auction, they would fall into darkness for the rest of their lives. There would be no possibility of turning over. Everyone had already accepted their fate. Unexpectedly, they would encounter such an opportunity. Run! Run! Run in different directions and don't get caught by them. Get out of the way. For a moment, the scene was extremely chaotic. Even though they were bound and had difficulty moving, they were still very motivated. They rushed out to meet the aftermath of the sword energy duel. Among the slaves who were fleeing, just when everyone was eager to run out of the control of the guards, an old man with white hair and glasses stood still. The direction he was looking at was exactly the direction of the source of the sword energy explosion. Hey, old man, aren't you going to run? A fairly strong man with red fists asked the old man suspiciously. The old man adjusted his glasses and said with a smile. Young man, run for your life. The farther the better. There are such interesting things here, I want to try it again. As he said, the old man raised his head, and his sharp eyes looked at the big man's heart. Click! Click! The next second, the collar on the big man's neck fell off at the same time as the collar on the old man's neck. The old man was quick and kicked horizontally, kicking the collar directly into the air. Boom! Boom! The collar automatically detonated in the air. The big man's eyes turned red instantly, and his fists trembled in disbelief. The prisoners at the auction all wore the same collar. There was a strong bomb device inside. Once the slave escaped, the person in charge of tracking would detonate the bomb. But if it was forcibly removed, if you are not careful, it will also detonate the bomb. What did the old man do just now? Is he a strong man who hides his strength? Let's go, don't stay here. The old man showed a kind smile on his face. Thank you, old man. The big man agreed and quickly ran away from the scene. Even at such a long distance, the old man still saw everything in the battle circle clearly. This sword is quite interesting. I have never heard of it before. The old man focused all his attention on the shadow sword. His eyes were full of curiosity, constantly looking at the shadow sword. Are there any more experts? Liu Feng was shocked and reacted immediately when he was being looked at. If it weren't for Liu Feng's keen perception, he would probably have been unable to detect this subtle and sharp mental exploration. The two explosions did not attract much attention. After all, they were in a chaotic battle circle, and there was a battle between Zhang Doan and the pirates on the side. It seems that we have to fight quickly before being affected by others. Liu Feng made up his mind. In the smoke and dust, Cavendish patted the dust on his body and walked out with a step. At this moment, his face was no longer calm as at the beginning. Because of his pride and contempt, he was obviously at a disadvantage in the previous attack. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries due to the impact, there were still 2 scars on the back of his hand and arm. His neat and clean clothes were also damaged in the previous impact. I admit that I underestimated you just now. Madam Ensign, you are worthy of being my opponent as you possess a famous sword. Cavendish said solemnly. Chapter 20. Cavendish believed the information he got from Shaky. If he was careless, Cavendish would be at a disadvantage in the duel. Dashiki's actions just now also made Cavendish clear about one thing. At least, even if Dashiki maintained the fastest speed and the strongest attack power, she would still not be his opponent. You may not believe me, but I am a gentleman. This is the first time a lady has used her full strength and speed. Swish! Cavendish said, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The speed is faster again. Wasn't that the fastest speed just now? Tashiji realized the situation and immediately swung the shadow sword in her hand towards the direction where Cavendish was attacking. Clash! Clash! The continuous and rapid duel caused red and white light to flash in the air. Boom! Boom! Every time the sword energy was swung, it would leave a terrible scene of destruction in the surrounding area. The corruption and tearing strength of the ghost energy far exceeded Cavendish's expectations. Similarly, the pure sword energy released by Durandal was even sharper. In terms of destructive power, it was even better than the current ghost energy. If it weren't for the bonus of the blessing of holy light. Now Dashiki couldn't keep up with Cavendish's reaction. The corridor at the port, the guard post, the wooden house farther away. More and more infrastructure was destroyed by the aftermath of the duel between the two. It has come to this point. Both sides are not prepared to give in. Cough. As screams came, most of Cavendish's men were beaten away by gendarmerie. The remaining few were playing with their weapons, but no one dared to rush forward. Gendarmerie's fighting ability was far higher than they thought. Being able to serve as the Navy's support on such an important island was enough to show that Gendarmerie was still trusted by the headquarters. While resolving the battle here, Gendarmerie's first thought was to help Tashigi overcome the difficulties. But when he regained consciousness, the scene he saw was completely beyond his imagination. This woman is just a second lieutenant. How could she possibly possess such superb swordsmanship? That's White Horse Cavendish, the most powerful pirate in the Grand Line. Jean Doan said in shock. Then he turned his attention to Liu Feng again. When Dashiki landed on the island, Jean Doan felt that her sword was strange. Now after seeing Liu Feng's true posture, Jean Doan finally knew where the strangeness was. The prints were heavy and the ghostly aura was everywhere. The corrupt external objects and the sharp attacks. This is completely the prototype of a demon sword. A girl who looks so righteous actually has such a powerful demon sword. Looking at the lightning confrontation between Cavendish and Dashiki, Jean Doan, who wanted to intervene, fell into hesitation. If one is not careful, the attack will be misplaced. Not to mention helping Dashiki. There is a high possibility of accidental injury. As the battle continues to deepen, the effect of the holy light blessing is constantly weakening. Dashiki is also gradually showing a decline. According to Liu Feng's estimate, at most 3 minutes, the effect of the holy light blessing will be completely gone. By then, the speed and attack power will not be able to keep up with Cavendish's level. Not to mention a fierce confrontation. I'm afraid it will be difficult to even raise the strength to parry. 3 minutes, we must reverse this downward trend. Liu Feng was thinking in his heart. Although he was in crisis, he was not panicked. The effect of the skill he absorbed could still last until now. He still had a real trump card that he hadn't revealed yet. System, upgrade immediately. In the tense duel, Liu Feng made a quick judgment. When he absorbed the holy light just now, in addition to extracting skills, he also gained up to 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading, and attribute points will be automatically increased. Appearance transformation plus 5. Damage bonus plus 260 points. Toughness and durability plus 300 points. Obtain fixed attribute, Sword Soul Deterrence. Increases 100 experience points and obtains an upgraded version. Obtain the sword skill of the Sword Master, Bloodthirsty Attack. Using it consumes a lot of the Sword Master's mental power. Seeing the sudden increase in an attribute and a sword skill, Liu Feng was excited again. Bloodthirsty Attack. The sword body and the sword master enter a bloodthirsty and selfless state. The ghost energy automatically evolves into a more violent blood energy burst. The attack power and speed are even more enhanced to a terrifying level. At the same time, it will also sharply consume the sword master's mental and physical strength. If it is not strong enough, there will still be certain side effects when using it. When used together with the blessing of holy light, the side effects will be much smaller. Sword Soul Deterrence. The demon sword attribute that specifically restrains spiritual famous swords. Whether it is a famous sword or a demon sword. Over time, a certain spiritual connection with the sword master will be generated. After possessing the Sword Soul Deterrence attribute, it will automatically weaken the blessing of the opponent's famous sword. Weaken the special skills of the famous sword, and even weaken the attack power. Enough. Even if I can't deal with Cavendish's second personality, the swordsmanship used to deal with his first personality is also enough. Liu Feng analyzed and said. Chapter 21. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood flowed down Dashiki's arm and onto the sword. As the blood spread along the sword, it gently dripped onto the ground. With the help of the smoke and dust after another fight, Dashiki had a few seconds to rest and adjust. Buzz buzz buzz. Liu Feng tried his best to transmit his mental power to support Dashiki's state. Dashiki now gradually understood that the advantage she had just gained under the blessing of the white holy light was slowly disappearing. Cavendish was very strong. So strong that he was not able to fight against him now. Obviously, at the level of saber, the shadow sword had a more fierce attack. But because of his own ability to move, Liu Feng lost at the starting line. Practice is not enough. It's useless. I don't want to lose to any swordsman, and I don't want you to lose to any famous sword. Dashiki was filled with resentment, and her hand holding the hilt of the sword was shaking. You are still young, let me help you. Liu Feng felt Dashiki's will and took the initiative to activate his new skill Bloodthirsty Attack. Well. Dashiki felt a flash of information in her mind. A series of flashing and beating memories were directly imprinted in her mind. After using the sword skills in the system for the first time, the information flow will be directly transmitted to the sword master's memory and shared directly with the sword master. In this way, in the subsequent battles, if the sword master wants to activate it himself, he will also master the use of the skills. Immediately afterwards, the dripping blood stopped abruptly. The blood stains on Liu Feng's body were quickly imprinted into the sword body. The complex printed sword pattern gradually changed from the original brown-red to blood-red. The sword pattern continued to expand and spread from the hilt to the front of Dashiki's palm. Then it was imprinted into the body along the palm and continued to spread. Arms, neck, side face. The sword pattern that looked like a curse seal looked particularly enchanting against the ghostly and dazzling blood-red. The winding and rotating lines on Dashiki's side face seemed like a blood rose with patterns like skin. It added a bit of charm. Zhang. Dashiki's eyes closed and opened. The black pupils were stained with blood. Really tough. Although Cavendish didn't suffer any other wounds, he also consumed a lot of physical strength as the battle line was prolonged. Because of his negligence, there were many cracks on his clothes. His elegant Western-style cowboy outfit had been chopped to pieces and could not be looked at directly. During his adventure on the Grand Line, Cavendish was chased and intercepted by Navy officers of different ranks. He had experienced countless battles. But this was the first time he had fought such a messy battle. And he was defeated by a female lieutenant of the Navy who had a low rank. After the battle here is over, Cavendish will definitely go back to the knockoff bar for a couple more drinks. At the same time, he also wants to thank Shaky for finding such an excellent swordsman opponent. Are you not hiding anymore? You are still standing there. It seems that it is the last gasp of a spent force, what a pity. Cavendish felt that Dashiki was standing still and shook his head. Under such cover, when is the best time to attack? Cavendish has full judgment. Seeing that the smoke and dust were about to dissipate, Cavendish quickly dodged. With vision impairment, launching a large-scale sword energy slash was undoubtedly telling the opponent that he was going to attack. Approaching silently, quickly bursting out the strongest attack at close range. This is the winning sword attack. Hiss. The forward action was only halfway through. A hot and violent breath burst out directly from the smoke and dust. The air blade impact speed. The speed was so fast that Cavendish had no way to dodge. Moreover, he was in a forward-moving posture. He could only passively defend. Realizing that something was wrong, Cavendish immediately stopped and jumped out of the range of the smoke circle. He lightly scratched the face that had just been hit. Blood. Such a light scratch actually hurt himself? What was the matter with the air blade just now? Could it be that this woman still had a trump card that she had not used? With endless questions in his heart, it became a problem to attack. Before he could think more deeply, the terrible scene happened again. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dense air blades seemed like red flying knives, quickly locking onto Cavendish's position, striking him again and again. It's bad. Cavendish didn't have time to stop and immediately moved his position. Boom! Boom! The red air wave swept wider and wider, destroying many things along the way with amazing destructive power. Ah! Help! The girl screamed in panic. The slave camp fled quickly. The girl did not dare to run with them. She had seen with her own eyes the explosion of the collar, which took the life of a pirate with a bounty of tens of millions. Even if she was given a chance, she would not dare to escape. Unexpectedly, she was on the side of the road, and she had walked a long way. She still could not escape the aftermath of the battle. For ordinary people, this level of aftermath is a very fatal blow. Boom! The scene of being blown away did not appear. Instead, in front of an unmanned giant tree, a terrible tree was broken. This is... The girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the old man with white hair and glasses. Thank you, old man, thank you for saving me. As she spoke, the girl's tears began to flow. Snap! Boom! Another explosion sounded. The girl was startled. When she reacted, she found that the collar on her neck had been taken off. Don't thank me, run, it's dangerous here. The old man said with a smile. Old man! Bitch! Get out of the way! Get out of here! Run! The guards, frightened by the aftermath, fled in all directions. When they were dispersed just now, many of them were only slightly injured. Curiosity killed the cat. In order to find out what happened, many people stayed to watch the show. What a result! They were swept by an even more terrifying scarlet air wave. The girl recognized the guards at a glance, and she was so scared that tears flowed down her cheeks. The old man standing in front of her shook his head and said, "What a coincidence! I love to meddle in other people's affairs. We can't let those two young swordsmen continue to cause trouble, otherwise this place will be ruined. I forgot to bring my knife today, so I'll lend it to you." As he spoke, the old man raised his head with clear eyes and glanced sharply at several members of the guard team. Chapter 22. Boom! Are you kidding? What exactly is going on? This woman's strength should be almost exhausted. After dodging several attacks, Cavendish looked suspiciously into the smoke that was about to dissipate. It was clearly an opponent that he had already judged as defeated. Why was he still able to attack continuously? Ugh! What is that? Cavendish looked from afar. A huge red shadow enveloped Dashiki. It was as if the ghost energy originally wrapped around the blade was magnified more than 10 times and condensed in the air. Hiss! Every time Dashiki took a step forward, cracks would appear on the blue stone slabs on the ground. Very strong power. Stronger than the heyday of the previous fight. Isn't this woman too scary? Every time Cavendish thought she had won, she would turn the tide and show a stronger side. If it was compared at the beginning, the two were one in heaven and one in hell. Now, after several repeated changes, Dashiki has narrowed the distance to the same level. The current situation is very good. But it doesn't seem to last long. We must fight quickly and decisively. In this state, anyone who sees it will think that Tashigi has lost her mind. Who would have thought that at this moment, Tashigi is calmer and clearer than ever before. She can make a good analysis of everything in front of her. She also knows how to observe her physical condition and knows how long she can hold on. Not far away, Jean Doan also clenched his fists, and his forehead trembled. There is such a female swordsman in the navy? And she is just a female lieutenant, responsible for picking up and dropping off warships? Dashiji's performance completely refreshed Jean Doan's cognition of the navy. Can you still fight? This woman can still fight. Jean Doan realized that Tashigi was going to continue to attack. Previously, he thought that Cavendish would definitely have an absolute advantage. Tashigi would be in great danger. So after dealing with Cavendish's little brother, Jean Doan sent out a distress signal, waiting for his navy companions to come to support. As a result, Jean Doan completely changed his mind twice in a row. He even felt that the person in danger now should be Cavendish. Was his call for help a bit redundant? There's no other way. Let's try it first. If I can't stop it, I have no choice but to wake up the guy in my body. Cavendish let out a long sigh, as if he had made a great decision. Before deciding to wake him up, he still wanted to try whether he could withstand Dashiki's attack with his current skills. Swish! A huge red shadow suddenly flashed in the air. By the time Cavendish sensed it in advance, Dashiki had already appeared in front of him. The blood-red tattoo burst out with powerful force, and a fierce ghost sword slashed directly at Cavendish's head. Speed, strength, destructive power. No matter which aspect. Dashiki's attack this time was the most surprising to Cavendish. Because he had already made up his mind in his heart. Therefore, while Cavendish was shocked, he would not have no time to resist. Beautiful sword slash starfall. Cavendish's eyes condensed, and he was ready to fight with his strongest killing move. Boom boom. The two men quickly drew their swords. The strong airflow in the air split the ground. With the two men's feet as the center, the damage continued to expand and spread to the surroundings. Fortunately, this is a port. Although there are many buildings around, there are no ordinary residents. Even so, if the two men's killing moves collided, the destructive power can be imagined. Come and give it a try. Let me see what are the chances of winning a battle with a real swordsman. Liu Feng was also very much looking forward to it. He had been waiting until now. For such a long time, what he wanted to see was just such a duel. It could fully inspire his fighting spirit. Just as Liu Feng was getting into it, a figure suddenly rushed in, which shocked him. Terrible speed, powerful mental strength. Among the residents of this island, it seemed that except for one person who could do this, the rest could not. Boom! Boom! Almost at the same time, two explosions were heard in the air. A scene that shocked Dashiki and Cavendish appeared. The strongest killing move of the two people seemed to be inexplicably destroyed by something. Except for causing some wind and raising some smoke and dust, there was not even a trace left on the spot. The slashing killing move disappeared out of thin air. What was the reason? The two understood it while they were collecting their swords. Because in the middle of the two people, an old man stood in the middle in a conspicuous way. He was still holding a black long sword in his hand, and he was retracting it sharply in the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing Pluto Rayleigh's armament haki. Gain new skills, armament haki, shareable with host. Gain 120 experience points. Current experience value, 120/600. Chapter 23. Listening to the prompt sound in the system, Liu Feng felt a surge of heat in his heart. Armament haki. He could absorb it so easily without any effort. There is a huge difference between the two of them when they use armament haki and when they don't use it. In terms of combat power, they are not at the same level at all. Being able to share it with the sword master has invisibly raised the combat level. For Tashiji, it is also a good thing. The appearance of Pluto Rayleigh was both unexpected and expected. When he felt the presence of the master before, Liu Feng had a few suitable candidates in mind. Among them, Pluto Rayleigh is one of the main candidates. What Liu Feng didn't expect was that Rayleigh would choose to take action at this time. So strong. He actually neutralized the attacking moves of me and the female swordsman with just one strike. How did he do that? Who is he? Cavendish was stunned. Not knowing if he was a friend or foe, Dashiki pulled away. She looked at Rayleigh in amazement, and her bloodthirsty attack was lifted. Who is this? He only used one sword. Tashiji was also in a state of confusion. When facing Cavendish, no matter how powerful the opponent was, Tashiji felt that she still had a chance to fight. But facing such an old man, Tashiji couldn't even imagine the scene of herself being an enemy of him. As soon as she saw the old man appear, Gendarmerie immediately rushed to Tashiji's side. Stop for now, I didn't expect that even this old man would be lured out. Jean Doan reminded nervously. Tashiji frowned and asked, do you know his identity? Jean Doan answered truthfully, you must know Roger, who was called the Pirate King many years ago, right? This old man was his right-hand man and the vice-captain of the pirate group. Pluto Rayleigh. When these words came out, Tashiji and Cavendish were both shocked. The name of Pluto Rayleigh was definitely something that both qualified navy and qualified pirates had heard of. Not only could they meet him here, but he also participated in the battle between them. The two were completely shocked. This man with a doll head has good eyesight and can even recognize me. This is a naturally formed port. It would be a pity if it were destroyed because of a momentary impulse. Little girl, young man, why don't you stop? Every word of Pluto Rayleigh was said lightly. But his tone was completely irresistible. It was as if he was telling the two that if they chose to continue fighting, he would be their opponent. At the moment of shock for the two, Liu Feng's attention was not on any threatening words. Instead, he used his mental power to observe the long sword in Pluto Rayleigh's hand. That's right. He would not be wrong. After the black-armed color domineering retreated, the long sword returned to its original state. It was just an ordinary long sword. After several evolutions, Liu Feng's toughness is now far better than that of an ordinary good sword. Even if a famous sword comes to him, if the texture is not thick and long enough, Liu Feng is confident that he can cut it off directly with the strongest killing move. Unexpectedly, Pluto Rayleigh relied on armed color plus an ordinary long sword to resist the strongest power of Liu Feng at the current position. Fortunately, Liu Feng finally absorbed the armed color domineering. It won't take long for the training to reach a higher level. This time, it made him understand how big the gap is between him and the strong. Pluto Rayleigh. Rumor has it that you are in the Sabayati archipelago, but few people have seen you. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Cavendish stared at Rayleigh with respect in his eyes. The vice-captain of the pirate group that once dominated the sea was right in front of him. There were few pirate groups that didn't yearn for this. Young man, your swordsmanship and skills are both good. There should be quite a few navy officers coming here. If you still want to go to the New World, leave immediately. Rayleigh reminded. A good seedling. If it is in the Sabayati archipelago, the adventure on the sea will be stopped. Rayleigh felt it was a pity. In the absence of any help, it is at most a kind reminder. Cavendish could not find any suitable reason to stop. Now that Rayleigh said this, stopping is also to give face to the senior. Thank you Mr. Riley for the reminder. Female Lieutenant, I will definitely avenge this grudge next time we meet. The murderous intent in Cavendish's eyes flashed, and there was still a lingering fear in his heart. The last blow. If Pluto Rayleigh hadn't made a move, could he have resisted it without getting hurt? This was the first time Cavendish had such a feeling since he started swordsmanship. It was as if he was stepped on by someone, telling him that his strength was not enough. Looking at the direction where Cavendish was leaving quickly with his injured brother, Dashiki and Gendarmerie stood in place and did not show any signs of chasing. After removing the bloodthirsty attack state, the blessing of holy light also reached the critical point. Now Dashiki she was already in a very exhausted state. If there wasn't a pirate in front of her whose intentions were unknown, her mental strength would have been exhausted long ago. Rayleigh glanced at Tashigi and his eyes stopped on Liu Feng. He had seen many demon swords during his years on the sea. There were demon swords with such combat power. But it was the first time Rayleigh had seen a demon sword that could continuously evolve and assist the sword master. When watching the battle from a distance, Rayleigh clearly felt the drastic changes that had taken place in the sword. At the same time, he also understood that it was the merit of the sword to bring a super high-level swordsman to the level of a swordsman. It's a really nice knife, Rayleigh said thoughtfully. Liu Feng's heart tightened, and he murmured, Mr. Rayleigh, he won't just rob it, right? Chapter 24. Tashigi noticed Rayleigh's eyes and instinctively pulled the shadow sword to her side. A strong man of this level really wanted to take her weapon. She had no way to stop him. But if she was asked to hand over the shadow sword, Tashigi would never agree easily even if she was willing to be killed. The relationship between the sword and the sword master is what swordsmen value most. A qualified swordsman would not easily give up his sword. He. Don't be nervous, little girl. I'm old. If I were a few decades younger, I would have paid any price for your sword. Rayleigh kept smiling while speaking. But this smile always made people feel terrified. Sure enough, no matter how kind a person looks, as long as he is a pirate, he will have the bandit spirit of the sea in his bones. The most common way is to use fists to make the final decision. Pluto Rayleigh, why did you try to stop us from fighting? Do you want to fight the navy? Tashiki shouted boldly, based on her status. Rayleigh was not angry at being questioned so loudly by Tashiki. He looked around the surrounding environment and said, I'm just used to the scenery here and don't want it to be destroyed. If Rayleigh hadn't said it, Tashigi herself wouldn't have realized that her battle with Cavendish had indeed caused serious damage to the surroundings. The entire Sabayati archipelago is built on a huge tree. Many buildings are built on the thick trunk. Once damaged, it would be very difficult to restore it to its original state. By the way, little girl, you can't bring out the true power of this sword at your current level. Controlling one's own sword is something every swordsman needs to do. Your sword has special abilities, providing you with powerful assistance. But, this makes you even more insignificant. Rayleigh said it without mercy. He didn't care whether Tashiki could accept it or not. He said it directly, whether it was good or bad. Liu Feng heard it carefully and couldn't find any words to refute it. It was true. Today, Tashiki was still relatively backward in the field of swordsmanship. Rayleigh's words made Tashiki's heart tighten. She was the one who used the shadow sword. Of course, she knew best what problems she had at the moment. Here. That's right, this is exactly what the intelligence said. Hurry up. Follow up. Listening to the bustling sounds outside, Rayleigh did not stay for long. He looked at Shadow Sword meaningfully and then disappeared. I really admire you. In front of such a strong man, he can still speak like this. I'm sorry, I underestimated you before. Jean Doan looked at Dashiki and couldn't help but admire her. The strength that Dashiki showed today was simply the rising star of the navy. But in Dashiki's eyes, she was not satisfied at all. A few days later, at noon, in the training ground of the Navy headquarters, the sun was scorching hot in the sky. Many non-commissioned officers and recruits who had finished their morning training all started their lunch and rest time. In a corner of the training ground, Tashigi continued her sword-swinging practice with lead blocks hanging on her arms and ankles. At the fence on the other side, Dao Tu stood in the shade, observing Tashigi's training performance. From early morning till now, Tashigi had hardly any rest except for eating and drinking water. Is this level of training really possible? Even if it was a male soldier, I'm afraid it would be too much for him. If you count it up, today is the 5th day she has persisted, right? The slightly short crane stood beside Dao Tu and asked. After returning from the Sabayati archipelago, Dao Tu took Tashiji to meet Staff Officer Crane. Regarding the conflict between Tashiji and Cavendish in the Sabayati archipelago, Tashiji herself and her subordinates reconstructed the process at that time very clearly. Staff Officer Crane was praising Tashiji in her heart, but she didn't expect that she was not satisfied with her performance at all. Physical strength, mental strength is not strong, attack speed is not sharp enough. Only when fighting with a real swordsman can you see so many clear problems. With the advantage of the shadow sword, she was able to hold on. In Tashiji's opinion, it was a miracle. Whether she can have such good luck next time is completely uncertain. Dao Tu looked at Tashiji meticulously and repeatedly training. She couldn't help but smile with relief. Don't worry, she took the initiative to find me to make a training plan. Said he wanted to be a swordsman as strong as me. This girl, ha ha ha, she has big ambitions. He watched Dao Tu talking and couldn't help laughing. She can treat a subordinate so attentively. It can also be seen that Dashiki is extraordinary. You are really strict. You have formulated such a strict training plan for such a passionate girl. Staff Officer Crane put his hands behind his back. She could naturally feel that Dao Tu had no room for mercy. Dao Tu put away her smile and her face suddenly became serious. Looking at Dashiki's back, she said. This is her own choice. There is no shortcut to glory. On the training ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have gained +1 sword master training experience. Congratulations to the host, you have gained +1 sword master training experience. A series of experience value reminders, faster than before. Judging from the normal training speed of a swordsman, Dashiki's self-requirements are very high. At the same time, she has also put in several times more effort than others. Hey. Tashiji was panting and exhausted. Even though she was tortured mentally and physically, she still did not stop her movements. Cavendish. Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Pluto Rayleigh. There were too many swordsmen stronger than herself on this sea. 1 minute less of effort would result in 1 minute more of difference. It's not enough, it's not enough. Shadow Sword, I will never let you be in disgrace. On the path of a swordsman, I want to prove. I am worthy of your strength, and I am also enough to make you famous and shine. Dashiki didn't care whether the long sword in her hand could understand or not. She just wanted to show her determination at the moment. After she finished speaking, the sword body trembled slightly. It seemed to be responding to the sword master's intention. Chapter 25. 4 months later. In the New World, the G5 branch of the Navy. The New World is the second half of the Grand Line. The Red Earth continent divides the Grand Line into 2 sections. Even for powerful pirates, only the strong can reach the sea. For a long time, the New World is ruled by the 4 emperors, and there are dangerous murderous intentions everywhere. Because of the ever-changing and dangerous climate, the New World is also known as the most dangerous sea in the ocean. The Navy has a very strong jurisdiction in the first half of the Grand Line. When it comes to the New World, it is really powerless. There is only one branch, G5, on the entire sea route. For many years, I wanted to restore the order of the New World, but I have never been able to do it. You're back. Is that Captain Tashiji? Why was the action so quick this time? Is she really just a naval captain? I see, she is back, yes, the prisoner behind her is. It's Axemaster Mian Saburo. The coastal bandit with a bounty of 180 million. 2 days. There are only 2 days left. It's so strong, it's really so strong. That great sword shadow looks really majestic and powerful, even more powerful than Vice Admiral Mamosa's Kinpala. After returning from catching pirates, Tashiji immediately became the focus of heated discussion on the scene. After the battle in the Sabayati archipelago, Tashiji doubled her efforts every day to complete the hard training plan formulated by Dao Tu. Even in the more than 3 months in the New World, she has never slacked off for a single day. She is now no longer a thin and weak girl. While maintaining a good figure, her curves are more distinct. Her hair is neatly tied up, and the sense of competence is self-evident. Coming to the chaotic New World also gave Tashiji a better experience. While there are crises everywhere, it also means that there are ready-made opponents everywhere. For more than 3 months, Tashigi personally led the team to capture 12 pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million. 21 pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. The highest bounty is as high as 220 million. With Tashigi's superb performance, Liu Feng has completed the evolution 3 times. While his attack power and appearance are more domineering, he also received 3 skill rewards. Host, Liu Feng. Level, Extremely Sharp Red Sword, A and level. Damage, 2050. Toughness, 3600. Experience, 620/1800. Fixed Attribute, Red Lines, Ghost Energy. Fixed Attribute, Sword Soul Deterrence, upgraded, shared with the Sword Master. Additional sword skills, Bloodthirsty Attack, Demon Slash Series, 12 moves in total. Sword Master, Tashigi. Level, New Swordsman. Skills, Intermediate level of Observation Haki, Advanced level of Armament Haki, Elementary level of Kendo Will. Sword skills, Bloodthirsty Attack, Inner Demon Slash Series, 7-fold Demon Sword Art. Now, Liu Feng, looking at his own data, no longer has the previous anxiety. Sure enough, coming to the new world is the most correct decision. For his evolution, this is the best playground. Now, the title of Red Shadow Sword Master has gradually become popular in the new world. Although it has not yet attracted the attention of the highest representative of the pirates. But among some of the pirates in the middle and low levels of the new world, Red Shadow Sword Master Tashigi, the Navy's new captain. Almost all of them have spread. Along with it, the Shadow Sword was also called the Great Sword Shadow because of its successive dazzling evolutions in appearance. Whatever it is called, Liu Feng doesn't care about this at all. At least with this opportunity, let the pirates in the new world understand how terrible he is. Cut down the entire sea. This is what Liu Feng is excited about just thinking about. Tashigi, you've worked hard. At the end of the welcoming line, a flat-headed man wearing black sunglasses and a sea daisy casual outfit watched Tashigi approach step by step. Virgo. The base chief of the G5 branch, the highest executive officer here. Although his actual power was replaced after Dao Tu's arrival, he still has the trust of the Navy of the G5 branch. Years of running in, this cannot be replaced in a day or two. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment he saw Virgo, Shadow Sword felt hostile again. Tashigi and Liu Feng were connected in mind. Such strong hostility was naturally very obvious. What exactly is going on? This has happened for who knows how many times. Is Shadow Sword trying to tell me that there is something wrong with Vice Admiral Virgo? Tashigi was puzzled. Because she couldn't judge for the time being, she was instinctively alert to Virgo. Others didn't know Virgo's identity. As a time traveler, Liu Feng certainly knew it. Virgo was a traitor from the Don Quixote family. It was amazing. Over the years, he went from obscurity to the position of Vice Admiral. He also became the base commander of the only branch in the New World. Doflamingo, who did whatever he wanted in the New World, would wake up laughing in his dreams. Now was not the time to deal with Virgo. As long as Tashigi could stay alert at all times, with her IQ, there wouldn't be any big problems. Lieutenant General Virgo. It wasn't hard, the hunt didn't take long. Is Vice Admiral Dao Tu in the office? I want to report to her first. Tashigi is very disciplined. Every time she comes back, the first thing she does is to report her work. Virgo nodded and said politely, please go in. Vice Admiral Dao Tu is waiting for you. Regarding the matter of the 4 Emperors group in the New World, we will start to deploy it today. The 4 Emperors group. Upon hearing this news, Tashigi's eyes suddenly lit up. She came to the New World with Dao Tu to accompany her on a special mission. Catching pirates was just a choice for her to practice while waiting for the opportunity. More than 3 months have passed. The matter related to the 4 Emperors pirate group has finally started. Chapter 26. G5 Branch, inside the base commander's office. Report. Tashigi stood at the door and said loudly. Come in. Dao Tu didn't even raise her head as she processed the multiple documents that had just been sent to her. When she was a lieutenant general in the headquarters, she also had a lot of daily work. Dao Tu didn't expect that such a position would be so tiring. She had been almost busy since morning. She had been processing documents non-stop. Lieutenant General Daotu, the target has been captured. According to the instructions, he will be temporarily detained in the dungeon and will be sent back to the headquarters with the prisoners to be escorted next month. Dashiki reported her mission. No matter what to do next, it is her duty and mission to deal with the previous task first. It was done in 2 days, very well done. After hearing what Dashiki said, Daotu temporarily stopped the work in her hands. She looked at Dashiki with a satisfied smile. The double training during this period has completely transformed the girl in front of her. Now, in terms of swordsmanship and strength, Dashiki will have no problem being selected as a colonel or even a major general. It's just that in non-special periods, naval officers above the level of general need a certain amount of military merit to achieve it. The simple improvement of strength is still a little bit short. What Dashiki is doing now is to accumulate step by step. The amount of tasks completed recently is quite good. Even the current 3 generals did not do such things in the New World when they were young. Dashiki, your future is limitless. As her subordinate, Daotu was also very proud. Dashiki didn't care about military affairs at all. She only cared about the task at hand and the enemy she was about to face. Lieutenant General Daotu, I just heard from Lieutenant General Virgo that it seems that our operation is about to begin. Dashiki is also a straightforward person. If she knows something, she will not hide it in her heart. That's right, come and sit here. Momoto pointed to a chair beside him. In the G5 branch, it seems that Momoto is the actual person in power now, but he can mobilize people at will. In fact, Momoto and the soldiers of the G5 branch do not trust each other. When it comes to the people around him who can be truly trusted, the only one around Momoto is Dashiki. Lieutenant General Daotu, I can do it while standing. If there is anything you need me to do, feel free to give me the order. Dashiki waved her hand, knowing her identity and mission. Daotu no longer forced. Starting tomorrow, we will suspend the pirate capture mission. You take this Den Mushi with you and we split into 2 groups. Go to Yachi Nagashima on the map. This mission is very dangerous. Daotu is so powerful, but she can say such words. You can imagine how difficult this mission is. Dashiki did not ask questions. Instead, she waited for Daotu to continue. Such an important matter. No need to think too much. Daotu will also explain it very clearly. Previously, there was no momentum for progress due to the delay in action. So I didn't tell you the actual situation. Our targets this time are Kaido's 100 Beasts Pirates and Charlotte Linland's Big Mom Pirates. 2 large pirate groups that have been stable in the New World for many years. When Daotu said this, she felt a little excited. Under the condition that the Navy and the pirates are in balance with each other, large-scale actions rarely occur. Daotu has also experienced turbulent times. But in recent years, generally speaking, it is still very peaceful. After hearing this, Dashiki couldn't help but feel a throbbing in her heart. Although she had long known that the mission to the New World this time was not ordinary. It was most likely related to the 4 Emperors group. But what she didn't expect was that the Navy's appetite would be so big that it directly targeted the 2 4 Emperors groups. Recently, our explorers in the New World have been reporting. Charlotte Linland's men frequently come into contact with Kaido's men, and the specific reason is unknown. However, judging from the intelligence, the possibility of a struggle is not high. What the headquarters is worried about is that the 2 of the 4 emperors will work together. Momo Rabbit said the main reason, and Liu Feng in the dark heard it clearly. There was an original connection between Charlotte Linland and Kaido. If they cooperate with each other for some kind of benefit, it is not impossible. Liu Feng also understands the principle of checks and balances at sea. Each group of the 4 emperors has a very terrifying strength. The reason they have been able to check and balance the Navy over the years is entirely because of their internal struggles. But if they cooperate, not only will the balance of the New World be broken. Even the balance of power between the Navy and the pirates will be broken. That's why the Navy prepared for a rainy day and sent Momo Rabbit as the vanguard in advance. Momo Rabbit gave Dashiki half a minute to relax. Then, he continued. Don't worry, the mission you and I will go on is dangerous, but it's actually not difficult. Our goal is not to kill anyone, nor to capture anyone. Instead, we need to gather enough intelligence to disrupt their possible deals and cooperation. If something happens, we have stronger people behind us to back us up. When we don't know anything, everything is terrible. At least we should first figure out the purpose of the other party's negotiation. This is the job of the advance team. Vice Admiral Daotou? Can you tell who the two sides are negotiating with? Tashiji asked curiously. At least we have some useful information, which can be regarded as a supplement to the insufficient intelligence. Daotou replied. The four emperors Kaido had no information and only knew that they were participating in this meeting. There will be no fewer people. Charlotte Lingling's side should have dispatched 3 groups of children, but only one of them had accurate information. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family. One of Big Mom's 4 dessert stars. The Juice Minister, Charlotte Smoothie. Chapter 27. When she first got the news from Daotou, Dashiji thought that the enemy she needed to face head-on was Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 4 sweet generals of the Big Mom pirates. Later, Dashiji realized that she had overcomplicated the problem. She was not qualified to challenge such a powerful deputy of the 4 emperors at present. According to the intelligence, there are 3 islands where Smoothie is most likely to appear. Daotou searched them all alone. Yachi Nagashima, which Dashiji was in charge of, was similar to the location where the affiliated fleet docked. The specific number of enemies would not be too many, and Daotou could not judge who the opponent would be. Daotou's order to Dashiji was to ensure her absolute safety. If the number of enemies was too large, report it immediately. Daotou would send Virgo to wander in the nearby waters and be ready to support at any time. If the affiliated fleet could be solved quietly, it would be the best thing. Of course, Daotou also understood how clear her instructions were. Dashiji would still do things according to her wishes. As long as the target is not Charlotte Smoothie, Dashiji will use her own abilities to end the battle here. Captain Tashiji, we are about to reach our destination, Yachi Nagashima. Are you ready to land on the island? A long circular island is striking not far away. Looking at the dark clouds covering the island, you know it must be an island with uncertain weather. When fighting on an island in the New World, in addition to understanding the local terrain, you must also adapt to the local climate. According to the information provided by Daotou to the scouts, it will take at least 3 to 5 days before the enemy arrives on the island. This period of time also gives Dashiki an opportunity to deploy in advance and test the weather conditions on the island. Feeling the changes in the unpredictable thunderclouds, Liu Feng's mood was not affected at all. The last time he was on a mission with Dashiki, he was struck by lightning. A trace of lightning power was injected into his sword. Maybe after accumulating to a certain amount, some special changes can occur. It's a pity that the person I'm facing is not the main character. There's no harm in bumping into the 4 dessert generals, who are so interesting. Liu Feng said boredly. After reaching this level, it is very difficult to evolve once. The high requirement of experience points is really unattainable by ordinary people. Now I can only see if there are any ferocious beasts on the island. Then, give some guidance to Tashiki. First, I will brush her dinner and get some experience points. I am used to the challenging life of hacking and killing. If I am locked up all the time, Liu Feng will feel bored. Buzz. Liu Feng's observation haki spread, sensing every move on the island. When it comes to the use of observation haki and the scope of detection, even the sword master Dashiji is no match for Liu Feng himself. Rabbit, snake, weird owl, spy with straw hat. Wait, secret sentinel. Someone. Shocked. Liu Feng, who had reacted, was shocked and scanned again in astonishment. That's right. It was indeed a disguised sentry. He was holding something like a telescope and a den mushi in his hand. While looking in the direction of the warship, he was mumbling something. The distance was too far, and it was impossible to hear what he was saying. Of course, this was not the point. The point was why someone was ambushing on the island in advance. The intelligence reported by the explorer before, but it directly stated that their action would be in a few days. There is a problem. If we land on the island directly like this, we will fall into someone else's trap. At this moment, 100 miles away from Aki Nagashima, on a warship that was constantly wandering between upstream and downstream, Virgo adjusted his sunglasses and looked at the distant sea level with great spirit. After a long time, he waved his hand. The marines around him retreated sensibly. After there was no one around, Virgo took out a mini black den mushi. After spinning around for a few times. Toot toot toot, brew brew. Toot toot toot, brew brew. Hello, you're contacting me at this time, how are things going? A deep voice came from the den mushi. Virgo confirmed once again that there was no one around and no one was chasing him. Then he replied. Young master, things are going very smoothly. I have deliberately disclosed the information and intelligence you provided to the investigators. As I expected, Dao Tu didn't trust me at all, and I didn't participate in the operation. Virgo told the truth. He was relieved. Dao Tu and Dashiki got the false information. It was not completely false information. It was just that there were a few days difference in time. What they were facing now was not arriving in advance, but the situation of ongoing negotiations. Good job, Virgo. If you can successfully get rid of Dao Tu this time, no one will be able to shake your position in the new world. As for the new female recruit you mentioned, I won't tell you what happened to her. Her opponent is no ordinary guy either. The other end of the Den Den Mushi is called Young Master. It is none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Chapter 28. After hearing what Da Flamingo said, Virgo continued. Master, there is one thing I don't quite understand. What good will this do for the family? Virgo, who always hides himself in front of outsiders, can ask Da Flamingo anything when he is in front of him. Da Flamingo knows Virgo's loyalty very well after decades of friendship. Now is not the time to talk about this, you will understand later. There's no harm in helping you get rid of the thorn in the side sent by the Navy headquarters. Contact me anytime if you have any news. Bulu Bulu. After Da Flamingo finished explaining the details, he quickly ended the conversation. The speed was so fast that it made Virgo feel overwhelmed. After so many years, Virgo was used to this kind of treatment. A dozen nautical miles away from Yahi Nagashima. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Liu Feng realized that the intelligence was wrong and there was an ambush on the island. He kept sending signals to Dashiki, reminding her to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Warning! Warning at this time. After such a long time of life and death together, Dashiki was able to react quickly to what Liu Feng's every fluctuation meant. When they were about to land on the island, a warning signal came. Naturally, it meant that they were going to land on the island, or that there was a big problem with the situation on the island. Change direction. Pass on my order, turn left immediately and change direction. Dashiki reacted immediately and ordered the soldiers around him loudly. Fortunately, this girl is obedient enough to know that I will not harm her. Liu Feng was slightly relieved. As long as he knew in advance that something was wrong on the island, it would not be so important whether there was an ambush or not. It even made Liu Feng curious. Are the people on the island from Big Mom's pirates or the Beast's pirates? This time, the false information was able to deceive Dao Tu directly. It means that the source of the information is also someone Dao Tu trusts. The problem must have occurred within the Navy. It may be difficult for others to associate it with a specific person. But Liu Feng already knew the answer. Dealing with the traitor is also a follow-up matter. At present, it is best to capture Yahi Nagashima first. Captain Dashiji, why are you changing direction? Isn't our target this time Yahi Nagashima? A lieutenant on board ran to Dashiji suspiciously, asking what happened. He was also a lieutenant who followed Dao Tu to the New World from the headquarters. He can be trusted to do anything. In terms of strength, he is really just a lieutenant. He can't provide much help to Dashiji. At least, when Dashiji is not on the ship, there is still someone trustworthy to stay and continue to command. Lieutenant Weikai, something is not right on the island. I decided to go to the island alone to check out the situation. You guys pretend to leave and wait for my signal at the port. If you still haven't received my signal within an hour, it means there is something special on the island. I will carry a Den Den Mushi with me and will contact you in time if anything happens. If there is no contact within an hour, you can report directly to Vice Admiral Dao Tu. Dashiki was very thoughtful. Any possible crisis has been considered in advance. One person. Captain Dashiki, I know you are very powerful. But, should we bring a team? Even if it's just a simple search, it's good to bring a team. Lieutenant Wei Kai's worry is not unnecessary. Dashiki shook her head and said. No need, I can do it alone. It's not that Dashiji is arrogant. It's just that this place is different from the islands in the Grand Line. The level and strength of the enemies encountered are completely different. If an ordinary marine squad acts separately, they may be wiped out if they encounter a difficult enemy. Even if they delay for a minute, they may be annihilated. Since the team has been handed over to me, I also need to be responsible for the safety of the team members. After briefly explaining the follow-up, the warship bypassed the range of Yachi Nagashima, pretending not to land on the island, and left the sea area directly. On the island, a strange-looking spy in charge of reconnaissance tried hard to use his telescope to observe repeatedly. C-25 area direction, report to my wife, the Navy ship has left. I guess he might be passing by, so I'll keep watching. When the scouts weren't paying attention, a kayak was lowered from the back of the warship. The vast sea was overcast. It was very difficult to detect such a small target. After Dashiki arranged everything, she held Liu Feng tighter. Using the release of ghost energy, she adjusted the direction of the kayak and slowly approached Yachi Nagashima. Chapter 29. Ahi Nagashima, in the central tropical zone. All nuts are packed in boxes, not a single one is left out. Hurry, hurry, everyone behind catch up. Don't stop, the packing must be completed before dark today. Speed up everything. A group of rugged pirates were packing the nuts they had just picked into boxes. If an outsider saw this scene, they would definitely find it very strange. Pirates don't fight for treasures or go on expeditions. Why would they pick nuts in a place like this? They are totally different from the pirates outside. At the same time, a petite woman with a den mushi wearing fancy headphones was listening to the report. Soon, the petite woman ran to a bench. Madam, I just asked the sentries in each area to confirm. No naval ships were found, so they must have just passed by. The petite woman kept her head down while she spoke. She looked timid, as if she was afraid of something. On the bench, a tall woman with an extremely pale face raised a corner of her big hat. On her neck, which was too long to be comfortable, there was a red heart tattoo. Her expression was cold and melancholy, as if she would kill someone in the next moment. Passing by. What a bunch of useless stuff. I'm afraid the Navy has fooled me and let a fly in to disturb my food collection. The woman turned her head and looked into the dense forest full of bushes. The petite woman in charge of delivering intelligence was stunned by what she said. Her sight shifted to the direction of the dense forest. The observation haki is even more powerful than I thought. She is worthy of being the daughter of Charlotte Linlin. Tashiji, holding a shadow sword in her hand and wearing a red-blue navy uniform, walked out of the dense forest. She originally planned to find out more information and hide in the dark for a while. Unexpectedly, the long-necked woman in front of her had such a sharp observation haki. With such a long neck, she is obviously a woman from the snakehead tribe. And this melancholy look and exaggerated hat. There will be no mistake. Tashiji looked at her silently, and had already completely determined the identity of the woman in front of her. Charlotte Armand. The third daughter of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Nuts who governs Nut Island. The bounty is 540 million. At the same time, Charlotte Armand is also a well-known female swordsman in the New World. With the famous sword Whitefish in her hand, I don't know how many powerful opponents she has killed. Because of her gloomy and pale appearance, she ordered her subordinates to call her Madam. So she got the nickname Ghost Madam. It's been a long time since I've felt this way, haha. Liu Feng's mental power spread. Facing the ghost lady Charlotte Armand, Liu Feng had no interest at all. His attention was all on the long sword in Armand's hand. The pale white cold breath, the unique murderous aura. Without a doubt. It is definitely a famous sword. Since the last decisive battle with Durandal of Cavendish, Liu Feng has evolved many times. He has been looking forward to another duel with the famous sword. As a result, he waited until now. The famous sword Baiyu. Armand's right-hand man who became famous. It is worth Liu Feng to treat with all his strength. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The strong fighting spirit passed through the sword and directly into Dashiki's mind. Ying, I understand your feelings. If you are not a desert star, it is not a crisis. You and I are enough to deal with it. A pirate with a bounty of over 500 million. Facing such a strong opponent, Dashiki still acted very relaxed. Liu Feng's multiple evolutions have greatly benefited Dashiki. Now she has many trump cards. After coming to the New World, she has not had a chance to exert her full strength. A female swordsman with a famous sword. Her skills and strength have been confirmed from the amount of the bounty. There is no more suitable opponent than this. The Navy is coming. Come here everyone. How many navies? Where? Where? One, it seems like only one person came. Who is so arrogant? How dare he break in alone? The petite woman who had just delivered the message confirmed Dashiki's identity. She immediately spread the news to the pirates who were working. In a moment, nearly 200 pirates all surrounded her. Clink! 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 Long swords were unsheathed and bullets were loaded. Everyone blocked Dashiki's escape route from front and back, surrounding her tightly. I remember you, the famous female navy rookie in the New World. Is that you? Armand looked at Tashiji's face and finally remembered where he had seen her. In the magazine. The news about the rise of the new navy in the New World had been spreading since last month. After hearing this, Tashiji did not deny this statement. It's a pity that you came to the wrong place. Get rid of her. Ghost Lady Armand said in a low voice. Chapter 30. Let's go together. Kill her. This idiot woman actually dared to break in alone, looking for death. Kill her, charge. Armand gave the order, and the pirate's eyes immediately turned red. The name Ghost Lady sounded scary. In fact, after the subordinates completed the task, the reward was very generous. That's why there was such a rush. Gong. Dashiki drew the shadow sword without changing her expression and tapped the ground. Buzz. Lu Feng released the sword soul pressure directly. It was as if he was reminding Dashiki. I understand what you mean. You think you can influence me by numbers? You underestimate me. Dashiki's eyes suddenly focused. An unparalleled momentum was suddenly released with her as the center. In an instant, all the small characters who were shouting were enveloped in it. The Ghost Lady Armand's wrist shook. The huge hat was lowered back a little. The cigarette that had just been held in her mouth fell to the ground unexpectedly. Well. Ah. Plop. Plop. The sound of falling to the ground came one after another around Tashiji. The pirates who were shouting loudly a moment ago were now dizzy and lost their minds. Some even foamed at the mouth and completely lost consciousness. Only a dozen strong pirates who were farther away half knelt on the ground. They still retained clear consciousness. Even so, the scene in front of them seemed to have completely lost its color. Looking at Tashiji's eyes again, they were full of spiritual fear. Madam, Madam cough. The petite woman beside Armand also fell to the ground with no fighting power, her eyes full of stars. Just a little girl who's a naval captain. I didn't expect you to have such qualifications. This is domineering haki. Armand said it almost word by word at the end. 1 in a million king qualifications. Not to mention the level of a navy captain. There are so many strong people in the New World, and few have awakened such a domineering talent. Although Armand was not affected by the momentum, the pirate brothers he brought with him. There is really no way to participate in the battle. Fighting by numbers is meaningless to me. Is the Ghost Lady of the Charlotte family so short-sighted? Tashiki said mercilessly. Lu Feng heard the conversation clearly, and felt comforted in his heart. When he first met Tashiki, she was still a girl who could be bullied by others. Even when facing her own destiny, she couldn't fight for it. Now, after half a year of transformation, even when facing a strong enemy, Tashiki can ridicule calmly. With his support behind her, she must be more arrogant. Speaking of the domineering color domineering, the threshold for awakening is actually not difficult. When Lu Feng awakened the ability of Sword Soul Deterrence, there was also an upgrade option that the host could share. Because there was no introduction to what version was shared with the host after the upgrade, Lu Feng had never paid attention to it. Until 2 months ago, when the experience value had a surplus. Lu Feng upgraded and used the Sword Soul Deterrence. The system did not give a description, and Lu Feng had not studied it before. In fact, think about it carefully. Sword Soul Deterrence. To suppress the soul of the famous sword. Upgrade to a level that can act on people. Naturally, it is the domineering color domineering. P.S. I didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but I've seen more and more comments in the comments section recently. Regarding the choice of the Sword Master, if you are interested, you can read the comments. Your personal hobbies are sometimes not representative of everyone else's. Whether the Sword Master is male or female, strong or weak. Each has its own flaws. I choose male, gay, poisonous, this is easy to understand. I choose female, I am criticized, useless, and a bootlicker. I choose strong, I have a sword and can't use a dagger. I choose weak, rubbish, nothing to watch. In summary, I can't satisfy everyone. And, I stubbornly believe that my choice is the best. What's worse? They persuade me to transform, talk, work alone, and play alone, and so on. Brother, the name of my book is Evolution from the Dagger. It's not that I have a dagger that can evolve. The subject-predicate relationship should be clarified before criticizing, right? You said you don't like my story, it's not this kind of article, that's fine, you won't read it. You said you want to read my story, but you don't accept my initial setting, why are you doing this? It's hard for you, and it's hard for me. The above are 300 words. Please forgive me for taking up your reading time. I will not make any statement on such messages in the future. Chapter 31. No matter if she was shocked or calm, there was no answer on Armin's face. Zhang. She slowly and gently took out the white fish sword. She looked lazy, but her eyes revealed murderous intent. In terms of qualifications and strength, he is a good new Navy recruit. It's rare to meet a girl like you, I'm lucky. If you don't cut slowly, it would be a waste of opportunity. A cruel smile suddenly appeared on Armin's melancholy face. The killing that Armand pursued was not to cut off everything instantly. It was to let the enemy immerse in pain and be tortured repeatedly. Seeing that Dashiki was still standing there without moving, Armand directly regarded Dashiki as an arrogant junior. In this sea, what kind of outstanding young people had he not seen? Those who dared to be presumptuous in front of her were tortured to death in the end. Armin's figure flashed, and his speed was so fast that people could not follow it at all. Oh! It's really different. These small fish are all very bad. From their body movements and speed, we can tell that the people of the Charlotte family are really extraordinary. Liu Feng was thinking in his heart, and continued to restrain the sharpness of his ghost energy. There were waves of cold and uneasy restlessness in the air. This made Liu Feng particularly concerned. As a famous sword, Baiyu naturally has its own attributes. As for what the attributes are, what kind of lethality and effect it has, it needs to be judged comprehensively through performance. Behind the right side. Feeling the breeze behind her, Dashiki didn't need to look back to determine Armin's position. Die under my dance sword, you will feel that death is also an art. The essence of art is pain, come and taste the pain. Adagio waltz. At the same time, Armand raised the white fish sword in his hand and slashed it horizontally towards Dashiki's shoulder. However, many people who watched from the sidelines would be confused. In order to fulfill the promise of making the opponent taste the pain, Armand would attack very slowly every time. People with strong vitality could even see with their own eyes how they were destroyed. Madam, kill this stinky woman. Let her feel the pain too, and torture her well. This bastard Navy, don't let her go. Several pirates who were still conscious shouted loudly. When they faced Dashiki just now, they were eliminated before they even started to show anything. Such a shameful thing. As pirates in the New World, they certainly couldn't stand it. When Dashiki wanted to dodge sideways, a cold breath directly stimulated her nerves. So that's what happened. Liu Feng has the sharpest perception. After realizing that Dashiki's actions were blocked, he understood the principle of the Ghost Lady Armin's slow attack. If you don't have some experience, it is difficult to understand the attacks of various people. Everything is the effect of the famous sword Baiyu. When the sword was drawn, an extremely cold aura wrapped around the sword. From the level point of view, it is exactly the same as Liu Feng's ghost aura. Facing the expressionless, always cold and melancholy Ghost Lady, outsiders will instinctively feel timid. Baiyu's bone-chilling aura will infinitely magnify this mood. The action was blocked, and it was impossible to avoid it. In addition, Armin's indescribable hobby, so the slow dance kendo was born. This is the fate of arrogance, you can't escape it. Looking at the cold air that has already wrapped around Dashiki, Armand knew that he had succeeded for the most part. The next step is to enjoy the spoils and slowly torture her. Escape. Sorry to disappoint you. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the red-black ghost energy burst out from the body of the shadow sword. In an instant, it encountered the cold air of the ghost energy, like fog encountering the sun. It was swallowed up and dissipated without a trace. When she first learned to use the ghost energy, she could only achieve a short burst of ghost energy when moving and attacking. Now Dashiki can freely control the amount of ghost energy released, achieving the effect of surrounding the whole body. After being freed, Dashiki stepped sideways and easily dodged Armin's attack route. Armin's pupil shrank, and his observation color instantly sensed the situation of the next swing in vain. The most terrifying thing is, Dashiki, who avoided the attack, did not retreat. Instead, he was ready to counterattack at the fastest speed. The duel between swordsmen. In addition to competing in lethality and reaction speed, it also tests agility and defense and counterattack capabilities. Swoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air was piercing. As Armand tried to move away, he realized that he was half a step too slow. Now it's my turn. The 7 Demonic Swordsmen, the first demonic god, Sword Spirit Azura. Chapter 32. Almost in an instant, most of the ghost energy surrounding Liu Feng was extracted. The red air wave was not released outward, nor did it dissipate at all. Instead, it gathered around Dashiki's body, taking shape with special red lines. The tattoo of a bloody rose once again spread across Dashiki's fair face. On top of her head and behind her, a red soul body in the shape of a warrior looked particularly fierce. When Dashiki raised the shadow sword, the shadow of the sword soul Azura behind her seemed to have intelligence. Then she raised her hand high, locking onto the ghost lady Armand, who had missed her attack. What is this? Is there another person in her body? The ghost lady's observation haki is quite special. She can determine how many enemies are around by locking the opportunity. At this moment, after Dashiki's sword soul Azura condensed, she could clearly feel 2 soul fluctuations. It's like the 7 Ghosts Sword Dao has its own independent consciousness. Whoosh! Swish! 2 alternating sword energies, one in front and one behind, fiercely smashed towards Armand. With no escape route, Armand had no choice but to pick up the white fish and quickly condense it into a barrier in front of him. Coming! This woman finally took out her sword to block it. After seeing Armand's actions, Liu Feng suddenly showed his strongest side. Hiss! Boom! As Liu Feng passed through the space. With the extremely dangerous sound of the explosion, one could feel the special energy contained in Dashiki's sword. Ding! Ding! Oops! It's heavier than I thought. What kind of terrifying power is this? At the moment when the long swords of both sides clashed, Armand realized that something was wrong. If it was other abilities that Armand could not match, she would not be too surprised. In terms of swordsmanship, her first move was seen through by her opponent. She also seized the opportunity to launch a strong counterattack against her. With such a result, Armand could not help but be surprised. Especially, the one who attacked her was a stinky girl who had just arrived in the new world. Roar! At the same time of contact, suddenly, the sword soul Ashura on Dashiki's shoulder let out a violent roar. The exaggerated sword energy originally covered an area of nearly dozens of meters. At the moment of falling, it suddenly shrank and formed an extremely sharp red sword. Every move of the sword soul Ashura was controlled by Liu Feng. Encountering the famous sword Baiyu, Liu Feng had been completely emotionally aroused. It was impossible to let him stop easily. Boom! As the red air wave engulfed, the ground under Armand's feet broke inch by inch. The rolling boulders could not withstand the burst of power at all and turned into powder in an instant. The box of nuts was shattered, and most of the hard work for half a day was wasted. The pirates who fainted in a daze were suddenly baptized by the red storm, and they instantly recovered their spirits. What's going on? Is this power really exerted by that woman? Too terrible! Apart from the 4 generals and 4 ministers, this is the first time I have seen such destructive power. It's not safe here, run to the back. After regaining consciousness, facing the crisis, these guys showed no loyalty to the ghost lady. They all ran away in fear of death, fearing that they would be affected. Ah! The unrestrained force made Armand spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he was swept by the red sword energy released by the sword soul Azura and flew away. The red storm lasted for a full minute before it slowly subsided. The force of the collision was completely absorbed by Liu Feng. Not to mention the defensive sword. Now the calculation is to give Armand another chance to kill. Liu Feng is confident that he can block 80% of the force. In this way, Dashiki is less dangerous. In the place where smoke and dust are flying, Armand half knelt on the ground with a dusty face. Several cracked wounds on his wrists looked striking. Dashiki's sword cut off all her self-confidence. She picked up the white fish on the ground with trembling hands. How could this happen? This is impossible. You damn stupid woman! Ghost Lady Armand screamed heartbreakingly. She was unwilling to accept the facts in front of her. Looking closely, there was a tiny gap in the middle of the white fish blade that spread to the entire sword body. They 7 Demon God's sword art, the sword soul azure as one move. He directly destroyed the so-called famous sword whitefish. Is this the strength that a female navy captain should have? Rumor has it that the Red Shadow Sword Master should be a young newcomer to the New World Navy. How could he have such a terrifying attack power? No matter how powerful and spiritual a famous sword is, once there is a flaw, the spiritual energy it possesses will disappear. Even if it is barely used, it is just a useless sword. Hey! The taste of the famous sword is really good. Liu Feng enjoyed the feeling of absorbing the sword spirit's aura, and felt extremely comfortable. Chapter 33. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the opponent's weapon famous sword whitefish. Gain 500 experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the swordsman Charlotte Armand. Gain 500 experience points. Current experience value, 1620/1800 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the attribute of the famous sword whitefish Frost, primary. The current fixed attributes list. Fixed attributes, red lines, ghost energy. Fixed attribute, sword soul deterrence. Fixed attribute, frost. Listening to the prompt sound in the system, Liu Feng felt more relaxed. This was the first famous sword he had cut off. Destroyed the famous sword with one strike. Now Liu Feng has fully confirmed his level and strength. The amount of experience points given by the famous sword also surprised Liu Feng. Similarly, after catching so many pirates in the New World before, the experience points reward for defeating Armand was also the most. As for the absorbed frost attribute, even if you don't read the instructions, Liu Feng has just experienced it himself. While slashing at close range, restrict the opponent's actions in different levels. Suosusu. The red sword spirit was still clearly visible behind Dashiki. Even though she destroyed Baihu with one sword, she was not arrogant and careless. Unless her opponent died or lost the ability to move, otherwise, the battle was not over. Do you understand now? The gap between you and me in swordsmanship. Dashiki walked towards Armand step by step. Ruined my whitefish. I want you to pay with your life. Armand jumped up from the ground angrily. His speed was so fast that a cloud of dust rose around Dashiki. The whitefish with a gap was still in Armand's hand. Even if it was damaged, the swordsman would still use sword fighting to determine the winner. Gong! The inky metal texture appeared around the whitefish. Armand still kept the slow dance steps and aimed at Dashiki's arm. Through the frost that just broke the whitefish and the high sharp attack, Armand knew clearly that there was something strange about Dashiki's sword. Without it, Armand would not have fallen into such a situation. An impatient and irrational attack. It is absolutely a taboo for swordsmen. Tashiji did not move her feet, but her arms moved horizontally, leaving after images. Inner devil/crow's beak. Without the frost attribute of the whitefish, the ghost lady Armand's cold aura alone could no longer have any impact on Tashiji's actions. The slow dance steps could not produce any special effects except for the tricky angles. Boom! Armament haki burst out. Tashiji was not prepared to hold back at all. Delay would lead to changes. The sooner the battle here was over, the more information could be taken. The information given by Daota was wrong. This meant that the information she received was also problematic. It was necessary to tell Daota the news as soon as possible after the battle here was over. At least stop her actions first. After understanding the actual situation, make the next strategic deployment. A series of dozens of sword moves were exchanged. Roar! With the help of the sword spirit Ashura, Dashiki clearly has the upper hand. Once again, the sword spirit burst out and collided head-on with Armand. Pa! A crisp sound came from Armand's hand. No matter how strong the whitefish was after being blessed with armament haki, it was not as good as the original state. In the 15 minutes of continuous attack, it was impossible to withstand the attack of Dashiki's sword spirit for a long time. When the whitefish was damaged, the brothers around could not find out the situation. They only knew that Armand was at a disadvantage and Dashiki was very complicated. Now, you really have a chance to see the reality clearly. Broken, broken. Madame's famous sword, Whitefish, was chopped into pieces. It's over, it's completely over now. We can't escape. Is this the new Navy recruit mentioned in the message? How could he be a new recruit with such strength? What a monster, he is so monster. His swordsmanship is so monster, and his sword is also so monster. The awake brothers shouted in fear. Many of them had already started to flee, trying to find a place to hide. Staying here was simply waiting to die. Demon slash, cross pigeon. Dashiki came with a sword. Armand, who had no weapons at all, only relied on his armament haki to defend against Liu Feng's sword spirit ghost energy. In terms of level, Armand's armament haki was not learned well at all. Chi. Chi. Ah. The horrible wounds were branded on Armand's body, and he was directly knocked several meters away. He fainted on the spot. In the bushes 700 meters from the battle zone, a bearded pirate was fleeing. He lay on the ground trembling and took out a den mushi. I have to tell Smoothie-sama and Katakuri-sama. It's terrible. Even my wife couldn't beat her. Report immediately, and fight, you must fight. In order to ensure his own safety, the bearded man ran a long distance before he dared to report the news. Kaka. The bearded man's fingers moved the dial of the phone. A sharp sword energy swept directly on the den mushi, catching the den mushi off guard and cutting it in half. Chapter 34. Ugh! The bearded man jumped up in fear. When he saw Dashiki holding the shadow sword in front of him, he sat on the ground in fear. I'm not a cotter, don't kill me. Bearded man waving his hands. You are the last one, luckily you arrived in time. Tashiji breathed a sigh of relief. If she had come a little later, the news might have been passed on. Charlotte Smoothie. Charlotte Katakuri. Who would have thought that the four generals of the desert were directly involved in this operation? Tashiji walked up to the bearded man and asked. Where are Smoothie and Katakuri? What other information do you know? I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. Tell me everything. The woman I just saw was crushing. The bearded man wanted to calm down, but he couldn't do it. Phew, I can't tell, I can't reveal it. Even with such trepidation, the bearded man still kept his mouth shut. He leaked the information and betrayed the Charlotte family. There were too many ways for the family to know about this. The bearded man had seen how miserable the final outcome was. So in comparison, the bearded man would rather face Dashiki. So you're ready to give up your chance to live. You only have one chance to choose, and you have 30 seconds left. Dashiki repeated, increasing her mental pressure. The soul will be sucked away. It's worse than death. Absolutely not. It seemed that he thought of something horrible that he dared not face. The bearded man suddenly came to life and took out a pistol from his waist. He aimed at Tashiji's head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in a row. Tashiji did not move a step on the spot, just quickly turned her head. She avoided the dangerous attack. Then, the red ghost energy devoured the bearded man's eyes. He didn't even have time to scream. The next moment, the bearded man fell to the ground. Seeing such a situation, Liu Feng also looked at the Big Mom pirates differently. If they don't have any special training on weekdays, it is impossible to threaten their lives at a critical moment and dare not tell the truth. After tracking all the way, this is the last pirate to escape. The previous ones didn't say anything. If they simply surrendered, or fought to the death, something is not right. We must tell Vice Admiral Daoto about the situation as soon as possible. Dashiki muttered, taking out the den mushi she carried with her. Brew, beep beep. Brew, beep beep. Dashiki? Is that you? After the den mushi rang for a while, Daoto's voice came out. Lieutenant General Daoto. Where are you now? The previous intelligence was wrong. Pirates had already landed on Akihabara Island. According to the information we just got from them, it seems that the 2 desert stars are on the move. Charlotte Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie. It is not clear which one Kaido's beasts pirates sent out. Tashiji quickly reported the situation and told the information she had truthfully. Boom! A distant sound came from the den mushi. It sounded like the sound of a naval cannon. Vice Admiral Daoto? Dashiki asked suspiciously. Judging from Daoto's target location and the time it has taken to sail, Daoto should not have arrived at Sozia Island yet. Why is there the sound of warship guns? Well done, Dashiki. I'm sorry for giving you a hard time this time. There is indeed a problem with the intelligence. You must take your team back to G5 immediately. Do not take any further action without my order. Do you understand? Dao Tu's tone was very serious. On weekdays, Dao Tu always regarded Dashiki as her sister. In the past few months of following her, she even served as Dashiki's sparring partner. She made suitable training plans for her and arranged suitable tasks. She took good care of Dashiki in every aspect. It was rare for her to speak so seriously. Lieutenant General Dao Tu, where are you now? I can go back to G5 branch, but please report your location. I will seek support to help you. Dashiki has realized that something is wrong. If it weren't for the strong enemy encountered at sea, there would be no other possibility. Dashiki, don't forget your identity. Obeying orders is what you should do. I say it again, return to G5 branch immediately. Beep beep. After saying that, without waiting for Tashiji's reply, the connection with the Den Mushi was disconnected. After Dao Tu put down the Den Mushi, he looked at the sky fire that filled the sky. The expression on his face seemed to be much more relaxed. If he hadn't received the connection with Tashiji, he would probably be distracted and thinking about her during the battle. In this way, he could put his mind at ease. After all, his opponent was a super rare ancient species in the animal system. Chapter 35. Liu Feng heard it clearly beside Dashiki. He didn't expect Dao Tu's experience to be even worse. He met a stronger opponent. But thinking about it, this is not a bad thing. He will be upgraded soon. If he seizes this good opportunity to fight a strong enemy, he will definitely be able to achieve a greater breakthrough in one fell swoop. According to the information provided by the system, A+. There is a huge difference between the S level and the S level. If you can achieve the leap to the S level, you will naturally have a special experience. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Thinking of this, Liu Feng repeatedly transmitted spiritual fluctuations to Dashiki. The state of full fighting spirit could be clearly sensed through the fluctuations. Dashiki looked down and slowly said, Ying, you also think I should go save Dao Tu Zhongzhong, right? Vice Admiral Dao Tu has taken such good care of me, I can't just sit there and watch. After making up her mind, Tashiji could not waver. She quickly called the warship that was not far away, captured the seriously injured Ghost Lady Armand, and arranged for someone to escort her back to the G5 branch. She also ordered her subordinates to tell Virgo that Vice Admiral Dao Tu was in trouble 10 minutes after she left, and asked him to participate in the rescue. Tashiji was worried that if she notified him, she would be blocked by Virgo. Virgo was also a very difficult master. If he tried his best to stop her and didn't fight with all his strength, she would not be able to leave. The two target islands of this operation are more than half a day's sailing away. Even if they get rid of the warships, the speed of the speedboat will be faster using ghost energy. But after all, it is a journey across the sea, and it is not so smooth to arrive. In the New World. On the ship of the Forza pirates. Captain Fossa, we brought back so many fine wines and cigars this time. Dad will definitely be very happy. That's right, maybe it will give us a chance to go to the Grand Line for some fun. I haven't been back for a long time. Life in the New World is still quite boring. Several pirates gathered together to discuss their lives, which seemed unremarkable recently. They had collected so many cigars and fine wines. Everyone was in a good mood. Fossa, the captain of the Fossa pirates. He was also the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. His bounty was 260 million. He was able to serve as the captain of the division in the pirate group of the Four Emperors of the New World. This was enough to show how strong Fossa was. If it weren't for the fact that he had been working in conjunction with the Whitebeard Pirates after joining them, his bounty would have been much higher than it is now. You guys, bring out a box of cigars, the best vintage ones. I'll need it from Marco later, so give it to him. Fossa said loudly and generously. Don't be fooled by his Mediterranean hairstyle, which makes him look stingy. In fact, he is also well known for his openness in the group. Hello? What's that black thing swimming around over there? Now that you mentioned that, I noticed. Is it a big fish? It doesn't look like a kayak from this perspective. It looks like a kayak. Bullshit, can a kayak be this fast? Let me see, what is this? This is a person. He seems to be wearing Navy uniform. Navy. Navy. As soon as these words came out, the attention of the originally lively boat was focused on the sea. Many people who came to join in the fun ran out. They leaned on the railing and looked out into the sea. "Captain, come and take a look. Make room for the captain." The younger brother holding the telescope handed it to Fossa. Fossa raised it and looked into the distance. He might not have seen it clearly just now. Now the other party has moved forward at a very fast speed, and Fossa can see it clearly. Stunned. After seeing it clearly, Fossa was shocked. He looked more carefully and more accurately than anyone else. The object moving rapidly on the sea is not just a person paddling a kayak. It is also a female Navy lieutenant. These are not the key points. The key point is the way the female Navy paddles the kayak. It is actually relying on the reverse thrust of the black sword energy at the explosion point. It's her. I remember her. Not far away, another young cotter on the boat holding a telescope suddenly shouted. Who is this? Who is this? You know all the Navy, tell me about it. Someone around was really too curious. This is the sea area of the New World. Ferocious beasts may appear at any time. It is very rare to see a female Navy who acts so boldly. The young cotter searched in the cloth bag beside him for a long time. After a while, he ran to Fossa with a portrait in his hand. Captain, this time we are absolutely correct, it is the killing order that all the captains received a few days ago. Navy Captain, newcomer to the New World, swordsman of the Red Shadow. Tashigi. Fossa's pupil shrank, and he nodded. The woman in the portrait was exactly the same as the figure he had just seen. This killing order was in the hands of every member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 36. Sizzle. Fossa crumpled the portrait in his hand into a ball of paper. He angrily ordered his men. Go and pass on my order, change course. Watch the direction this woman is heading and fire in advance to stop her. Looking at the way Fossa shouted, those who didn't know would think that Tashigi had a mortal enemy with him. In fact, more than 2 months ago, when Tashigi was becoming famous in the New World, he once dealt with a pirate whose bounty just exceeded 100 million. This pirate had just joined the Whitebeard Pirates and was an intern in the fleet. Although he hadn't gotten to know everyone yet, he met Tashigi and was captured by the G5 branch. But the name of the Whitebeard Pirates must never be disgraced. The organization strength of the G5 branch cannot match any of the 4 emperors in the New World. However, a delicate balance has been reached between the Navy and the pirates. Even if Whitebeard's so-called family is hurt, this identity won't cause Whitebeard to directly pick up a sword to fight the entire G5. But he still exchanged a kill order for Tashigi. Any squad that encounters someone on the kill order can kill the other party to complete the task. This is the rule that the Whitebeard Pirates have adhered to for many years. That's why so many people don't want to offend the Whitebeard Pirates at all. You don't know where you will be, and you will directly encounter the enemy. Captain, it is rumored that this Red Shadow swordsman is quite powerful. We have the advantage in numbers now, but we don't have many people to move the goods. Should we not attack for the time being and observe the movements of the Red Shadow swordsman? Wait until Captain Marco arrives before we take action. The young cotter who spoke was also thinking about the safety of the whole team. Recently, the Red Shadow swordsman is in the limelight in the New World. Many forces are discussing this new female Navy recruit. Everyone knows that if you underestimate her, you will suffer. Fossa has a very stubborn temper. The most important point is that he believes that he will not lose to a teenage girl. No need to wait. After Brother Marco came, it was enough to come and see our results directly. How can I just watch someone who has been ordered to be killed leave? Fossa also had his own considerations. Just now, he saw the speed of Tashigi's movement. If he didn't stand up to stop her at this time, he was afraid that by the time he came to his senses, she would have disappeared. This. What is this? Act now. Looking at what the young cotter wanted to say, Fossa retorted. Who is the boss on the ship? The result is obvious. All the pirates on the ship immediately entered a state of preparation for battle. At this moment, Tashigi, who was moving very fast on the sea, also discovered that there were pirates in front of her. If it weren't for something important, she would have gone up to fight no matter how much effort she spent. She was a navy, and the navy's mission was to catch pirates. She was so worried that Tashigi didn't even see the flag hoisted by the pirate group in front. Liu Feng was very relaxed and noticed the special place at a glance. This symbol is, the Whitebeard Pirates. I didn't expect to meet Whitebeard's godson here. I wonder whose pirate ship it is. Liu Feng observed and analyzed in his mind. When he noticed the movement of the pirate ship, Liu Feng realized that something was wrong. What happened? Did the pirate ship change direction? A huge pirate ship suddenly turned around during the voyage. Such a change is very obvious. Looking at Tashiji again, her eyes were not paying attention to the pirate ship at all. I'm afraid she was only thinking about Dao Tu's safety. It's obviously coming for us. Then he looked at the pirate ship approaching the route ahead. Liu Feng completely understood. Buzz buzz buzz. Liu Feng's powerful mental power burst out. It directly penetrated the sword and directly acted on Dashiki's mind. Something is happening. Too many times of tacit understanding has been tested. What does Liu Feng's mental signal mean every time? Dashiki can easily receive it. After sensing this signal, Dashiki immediately put away the shadow sword that was releasing the ghost energy. At this time, when seeing the pirate ship, Dashiki finally showed a cautious expression. Block my way? The symbol of this pirate flag is... Boom. Not good. Before Dashiki could continue to look carefully, a cannon shot shocked Dashiki. Looking at the shells fired by the pirate ship in the distance, they were not fired near Dashiki's small kayak. Instead, they were aimed at the sea in front. The shells bombarded the sea surface. They could not kill people directly, but they could raise huge waves. A small kayak like Dashiki was most worried about encountering such a thing. At the same time, it can be seen that the person who gave the order to attack was a smart guy. Chapter 37. Ghost Blade Slash. As the shells were about to hit the sea, Dashiki swung her sword in mid-air. Swish! The sharp and precise swordplay directly cut the shell in half as it fell. Boom! Boom! The shells exploded in the air. The specially modified bombs were also very powerful. Even if they exploded in the air, they could still cause the kayakers to be disturbed in a small area through the airflow. I recognized it. It's the Whitebeard pirates. Tashiji finally remembered the flag and where she had seen it. She probably knew why they suddenly attacked her. When she was on a mission before, the captured pirate had been saying that he was a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Tashiji had her own persistence. She would not give up on catching anyone just because they had someone backing her up. Now, it was her responsibility to bear the consequences. What amazing skills! She was able to cut off the shells from such a distance. The pirate in charge of the investigation could not help but marvel at Dashiji's skills. Keep firing. Use up all the shells on the ship. Just a little girl, I want to see. What kind of storm can it cause? Fosa yelled in dissatisfaction. Because this time they came out to search and transport supplies, not to organize a battle. So there were not many shells on the ship. Even if they were all used up, there were only about a dozen in total. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The three cannons on one side of the ship fired simultaneously. The shells were fired continuously. In such a turbulent sea, Dashiki only had a kayak under her feet. If even the kayak was washed away by the ocean current, no matter how powerful Dashiki was, it would be a dangerous result. Looking at the black spots densely attacking her again, Dashiki's expression became particularly serious. It's impossible to dodge, so we have to fight back. Liu Feng expressed his support in his mental fluctuations. He was not provoking Whitebeard. It was his stupid son who wanted to embarrass his sword master. So, even if they fought, there was a reason. In an instant, Dashiki made up her mind, her eyes were stained with blood, and she quickly entered the fighting state. Inner Devil Slash, Sea Dragon Roll. To prevent the kayak from bearing too much pressure, Dashiki jumped into the air. Immediately, the fierce brown-red ghost energy spun around the kayak, forming a huge swirling current. As the swirling current swirled in the air, the wind direction around it was instantly changed. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The violent sea breeze directly met the flying shells. As it moved in a circle, it changed the direction and power of the shells. However, the kayak in the eye of the tornado was unusually quiet. It was as if nothing had happened. Captain! It's bad. The shells are flying back at us again. The soldier in charge of reconnaissance shouted loudly. This was not an exaggeration on his part, but the facts were before him. Fosa said with a dark face. What are you panicking about? Do you think I'm blind? So many shells are coming back at the same time, of course I can see it. Looking at the incoming shells, Fosa bravely went to meet them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom. Hiss, Hiss! Boom! The sword light flashed continuously on the side of the pirate ship. The cannonballs that flew back were cut into pieces by Phosalus's swordsmanship when they were about to arrive. After all, he was the captain of the squad under Whitebeard. If he doesn't have this strength, it's really not good enough to survive in the new world. At the moment, Phosalus has regretted it a little. If it happens again, he won't be so anxious to take the initiative. With the sword in hand, it caused such a large-scale tornado on the sea. Is this the strength of a new navy? I'm afraid it's not a long-established swordsman who is out to make trouble, right? However, since he has provoked Tashigi according to the order to kill, it is impossible to get away now. Grab your weapons and prepare for battle. Fossa shouted, and his men immediately got busy. When the sea tornado gradually dissipated, Dashiki, who was in the center of the tornado, reappeared. It seems that he is not going to leave yet. Tashigi said calmly. Now that he has captured Charlotte Armand, he is also trying to stop the cooperation between the Charlotte family and Kaido. He has already invisibly provoked the two major forces in the New World. Here, if he continues to attack the Fossa pirates, it is equivalent to offending the Whitebeard pirates. Under normal circumstances, if he thinks calmly, he might consider the situation of the G5 branch. But at this moment, the Peach Rabbit crisis is more important than anything else. What consequences he needs to face are things that need to be considered later. On the pirate ship, Fossa stood on the deck. Looking at the approaching Tashigi, he clenched the square broadsword in his hand. Chapter 38. Captain, we are close enough. Should we shoot to force her over? His deputy asked Fossa what he meant. The other side only had a small kayak, so Fossa had the absolute initiative and the right to choose. Dashiki could dodge the large-scale attack of the shells. Now that the distance was shortened, it was not so easy to avoid the dense rain of bullets. Shoot! Fossa said coldly. Since they had already started, it was a situation of fighting to the death. The duel at sea was all about the advantages of terrain and people. The kayak versus the pirate ship. Fossa had the advantage of terrain and was not worried at all. Bang! 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 The sharp gunshots bombarded Tashigi intensively. After all, they were pirates from the New World. Some powerful ones even integrated the armed color domineering into the bullets. The attack power and penetration were very strong. With such intensive attacks, dodging with body skills and speed, or using the attack to resist, was not the best strategy. People are already in trouble. Whitebeard. What do you think? We can't let them be so arrogant. Go ahead. Otherwise you won't be able to get through. Liu Feng's whole body glowed red. He used his actual performance to stimulate Dashiki. Even the sword master didn't want to see the sword master being bullied. As the sword master, how could Dashiki have the heart to ignore his partner? Ying, I have the same idea as you. There is no room to dodge now. Dashiki muttered as she held the shadow sword across her body. 7 Demon God's Sword Deo. The 4th Demon God, Flame Soul Sky Fire. That's right, just use the killing move directly. Feeling Dashiki's actions, Liu Feng also felt unusually happy. The moment he raised the shadow sword again, the red ghost energy that burst out condensed into a line. Now that Liu Feng has evolved to the level of a demon sword, he can easily control the majestic ghost energy. The red bursting all over the sky is like a sky fire descending to the world, and it looks extremely powerful. Beep beep. Puff puff. The sharp and tricky bullets were swallowed up by the mighty sky fire as soon as they entered Dasakai's side. Gather. Bloodthirsty attack. In order to kill with one strike. Dashiki did not care about the consumption for the time being. He immediately activated the attack state of bloodthirsty attack. Attacking with this posture can greatly increase the destructive power of the killing move. What is going on? It's just a sword, how could such a strange phenomenon occur? There's something strange. It's like fire is falling from the sky. Red Shadow Swordsman, is this her true strength? Does anyone know what her sword is? A great sword? A supreme great sword. Seeing the enchanting scene in front of him, everyone could realize that the shadow sword in Dashiki's hand was not an ordinary item. Fossa's eyes twitched. Flames falling from the sky? If it was really that simple, he might be able to resist it. But he could feel the frightening momentum from afar. Fossa knew very well, the real danger was still behind. Immediately afterwards, after the ghost energy released by Liu Feng reached a certain amount, it quickly condensed into a sword shape in mid-air. The cloudless sky was suddenly dispersed by the impact of the ghost energy. A ray of sunlight passed through the thick clouds and fell on the ghost energy condensed sword. The brown-red color was tinged with golden light, making it look even more domineering and unparalleled. Hee. Whitebeard's 10th division, right? Let's try this trick. Liu Feng's mind moved, and the huge ghost sword suddenly swung down from the dome. Cut it down. What the hell is this? How can it be able to trigger such power? Did this sword eat a devil fruit? This is totally the breath of Hell Shura. Don't shout, don't panic, we still have Boss Fosa. Boss Fosa, what should we do? Boss Fosa. His men were completely panicked when they saw this scene. Fosa really wanted to send the information out immediately to tell everyone the true strength of the Red Shadow Swordsman. Is this a newcomer in the navy? Is this an unknown sword? It's clearly the female Shura plus the Supreme Demon Sword. Don't panic. I'll take care of it. In order to calm everyone down, Fosa rushed out quickly. The cigar in his mouth scratched the sword lightly. The originally sharp sword body was immediately covered with flames. Explosive flame sword. The sword body was made by incorporating saltpeter raw materials. Although it is not a famous sword, it is still Fosa's unique signature. It is also well known among the New World fighters. However, the flames burning on the explosive flame sword at the moment are compared with the ghost chi condensed sword falling rapidly from the sky. It is simply a dwarf compared to a giant. It is not worth mentioning at all. How dare this little girl who is so rude as soon as they meet attack the Whitebeard pirates? Let me destroy your confidence. Fosa leaped into the air. The fiery red sword energy burned with flames and slashed at the giant sword in the air. Liu Feng heard Fosa's convincing statement. He was even more angry. Impolite. Am I going to stand there and let you hit me? You got to say all the words. Who cares if it's the Whitebeard pirates or the Redbeard pirates? Today we will all be buried in the sea. Chapter 39. Fosa rushed up. Facing the younger brothers with strong skills, as a captain, he absolutely could not let down at this time. No matter how powerful the opponent's momentum was. Fosa was confident in his own strength. He had been in the New World for so many years. He had encountered more dangers than Tashiji, who was even older. How could he not even last a round against a girl? Hold on. The main thing is to delay time. Marco will be here soon. The second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. As the captain of the first team, his combat power is completely beyond the reach of Fosa. Buzz. As he watched the giant sword formed by ghost energy approach, Fosa suddenly felt that the sounds around him were completely blocked. Except for the buzzing sound in his brain, he could not hear any other sounds. Space compression? Can a long-distance slash actually produce the effect of space compression? This is something that only a great swordsman can do. Ding! The moment the explosive sword in his hand collided with the giant sword formed by ghost energy, a slight sound came through the thin air. One was the giant sword formed by ghost energy. The other was a real sharp knife. Fosa was determined to change the direction of the giant sword even if he couldn't block it completely. That's why he stepped forward to stop it. What made him feel terrified was, it was obviously an imaginary sword. The violent force that was transmitted in an instant directly bent the blade of the explosive sword. The flames burning on the explosive sword were instantly swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. The strength is really poor, so weak. Liu Feng couldn't help but grumble, but he was very excited in his heart. He would not be polite to the guy who gave him experience. Pa! As the flames on the explosive sword disappeared, the broadsword's blade was instantly reduced to scrap metal. Facing the impact of the ghost energy, it scattered across the sky. The hearing that Fosa had lost finally returned to his ears. Boom! The ghostly giant sword seemed like an alien object. A series of high-temperature gas explosions occurred in the air. It was a critical situation. Fosa had no time to think about his damaged explosive sword. His previous attack did not stop the momentum of the giant sword from falling below. But there are still his own ships and brothers. Even if the sword moves can't withstand it, at least he must resist it with strength. It's okay to be so strong in the heart. But when it comes to action, the state is completely changed. Fosa was horrified to find that, the mobilization of armed color domineering did not react. Suffered a fatal injury and unable to move? No. The mental state was in chaos? No. But when he moved, it was as if he was frozen. Frost attribute. The effect is better when you have an absolute upper hand in momentum. Let the opponent be active in thinking, but unable to issue orders to the body. Even if it is just a momentary gap, it can decide everything. Oh no! The captain was shot down. Are you kidding me? Help! Jump! Jump into the water! What are you still standing there for? Don't block me! The pirates realized that the situation was not good. The first thing they thought of was how to escape. Unfortunately, their reaction speed was far behind Lu Feng's. Boom! Crack! The ghost sword dragged Fossa and slammed into the pirate ship. The ship of the Fossa pirates could not withstand such destructive power. With a loud bang, it was directly cut into two pieces from the center keel. Feeling the tremendous impact and cutting force, Lu Feng couldn't help but say, "It still has some strength." In the end, it offset some of the damage. He actually recovered from the frost attribute, and his mental strength is not bad. The opponent's performance is of course also commendable. If at the end, Fossa's defense and mobility are still restricted, the Fossa will not be cut in two. Judging from the impact of the attack just now, it may be directly destroyed. Even so, even if Fossa tried so hard, it still couldn't prevent half of the crew from being hit and losing consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully destroying the opponent's weapon explosive sword. Gain 150 experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the entire Forza pirates. Gain 300 experience points. Current experience value, 2070/1800 points. Listening to the system prompt, Lu Feng was very excited. He had gained so many pirate experience points. It was finally time to level up again. On the other hand, Dashiki succeeded with a sword and slowly retracted the shadow sword. He urged his kayak and paddled towards the crying survivors. Chapter 40. Help! Give me some space. Don't pull me anymore, it's too cold. Save me, who will save me? Captain Fossa? Where's the captain? The entire sea was in chaos. The pirates who were previously well organized were now trying their best to survive. They were looking for something to float. The flag that symbolized the Whitebeard pirates had been blown up and fell into the sea. Step aside. Hurry up. Don't come over here again, please. While everyone was struggling desperately, Dashiki's kayak slowly rode into the crowd. Many survivors who had found floating tools, when they saw Dashiki approaching with the shadow sword, immediately gave up what they were holding and dived into the sea again. In their eyes, the sea was still safer. At least they didn't have to face Dashiki, the girl who looked like Ashura. Dashiki walked forward towards the sound of crying. Seeing everyone stumbling, he said threateningly, "If you block the road, your lives will be in danger." Saying such threatening words at this time has an outstanding effect. The pirates who thought they were extremely vicious were so scared by a girl that they wanted to dive into the sea and never come out. With just one sword, Dashiki overturned the entire Forza pirates. In this regard, Dashiki did not sympathize with them at all. If the person who was struggling was replaced by herself, these pirates would not sympathize with her either, except for being happy. Different positions, so the situations obtained are different. As early as when she decided to catch the pirates, Dashiki had already abandoned her boring sympathy. If she was not in a hurry to support Daotu today, Dashiki would have tried her best to bring these people back. After seeing that everyone had cleared a passage, the ghost energy in Dashiki's sword leaped up. She took out the recording pointer directly and continued to rush towards the distance. The pirates looked at Dashiki and disappeared completely from their sight. Then they each breathed a sigh of relief and looked for the whereabouts of Forza. Dashiki's troubles were dealt with. Lu Feng had not had time to check the reward he had received. After opening the system interface, the upgradable option is clearly visible. It prompts Lu Feng to make the upgrade choice. As of now, only a very small number of skills require experience points to upgrade. Most of the others are one-time consumption. The greatest use of experience points is to upgrade. The experience points are full. If you don't upgrade, what's the difference between you and salted fish? Upgrade. Lu Feng gave a positive answer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the evolution upgrade. Damage value plus 1000 points. Toughness plus 1200 points. Appearance transformation plus 5 points. Attribute bonus plus 15 points. Enable special effects. Gain active use of special skill, 10 times increase. Tenfold amplification, it can increase the power and destructive power of the Sword Master's sword skills by 10 times, and consumes ghost energy and sword body mental power extremely. Use with caution before the SS level rating. Stunned. Hearing the content of the reward, Liu Feng's mind stagnated. The special skill that was actively released. Tenfold amplification. This wave made a lot of money. Liu Feng said excitedly. What does this mean? Every time he fought with Dashiki in the past, although he could use mental fluctuations to make Dashiki make the right choice, in the final analysis, he would be restricted by the actions of the Sword Master. No matter how good he is, he can't do what the Sword Master can't do. In the Sabayati archipelago, Dashiki felt her own weakness. After several months of continuous training with Daotu, she is now much stronger than before. But in the new world, there are countless opponents stronger than Dashiki. It's just luck that she hasn't met him yet. If she really meets him later, it won't be a rare thing. Now that Liu Feng has active stunts, the relationship is completely different. He can control the rhythm of the battle. Using the blessing of Holy Light, bloodthirsty attacks, and the current tenfold increase, he completely reversed the defeat. It's equivalent to Liu Feng finally coming from the backstage of the provider to the front stage of the releaser. After reading the content of his own reward, Liu Feng also deployed the personal information column. Host, Liu Feng. Level, a sharp sword that can cut through all the monsters in one go, S level. Damage, 3050. Toughness, 4800. Experience, 270/4000. Fixed attribute, red lines, ghost energy. Fixed attribute, sword soul deterrence. Fixed attribute, frost solidification. Special skill, 10 times increase. Additional sword skills, bloodthirsty attack, demon/series. There was no change in Dashiji's information. This was not a big deal. The important thing was that Liu Feng had finally reached S rank. He no longer needed to rely on his armament haki and toughness to fight against world-class swords. It's better not to end the battle over there. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I can continue to test my new abilities. Liu Feng thought to himself, looking forward to rushing to Daotu's side. Chapter 41. 15 minutes after Tashiji left, the broken planks of the Fossa pirate ship. Hold on, Captain. We must hold on, we have called for support from Captain Marco. Don't worry, the captain is not in danger of death, stop shaking. Many pirates were half submerged in the water. They tried their best to hold the board under Fossa, so that he could get better treatment. After Tashiji left, the brothers searched for Fossa among the broken boards and wood. When the demonic giant sword finally exploded, Fossa offset part of the impact force with his own hands, and saved his brothers. But his dominant arm was covered in blood, and it was obvious that it was completely useless. For a swordsman, this was a fatal blow. Blue flame. It must be Captain Marco. It was flying towards us, that's right. Everyone looked at the strange scene in the sky, and their hearts became excited. Then, a man with a golden punk haircut landed on the dilapidated pirate ship with flames on his body. On his chest, there was a clear tattoo of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco. Captain of the 1st Division. The second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. He is also a rare mythical beast of the animal system and the user of the phoenix fruit. While being able to fly and charge, he also has strange abilities and combat power. Especially his own eye-catching blue flame. As long as his subordinates see it, they can basically confirm that it is Marco. Captain Marco. You're finally here. Captain Marco. You must avenge Captain Fossa. It's that damn female navy swordsman, Akagi. That's right, it's her. She is simply an unforgivable female Shura. He is not good at anything, but he is the first to complain. After seeing the reinforcement Marco arrive, everyone immediately complained about all the crimes of Tashiji. You know. Tashiji originally planned to go there peacefully. It was their foolish and blind self-confidence that blocked the way. Marco glanced around and observed the situation around him. The pirate ship that was cut in two. The cigar bottle floating on the sea. The pirate crew who was bandaging the wounds. and the seriously injured and unconscious Fossa. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates has not been attacked like this in the New World for a long time. Whether it is his own strength or relying on Whitebeard's face, the facts can explain everything. Unexpectedly, today, his reputation was actually shattered by a new female swordsman in the navy. Judging from the environment at the scene, Marco could also know how terrifying the opponent was. The people on the ship had almost no room for resistance. They were killed on the spot. After quickly checking Fossa's condition, Marco asked the surviving ship doctor to continue bandaging his wounds. "Don't worry, your captain won't die." Marco didn't continue to say the following words. Although the person would not die, his arm was indeed lost. In this case, it didn't matter what the reason was. "How long has the person been gone? Which direction are you going?" Marco asked coldly. "Captain Marco, the people have been gone for about 20 minutes. Direction? As for direction, it's probably southwest. Isn't it southwest? Why do I feel it's southeast? Are you guys capable of this? Stop talking nonsense." Listening to everyone's discussion, Marco also roughly understood. These people were so scared at the time that they didn't notice where the enemy went. If this continued, they would have to find a way out by themselves. Tisk. Marco frowned unhappily. 20 minutes. If he had come earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened. "You guys keep an eye on your captain, the fleet will be here soon. After following them back to the base, remember to report the situation to your father. Whether you can catch up or not, you should give it a try." After Marco finished speaking, the flames enveloped him again. With a whoosh sound, the flames disappeared at a very fast speed. New World, Cake Island. Inside the huge palace, a group of brightly dressed subordinates kneeled on the ground, not daring to look up at the scene in front of them. At this moment, a small mountain of cake was floating in the air. Guji! 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 The cake quickly disappeared with a terrifying chewing sound. "You fearless bastard, what did you just say? Repeat it again." The huge female face slowly emerged from the shadows. The questioning tone of her voice made the subordinate who came to pass on the message completely lose his mind. Replying to Lord Big Mom. "Just now, according to the news from Lord Charlotte Snuggle, the Lady Armand pirates on Akihabara Island have been completely destroyed. The lady herself is nowhere to be seen." Chapter 42. After the subordinate finished speaking tremblingly, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. He didn't even dare to raise his head. For him to report such a matter was like hanging his head on his belt. What if Charlotte Lingling in front of him got angry? A soul coercion or soul deprivation could easily get rid of him. What a joke! Ang! Before his subordinates could think about it, the angry roar had already made them dizzy. In his field of vision, the surrounding scenery suddenly became dark and out of tune. He didn't even have time to wail in pain. The white soul shadow on this person's body had been extracted. He turned into a dead body lying on the ground. In front of a big man, the fate of a small character is probably like this. The extracted soul fell directly into Charlotte Lingling's hands. After struggling for a few times, it was crushed and dissipated. The children standing on both sides all turned a blind eye to such evil deeds. Or rather, they had long been accustomed to it. Using the death of an unknown person to appease the anger of their mother was very worthwhile in their opinion. Who dares to attack Armand? Who can kill all her people? Who dares? Charlotte Lingling became more and more angry. Her big eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of her eyes at any moment. What a bold guy! Is he one of the other 4 emperors? Could it be the Navy? The Navy has been very active recently. Beside Charlotte Lingling, a black cloud and a burning flame floated in the air. The most peculiar thing is that these 2 balls of energy matter can actually speak directly. After these 2 balls of matter were given souls by the power of the superhuman soul fruit, they have been following Charlotte Lingling. In terms of combat effectiveness, although they are just 2 simple balls of natural energy, they can exert a good attack power. When the 2 of them appear at the same time, it must mean that Charlotte Lingling's mood is extremely bad. Every time Charlotte Lingling gets angry, her children who generally have little sense of existence dare not speak out to dissuade her. The soul fruit has the ability to deprive souls and lifespans, and Charlotte Lingling has always attacked indiscriminately. Even her own children will be punished as long as they anger her. When the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point, a man with a top hat, a candy cane, and a very funny look stood up. Mother, don't be so angry. Armand's swordsmanship is pretty good, ha ha ha. She should be fine, maybe she met a tough opponent. The man said with an optimistic attitude at the end of his words. Charlotte Sparrow. The eldest son of the Charlotte family. He is also a user of the superhuman licking fruit. A famous pirate in the New World with a bounty of 700 million berries. As the eldest brother of the family. Needless to say, his experience in dealing with things and the scenes he has seen are naturally not to be mentioned. However, his own combat power is average. As the eldest son, he still cannot get the greatest trust of Charlotte Linlin. Now he also has his own exclusive tasks. However, there is still a certain gap in level compared with the Desert Stars. Standing up in the face of his mother's anger today, Sparrow also wanted to tell his mother that she has more than just Desert Stars to dispatch. Sparrow, what do you mean by this? Do you think I'm too doting on you and won't take away your age? Charlotte Lingling said angrily. Sparrow seemed particularly calm. He expected what his mother would say. If he couldn't stand this little bit of anger, he wouldn't have stood up. Mother, calm down. I won't joke at this time. Armand is my sister. If she goes missing, I will be worried too. Why don't you let me take the hounds to look for it, Mother? After we find him, we will meet up with Smoothie and Snaggle. Sparrow firmly grasped the opportunity. He was sure that his mother would not refuse at this time. In the transaction mission with Kaido, there was no arrangement for him to do anything. Sparrow was thinking about this matter. He took the hounds out for a walk. Whether he could find Armand or not, he could smoothly join the transaction camp. Being the first echelon of combat power around his mother was what Sparrow had always wanted to do. You kid is talking about this. Charlotte Lingling hesitated for a moment. Mother. There is no need to let the eldest brother go out. I just got news about my sister. When she arrived at the transaction site, she happened to encounter a battle with Kaido's army and the navy. Armand was probably captured by the navy. When Sparrow thought he was about to succeed, a tall man with a huge sword on his back walked in. Chapter 43. Sparrow looked at the man from a distance. There was a hint of annoyance in his eyes. Cracker, you are just responsible for the liaison work this time, right? Mother will decide what to do. Sparrow said immediately. Charlotte Cracker. Minister of Biscuits, the 10th son of the family. Also, one of the 4 generals of desserts. His superhuman biscuit fruit performs exceptionally well in his hands. He is called Biscuit Knight by the pirates of the New World. Brother, I received accurate information from Smoothie. Don't you want to hear who made the move? Creepy walked up to him arrogantly. He said this with a playful tone, not taking Sparrow, the big brother, seriously at all. Sparrow, get out of the way, you bastard. Cracker, have you received any useful information? If it is useless information, you will be the first to suffer. Charlotte Lingling said in a bad tone. Cracker walked past the brothers and sisters. He walked straight to Charlotte Lingling. He walked through the hall without looking sideways. It was enough to see Cracker's inner pride. On the other hand, everyone present, except for Sparrow, no one else showed any dissatisfaction. Strength is king. This is the rule wherever you go. Cracker, who has strong fighting power, has a prestige that is greater than the false title of the eldest son of the Charlotte family. Mother. Smoothie has been out for a while and the news has come that the deal with Kaido's army has been interfered with by the navy. The two sides are now fighting fiercely. Smoothie has just arrived at the scene and is not ready to fight. Crasher repeated the information he had. The cooperation between the 4 emperors is still very unreliable. On the surface, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are getting close. In fact, before the real cooperation begins, they will be wary of each other. On the one hand, even if the navy is not strong in the New World, they cannot completely ignore their existence and give them no face. If they anger the navy, it will not be so easy when they get serious. Was it really interfered by the navy? Who is this blind bastard leading the team? Bang! Charlotte Lingling angrily slapped the table in front of her. The children of the lower class who had no strength were so scared that they trembled. The bridesmaids were like living with a tiger. These children also felt a lot of pressure. Cracker was different from them, and he could also feel it completely. He continued to report calmly. Mother, the leader of the team is Vice Admiral Momosaki from the Navy headquarters who just came to the New World a few months ago. Momosaki. Charlotte Linlin has heard of this name before. At the beginning, Momosaki was rated as a person with strength comparable to that of an admiral. It was also because of her outstanding performance in the New World that she was regarded as such when she returned to the headquarters. At that time, Momosaki and Crane, one big and one small, were heroes of the headquarters. They created many records of capture by the Navy, and many famous pirates still remember them clearly. Who was it? It turned out to be the stinky girl from Jun. The little follower of he back then actually started leading a team on his own. Even if Smoothie doesn't take action, Kaido's people are enough. What does your telling me have to do with Armin's loss of contact? Charlotte Lingling was still puzzled. She didn't know what Cracker wanted to say. Mother, at this point in time, Armin's team was attacked. It's not a coincidence. I received reliable intelligence that one of our ships had taken such a picture. Credit raised his hand and a series of cookies of various shapes appeared on his arm, forming a conveyor belt. The photo in the hands of Cracker was delivered to Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte Lingling pulled it over and looked at it in front of her. Black clouds and burning fire, two groups of energy substances also came over. It's a female navy holding a sword. The sword looks so majestic. The red sword pattern is so majestic. It's really majestic. That's right. The two balls of energy chattered. Charlotte Lingling was unhappy. Her eyes locked on the two balls of energy. Mother, please calm down. Mother, please calm down. The sudden pressure made the two little ones dare not say a word, and they immediately hid away in anger. Could this girl be the new Navy recruit who has recently become famous in the New World? Although Charlotte Lingling has not been out much, she is still very well informed and generally does not miss any important information. Mother, you are right. This woman is the rumored Red Shadow Swordsman. She seems to be traveling alone in a kayak. Crash reported truthfully. Regardless of whether the Red Shadow Swordsman is related to Armin's disappearance, Cracker didn't want to be trapped in Cake Island. Like Sparrow, Cracker also wanted to take action. If he hadn't accidentally wiped out the 3 cooperating pirate groups during the last mission, he wouldn't be under house arrest now. In a sense, Cracker, with his extreme personality, is the most dangerous person among his children. Chapter 44. After Cracker explained the various reasons, he also provided a fairly reliable analysis. Whether the Navy wanted to interfere or not, Charlotte Lingling didn't care at the moment. She didn't want to find out anything. But if she really knew that the so-called Navy rookie Red Shadow Swordsman had attacked her own children, Charlotte Lingling would destroy this young and strong Navy at all costs. Cracker, I'll make an exception and allow you to go out for a while this time. If you dare to cause trouble again, come back and give up 30 years of your life. Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed red. She casually said the final punishment. Everyone knew it. If Cracker really did not do a good job, Charlotte Lingling would not favor him at all. For Emperor's Big Mom. Such a cold-blooded and domineering woman. I understand, Mother. I will definitely complete the task well. New World Roth Fork Island. Boom. Boom. A series of violent noises came from the island. Such a large-scale bombing duel has lasted for nearly 4 hours. Smoothie put down the den mushi in her hand. Looking at the gradually one-sided situation in the distance, she waved her hand and asked her men to leisurely bring a huge chair. The situation is almost the same. This woman is really persistent. The opponent is this monster, and he can fight to such an extent. It's really admirable. The huge Smoothie sat down, and a huge quilt was placed beside her. Inheriting the natural advantages of the long-legged people, Smoothie's body is abnormally large, but also beautiful. As the Minister of Juice, her bounty is as high as 932 million Baileys. Possessing the terrible ability of squeezing fruit, she can squeeze the moisture of objects at will. When her subordinates do something wrong, she will use her ability to punish them. She is a woman with a strong sense of responsibility, but very cold. The only difference from her unbearable mother is that Smoothie's character is relatively straightforward and sensible, and she can clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. If the subordinates do well, they will be rewarded directly. Working under her is not too difficult. The woman she praised was no other than the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Dao Tu. Rothvik Island is still 1,000 kilometers away from Daotu's destination. It's a long distance away. This island does not produce food and has no residents. Because of its vast area, many people use it as a place to rest during transit. In order to avoid his men from having to travel long distances, Daotu was also prepared to let the soldiers rest here. But after landing on the island, they realized the crisis. It's a pity that the opponent's vigilance is higher than Daotu's. It's easy to come, but it's not so easy to leave. The enemy Daotu faces is the big shot in Kaido's pirate group. One of the three major disasters, the fire disaster. Jin. A terrible man with a bounty of more than 1.5 billion. After such a long period of high-intensity combat, the Navy circle is in complete chaos. At the beginning, the troops brought by Daotu had suffered more than 60% damage. This is already an acceptable result. If Daotu was willing to relax, I'm afraid it would be a one-sided massacre now. Daotu held the golden pillow in one hand, propped the sword on the ground, and couldn't help coughing up blood. Lieutenant General Daotu. Are you okay? Lieutenant General Daotu. Please leave by yourself and leave us alone. Yes, these are your close associates who have followed you for many years, and everyone will blame you. That's right, Lieutenant General Daotu, it's not your mistake this time. The confidants who followed Daotu couldn't help but shout out loudly. Everyone knew that the wrong landing was directly related to the wrong information. In the final analysis, if we want to hold someone accountable, we have to start from the source. If Daotu wanted to retreat and ignored her soldiers, she would have escaped unscathed. However, Daotu, who had a strong sense of responsibility, would not watch her subordinates being led astray by herself. In her opinion, she was the commander of an army. The errors in intelligence were also errors in her own judgment. In the final analysis, it was her own guidance that was problematic. Therefore, even at the cost of her life, she would still fight to the end. What she didn't expect was that the strength of Yanzai Jin would be so terrifying. From the beginning of the battle to now, she didn't even catch the slightest flaw. Hundreds of attacks were blocked by Jin without any damage. The Yanzai Legion on the side was also constantly harvesting his naval soldiers. Jin knew that it was only a matter of time to take down Daotu and this team. Looking at Daotu, who was resisting stubbornly, Jin, who was wearing a helmet and mask, couldn't help but feel unhappy. He said to himself, "What a difficult woman. How could she still be so energetic?" Chapter 45. You know, the three big bosses under Kaido. Each of them is a terrifying animal-type fruit ability user. Flame Disaster Jin is the dragon fruit ancient species pterosaur form. When he attacks, his body is burning with blazing flames. He can use the high temperature of the fire to attack the enemy at any time, so he is called Flame Disaster. Rumor has it. What is more mysterious than his fruit ability is his true racial identity hidden under his mask and peeping. As for what it is impossible for ordinary people to grasp the information. Such a terrifying cadre of the beast's pirates. When encountering an ordinary vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is definitely an easy situation to resolve the battle. It is impossible to drag it on for too long. Unexpectedly, knowing that Daotu has called for support, he still dragged the battle to now. It's a pity. The originally expected time of action is still a few days later. Even if the headquarters sent a stronger force to support, it is impossible to arrive in the first time in this sudden trouble situation. Jin still recognizes Daotu's combat ability. But if he continues to wait, he knows that unnecessary trouble will arise. Daotu was panting and had no strength left at the moment. It was obvious that she was at the end of her strength. You are a determined admiral, even if you are a woman, I respect you. But now the farce is coming to an end. It's strange, you shouldn't have set your sights on the beast's pirates. Jin said as he flapped his wings again and flew high into the sky. The majestic black wings behind him suddenly burst into flames. In the previous many encounters, the fierce attacks of fire had caused Daotu a lot of trouble. Especially when they attacked from the air, the space to dodge was very narrow. Back off! Everyone, back off! Feeling Jin's momentum, Daotu's heart couldn't help but shrink. She knew very well that Jin had lost his patience and was ready to release a powerful killing move. Even in her prime, she didn't have the confidence to stop him. Not to mention that she was overexhausted now. Looking at the Navy soldiers behind her, Daotu knew that she couldn't avoid it no matter what. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Jin waved his black wings. His body, which covered the sky, condensed the flames into a huge fireball. If you look up from the ground, it looks like a small sun hanging in the sky. Get out of here quickly. It's rare to see the flame disaster boss show his power, today I'm lucky. But then again, this female Navy Vice Admiral is completely unlucky. You're right, no one can survive the outbreak of Boss Yin's pterosaur heart fire. Seeing Yin's performance, the first to react were his followers. They had followed Yin for many years and naturally knew how terrible his destructive power was. In order to avoid being affected, leaving the scene quickly was the best option. Damn! After fighting for such a long time, Dao Tu could also feel that this move might not be as easy to deal with as imagined. Follow those pirates! Kill them! Hurry up! Momotsuki shouted at the top of her lungs. Even though she knew she might not be able to withstand the blow, she would still fulfill her responsibilities as a leader at the last moment. Unfortunately, her subordinates had been surrounded and beaten by many pirates for such a long time. Now their condition was only slightly worse than Momotsuki's. It was impossible to move quickly over a large area. The armed color domineering was barely released again. The blade of Kinpala's sword turned ink black. However, the strength and level were much worse than a few hours ago. On the other hand, Jin was waving his black wings in the air. The pterosaur heart flame condensed into a huge fireball, burning all the air around it. No opponent defeated by Jin had left a single survivor. This time was no exception in his eyes. Smoothie looked up at the sky, and the huge juice cup in his hand trembled. This scary guy actually has such ability. What an unfathomable man, his limits are totally unpredictable. In the final analysis, Smoothie's position as a general is equal to that of the flame disaster Jin. But if Smoothie were to stand on the opposite side of Jin, she herself would not have the confidence. Smoothie also instantly understood why Charlotte Linlin would remind herself before coming here to pay attention to the flame disaster around Kaido. Now it seems that she is indeed foresight. This time it's over. He was also a very skilled swordsman, but we didn't even have time to fight him. What a pity. Smoothie shook his head with a sigh. At this moment, at the natural harbor of the island close to the battlefield, Dashiki, with blood-red sword patterns on her body, flew quickly to the island. This distance is terrible. I must catch up. Bloodthirsty attack, start. Dashiki urged herself repeatedly. Chapter 46. Boom boom boom. Looking at the skyfire condensing in the air, Lu Feng's spirit couldn't help but tremble. What a strong oppressive force. Even at such a long distance, he could still feel the powerful threat in the air. If it was hit on the ground by such a blow, even a small mountain would be instantly reduced to dust. Someone who can fly and control fire. After a brief thought, Lu Feng instantly locked on the target. Flame disaster, ashes. Judging from the clothes around, the forces at the scene should not only be Kaido's people. Big Mom's people must also be present. In such an environment, the battle has continued until now. Dao Tu's willpower and fighting power once again made Lu Feng look at her differently. At this moment, Dashiji rushed all the way at the fastest speed. Let's not talk about personal consumption for now. This time point alone is already extremely embarrassing. It's simply the worst time point. Hateful. Faster. Must. We must catch up. The sword pattern appeared prominently on Dashiki's face. In the clear pupils, the red mark in the shape of blood drops flickered. The pupils were stained with blood. This was the bloodthirsty attack that Dashiki had mastered, and it was brought to its extreme effect. With the added speed, the distance to the scene was still very far. The sword and the heart were connected. How panicked and anxious Dashiki was. Lu Feng could feel it very clearly. Dao Tu had been kind to her, and accompanied her all the way to now. It was expected that Dashiki could behave like this. Even Lu Feng, who had been paying attention silently, did not want to see Dao Tu have any problems. It seems that it is not the time to hide. If we release him now, who knows how long he can last. Forget it. Lu Feng made up his mind and prepared for the worst. Watching that he could not catch up, Dashiki would not be willing to leave. It would be better to accompany this girl to go crazy. Facing an opponent like Yanzei, seizing the initiative may not be a bad thing. Lu Feng also wanted to see what effect he could play among the strong men under the four emperors. Holy Light Blessing, open. 10 times amplification, on. Liu Feng directly activated the two skills that he could actively release. The huge consumption and special effect blessing were activated at the same time. At least it could make his amplification state last a little longer. Buzz! A wonderful energy suddenly awakened in Dashiki's body. Her vision, footsteps, strength, insight, concentration, mental strength. It was as if everything inside her was reborn in an instant. The sound of the sword making a series of gentle chimes made Dashiki realize that it was the shadow sword's credit again. Great, in that case. I can catch up. Swoosh. Dashiki stepped on the ground. Her slender and agile body suddenly flew out. The scenery around her seemed to be slowed down infinitely and then suddenly accelerated. It was so fast. It was the first time she felt such a feeling. Buzz. The energy consumption is really terrifying. 2 minutes? No, it might be shorter. Liu Feng's heart tightened. She herself didn't know what kind of mysterious state Shadow Sword had brought Dashiki into. At the moment, she could feel that the speed of the ghost energy flowing was soaring wildly. Shadow, it seems you have opened another door to battle. Every time I can't catch up with you. I'm afraid I can't hold on for long in this state, right? Dashiki could still feel clearly what was happening. For her, let alone 2 minutes, even if she only had one chance to attack, she would cherish it. In the battlefield, Dao Tu stood firm, staring at Jin in the air with sharp eyes. Even though she was at a disadvantage, Dao Tu didn't even beg for mercy. Vice Admiral Dao Tu. You and your team showed no fear until the very end. What a respectable opponent. Now, it's all over. Jin suddenly flapped his wings and rushed forward. With the help of the brute force of the giant body of the Pteranodon, the heart flame suddenly separated from him like a sky fire. Swish! At the moment when Jin was about to attack, a slender figure suddenly appeared in front of the heart flame fireball. The maroon ghost fire knife shape was instantly enlarged to 100 times. Stunned! 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 For a moment, all forces were dumbfounded. No one knew where the person who resisted so recklessly came from. How confident is he in his own strength? He was able to rush directly into Jin's heart flame killing move. Normally, even if he didn't die, he would lose half his life. Catch up! This pressure is really exciting. Liu Feng felt the pressure brought by the heart flame, and his heart was throbbing. Dashiki's eyes were bloodshot, and she shouted angrily. Stop it! Chapter 47. At the moment of the explosion of anger, Dashiki's momentum continued to rise, and a golden light flashed in her pupils. A mental pressure that was cold to the bottom of her heart suddenly acted on Jin. Who is this woman? This is domineering aura. Jin was horrified. Hiss! The golden rhythm like electric current directly enveloped the heart flame. The violent energy of the heart flame was instantly restrained by 20%. The domineering aura was released. This level of release could actually directly affect external objects. Jin had felt the domineering aura of varying strengths on many kings in the New World. The girl who suddenly appeared in front of him. Could she have such a talent? The most terrifying thing is that her level is not low. It can affect his mind and heart flame, which is terrifying. Dashiki? This little bitch! Seeing the scene of the ghost energy bursting out, Dao Tu instantly recognized Dashiki's figure. He had clearly told her to obey his orders in every possible way, but she still came here regardless of the consequences. Moreover, she directly faced Jin's destructive attack. Lord Smoothie, someone is causing trouble. The subordinates around Smoothie reminded him loudly. Nonsense, I can see such an obvious thing. Who is it? Who is this figure that suddenly appeared? Smoothie was shocked. She was also full of curiosity about the person who appeared. At such a long distance, she couldn't tell whether the person was a man or a woman. What was his identity? He could attack at this time. Just judging from this point, he must be a person with terrifying strength. The panicked navy didn't understand what happened. They looked up at the sky, squinted their eyes and said in shock. Who is this? Our reinforcements? Could it be the general sent by the headquarters to reinforce? Are we saved? Can we survive? What a strong momentum! There will definitely be no problem this time. The momentum that Tashiji exuded reminded the Marines of the Admiral of the headquarters. After all, apart from the Admiral, no one else could resist the destructive blow of the flame disaster. No matter who you are, you are looking for death. Jin shouted angrily. Just relying on the dazzling conqueror's haki, you want to stop me? It's impossible. Since the opponent is ready to take the next blow for Dao Tu at this time, Jin will naturally not stop. It can even be said that after the provocation of Dashiki's conqueror's haki, the destructive power of the heart flame has become even more unscrupulous. Not as stressful as imagined. Can fight back. Liu Feng quickly judged the situation of both sides. If it was too strong to resist, it would be fine. With a tenfold increase, he seized the initiative again. Liu Feng could feel that the success rate of the counterattack was still very high. And Dashiki, who was in the angry stage, had already made the opening move of the strongest killing move before Liu Feng made a judgment. Now she has lost the consciousness to think about the real situation. Counterattack. Fight back. Dashiki only considered this one thing. 7 demon swords. The 7th ghost. Soldier Soul 100-armed giant. Facing the huge heart flame fireball. The ink-colored armament haki suddenly spread to the whole body of Shadow Sword. This is not over yet. Immediately afterwards, layers of black external energy wrapped around the outside of the ghost energy. It looked more like the 9 netherworld fire. The condensed and externalized armament haki. It is just one of the advanced applications of armament haki. In the past, Tashiji's armament haki level could not reach such a level. With the blessing of 10 times the increase, this obstacle was shortened. Dao Tu stared at the dome in amazement. A demon god with armor and a heroic appearance appeared on the sword body. The huge body covered the sky and even blocked most of the fire. The brilliance of the heart flame was dimmed in an instant. Around the solid sword body, there were dozens or hundreds of condensed sword phantoms. They wanted to form independent attacks in all directions in a way that they were connected inch by inch. This is not a simple matter of releasing ghost energy easily. In addition to the precise control of ghost energy, it also requires very concentrated attention to keep the attack and defense of the 100-armed giant in shape. So strong. Is this what it feels like to increase your power tenfold? This was the first time Liu Feng felt this way. With this coveted power, he didn't have to fear any opponent. 3 major disasters? Fire disaster. You might have encountered a real natural disaster today. Chapter 48. Dashiki's concentration increased. The effect was directly applied to Liu Feng. The giant with 100 arms in the air used his body as a sword and pounced towards the heart fireball. Is this a sword move? What a weird thing. I have never seen this sword before. Why does it have such great power? Jin himself is also a swordsman. He is too familiar with swordsmanship and famous swords. This is the first time Jin has encountered a magic weapon like Liu Feng. As for what kind of strength he will exert, the result is already very obvious. Boom! There was a loud noise. 2 different colors of fire, one red and one brown, shot straight into the sky. The rolling clouds in the sky were cut into 2. Looking at the posture, it seemed that the dome was about to be chopped into pieces. What was even more surprising was that the heart flame was quickly swallowed up and completely destroyed by the giant with 100 arms. There was no trace left. The giant sword condensed from the body of the giant with 100 arms still showed no sign of stopping. It fell down towards the pterosaur body of Yin. Go to hell, you bastard dragon! Liu Feng could feel the ghost energy wrapped around him disappearing at a very fast speed. But the atmosphere had reached this point. He would definitely not give up easily. Until the moment when the heart flame dissipated. Jin did not fully react. He knew the strength of his skills best. How could it be broken so easily? In addition, Liu Feng's attack speed was so fast that it was astonishing. Even if Jin was a little distracted. In the next breath, the attack of the 7th ghost god 100-armed giant was already in front of him. Bang! Bang! A volley of blows created a circle of dark brown ghost fire in the air. The huge rocks under the circle shattered, raising waves of sandstorms. The embers that were hit in the air flew backwards like stray bullets and hit the mountain 100 meters away. Boom! A huge hole was blasted out of the solid mountain. For a moment, the observation site was completely blown up. Captain Yin, Boss Yin. How could this happen? How could this happen? This is so scary. What on earth is this thing with so many arms? The captain of the ship would be beaten to death? What a joke, by a woman. It was a woman. Oh my god, it's really a woman. The pirates following Jin shouted loudly. As the will-o'-the-wisp quickly dissipated, Tashiji, who was falling from the air, slowly revealed her true appearance. Even ordinary pirates could vaguely see that it was a woman in a navy uniform. Master Smoothie, it was a woman. It was a woman who beat the flame away. The subordinate said loudly again beside Smoothie. The noisy appearance made Smoothie frown. You don't need to tell me about this, I can see it with my own eyes. Why does this woman look familiar? What is the origin of this sword? As a fellow swordsman, Smoothie was excited when he saw Dashiki's shadow sword. If a swordsman could get his hands on a famous sword, it would definitely be the most enthusiastic hobby of the first swordsman. Especially a top-level sword like Shadow Sword. Lord Smoothie, this woman looks familiar. If you want to turn into juice, keep talking. Smoothie threatened. Occasionally, she could still find it funny to talk back. But her patience also had its limits. Lord Smoothie, this is what I'm talking about. The subordinate shook the information newspaper in his hand and spoke in a low voice, not daring to make any more noise. Smoothie took it and took a look at the photo of Dashiki printed on it. The Navy's newcomer, the Red Shadow Swordsman, and this sword. That's right. It's her. There's no mistake. With cold sweat on his forehead, Smoothie looked at the place where Dashiki landed with certainty. Not long ago, he had just talked to Cracker on the phone. He asserted that it was Dashiki, the Red Shadow Swordsman under Daoto, who had a conflict with Armand. Assuming this is true, Dashiki came from such a far place as Yashi Nagashima? And was he able to exert such terrifying strength? The newcomer of the Navy is not as easy to deal with as he seems. Shua. Daoto flashed and immediately came to Tashiji's side, surrounded by the surviving Navy. Dashiki, is there anything wrong? Are you injured anywhere? Daoto was already hesitant in her words. The blow just now was like a wake-up call. Daoto was still replaying the scene of Dashiki's attack in her mind. Lieutenant General Daoto, is your injury okay? Tashiji didn't wait for Daoto to say anything and started to show concern for her. Daoto immediately shook her head and said. I just consumed too much energy. Is there really nothing wrong with you? Your opponent is the Flame Disaster, one of Kaido's 3 major disasters. Daoto said in disbelief. Chapter 49. It turned out to be Captain Dashiji. The person who just fought against the Flame Disaster in the air and knocked him flying was actually Captain Tashiji. It's too horrible. Not to mention the strength of a captain, even a lieutenant general may not be able to do it. He is simply a monster-level figure in the Navy, no wonder he was sent to the New World. Hey, did you see that sword? The sword that chopped off the Flame Disaster. Nonsense, of course I saw it, now we are completely saved. The surviving Marines came forward. After seeing Tashiji's face clearly, they shouted in shock. When Dashiji was fighting continuously to capture the New World pirates, they had already established the image of the King of Marines in their hearts. Now, in their eyes, Dashiji is like the soul of the army. As long as she is present, everyone can have hope of survival. Now the Marines are all concerned about survival. However, Momosaki is still worried that Dashiji will be injured. Tashiji moved her body to make sure that she was fine. There was even no news about the effect of the holy light blessing on her body. But the kind of indomitable and fearless power has disappeared. So, that was your real strength. Daoto felt that she could no longer make a simple judgment. One move knocked away the Flame Disaster. With such a big ability, does Dashiki already have the fighting power of a general? In front of Daoto, Dashiki didn't want to lie. She shook her head, raised the shadow sword horizontally, and said. That power is not yet fully available to me. After the previous attack, the shadow sword seemed to have consumed too much energy, and the ghost energy could no longer be condensed normally. Fortunately, thanks to him, I was able to rescue Vice Admiral Daoto in time. Dashiki's heart was warmed. She knew it herself. He must have felt her eagerness. That's why Shadow Sword risked so much to assist her. If it weren't for Shadow Sword's support and companionship along the way, Dashiki knew very well that she would not be where she is today. Call. You are a little girl with a conscience, and you understand my painstaking efforts. I thought I could last 2 minutes, but I didn't expect it to be consumed so quickly. I can't even use my normal abilities. Damn it. The next step is the most difficult time. Liu Feng still maintained a clear mind and observed every move around him. It was nothing more than his combat ability was greatly weakened compared to before. He would not die or get injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully harming the animal series Ancient Species Pteranodon. Gain new attribute, Heart Flame. Gain new attribute, Ancient Mark. Heart Flame, Ghost Energy automatically merges and upgrades to a new attribute, Dark Flame. Red Marks. Ancient Marks are automatically merged and upgraded to new attributes, Ancient Sword Marks. Get 200 experience points as a reward. Current experience value, 470/4000 points. As expected, the stronger the opponent, the greater the benefit. Unfortunately, I don't have the energy to experience these basic skills after evolution. Although Liu Feng has evolved in the system, he is still in a weak state after the tenfold increase in the withdrawal of ghost energy. According to Liu Feng's estimation, it will take at least half an hour to recover. Buzz. While they were communicating, a strong spiritual obsession came from the mountain 100 meters away. Tashiji and Daotu, who were very conscious, reacted immediately. It's not over yet. The ordinary attack just now was enough to cause a fatal blow to Jin. Now they must rely on the strength of the two to protect together. The Yanzai guy is coming out. Even if you can't continue to attack, keep your status and scare him. Maybe we can buy some time. Daotu reminded. Daotu was naturally aware of the power of the Shadow Sword. The attack in the air just now was beyond Dashiji's ability. It was reasonable for side effects to occur. However, Flame Disaster Jin didn't know about these situations. Daotu had sent out a distress signal for such a long time. If it was delayed for a while, maybe the chance of reinforcements arriving would be greater. Suddenly, just as the two of them were getting nervous, a figure flew up into the sky and flew directly towards the scene. Boom! With a heavy explosion, Jin reappeared from the smoke and dust, and stopped 10 meters away from Dashiki. If he got closer, he was worried that if he made any move, Dashiki would attack him again. Jin had obvious lacerations on his wings at this moment. In the duel in the air, he was at a disadvantage and suffered serious injuries. On the other hand, Dashiki was completely unharmed. This sword, this face. Could it be that you are the new Navy member that has been rumored in the New World recently, the Red Shadow Swordsman? Jin looked in the direction of Dashiki and said suspiciously. Chapter 50. The wound on the wing was still aching. Even though this kind of external injury was nothing to a Yanzai, it was a long-lost experience. It had been too long since anyone had been able to hurt themselves in a head-on confrontation. I never thought that after so many years, the person who broke this tradition was actually a teenage girl. It is me. You are Kaido's fire disaster, right? If you still want to fight, I will be your opponent. Tashiji's momentum was sharp. Even without the oppressive feeling in the air just now, there was no sign of decline. The bluffing effect still existed. It was just that when facing a powerful force, such as the Flame Disaster, he would not care whether you were bluffing or not. Since you are on the opposite side, you need to be able to bear the weight brought by it. It's been a long time since I met such an arrogant kid. Since you are also a swordsman, I will use my flying fire to deal with you. This is the greatest honor for a swordsman. As he spoke, Jin drew out the red-handled long sword from his waist. Buzz! So strong! This is the breath of a famous sword, and the level is not low. Liu Feng was in a weak state, but he could still sense it very clearly. The famous sword Fi Wo. The sword unique to Yanzai. In addition to being an ancient animal-type ability user, he himself is also a super powerful swordsman. The swordsmanship combined with the fruit ability, the degree of its horror can be imagined. The oppressive feeling of the moment of drawing the sword. The two swordsmen, Dashiki and Daotu, couldn't help but hold their breath. The most difficult level is finally coming. Not far away. Lord Smoothie, shall we take action together? Will Yanzai be defeated by her? This woman is so terrifying. She is our target too. The subordinate asked Smoothie what he meant. When he saw Dashiji knocking Jin away, Smoothie's mind went blank for a moment. He never expected that the new target of the Charlotte family would be such a terrifying woman. Don't act rashly for now. It is still unclear what the outcome will be if such a woman fights against the Flame Disaster. Tell everyone to retreat another 100 meters, the transport team is moving now. Send all the supplies brought by Yanzai to the ship, and act immediately. Smoothie ordered. Delay will lead to changes. On such a battlefield where the wind changes sides so quickly, more attention needs to be paid to more details. Even a little negligence may harm one's own people. Yanzei, who made himself feel invincible, was actually injured by a new navy? This made Smoothie begin to doubt whether the intelligence obtained by the Charlotte family was accurate enough. Whoosh! Without anyone noticing, a blue-green flame silently fell on a giant tree 200 meters away from the battlefield. Marco. He was persistent enough to track her all the way here. When he found Tashiji's trail, she had already reached the edge of the island. He observed that there were naval warships anchored around the island. On the other side, there were many large-scale pirate ships. Marco realized that things were definitely not simple. After that, he was particularly grateful. He was glad that he did not act rashly, otherwise, he didn't know what the result would be. This woman. She actually possesses such a terrifying ability. Was it the power of the devil fruit, or the sword? Marco, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but murmur. The lively scene here made his heart beat fast. Whitebeard was also well aware of the frequent contacts between the New World Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates. But he didn't know what they were planning, so Whitebeard simply didn't take any action. During this period, Red Hair also asked someone to come to the Whitebeard pirates, wanting to find an opportunity to talk to Whitebeard. In the end, he was rejected by Whitebeard with disdain. Judging from the current situation, even if it is not a union of the two major Four Emperors groups, there must be a great cooperative relationship. This is really important information. What's next? Flame Disaster Jinx and Red Shadow Swordsman, who is stronger? Haha, it's getting more and more interesting. Marco was happy to watch the fun and was not in a hurry to leave. Suddenly, Marco, who had just hidden himself, suddenly heard a series of strange noises in the air. It was as if something was flying by at high speed. What is this? Cannonballs. Marco frowned and observed. This place is very far from the coastline. What kind of ship can have such a range? And so many shells are coming at the same time. A dozen? No, at least dozens. Look at the aiming position, it is exactly the direction where Yin is. Is there anyone else here? Jin realized that something was wrong and paused in his attempt to attack. Dashiki and Daotu also heard the noise and turned around suspiciously. Oh no! Get down! Dashiki noticed something was wrong and immediately shouted to the people behind him. Chapter 51. Cannonballs. After seeing the flying objects clearly, Jin's pupil shrank. It was a scene beyond common sense. How could a cannonball fly over? Sizzle! Boom! Boom! Jin swung his sword continuously, and the flaming sword energy cut the cannonballs into pieces in mid-air. Before they reached Jin, a batch of them were destroyed. The red flames of the explosion once again covered half of the sky. What? How can it be? Boom! Jin, who thought he had resisted, suddenly froze. He was horrified to find that under the overwhelming power of his sword energy, most of the shells were still wrapped in armament haki. They flew towards him without any effect. His sword energy was completely integrated with the powerful armament haki. He was actually at a disadvantage? Where did this god come from? It happened in a flash. A little bit of misjudgment was enough to determine who had the upper hand in one round. Boom boom boom. The continuous bombing was as loud as when Yin fell into the hill. The navy, who were closer, immediately distanced themselves to avoid being affected. How could an ordinary artillery shell have such power? Smoothie, who was watching the battle, could no longer remain calm. How did the battlefield suddenly become so lively? Looking at the direction where the artillery shells were coming from, she suddenly grasped her long sword. This is trouble. That woman really bought time. Navy reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, follow me! Smoothie shouted. If they stayed any longer, it would not just be King who would suffer. After all, they were now in a cooperative relationship. They could not just watch the navy target Kaido's people. The power of the shells was not a fatal injury to King. It was just that after he stepped back to defend himself, he looked particularly embarrassed with his whole face covered in dust. Shells with armed color domineering attached. This was not something that a ship could casually fire. Could it be, thrown with bare hands? While he was wondering, not far from the end of the smoke, two figures had appeared in front. Are the pirates of today's post-era so arrogant? How dare they attack the navy without any reason? Is it true that the navy headquarters cannot reach the New World? An old and arrogant voice came. Although the person who spoke was not loud, people within a few miles could hear it clearly. Da-da-da. The old man had one hand in his pocket. In the other hand he was holding a solid cannonball. He looked like he would throw the cannonball if he disagreed with someone. Next to him was a thin woman who seemed to walk slowly. But she always managed to follow him at a leisurely pace. It's actually the two of them. It seems that it won't be so easy to take down Akakage and Mamaji this time. When Smoothie came to the battle circle, he was already nervous. The Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the Chief of Staff, Crane. And, the Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, the Navy Hero, Garp. Hero Garp, Chief of Staff Crane. I can't believe you guys would show up in the New World. Jin said in shock. He was not stupid. It was no coincidence that he could see two big figures from the Navy here. This meant that the Navy should have been paying attention to Kaido and Big Mom a long time ago. Today, Daoto came to the island and stumbled upon the transaction scene. It should be just an accident. Vice Admiral Garp, Crane's sister. I'm so sorry, because of my misjudgment, you guys came here to finish it off. Daoto apologized as soon as she saw he. As a lieutenant general and the leader of the team, she was of course the one with the greatest responsibility. However, he didn't care about these things at all. She looked Daoto up and down. Seeing her wounded and miserable appearance, she knew that she had been gritting her teeth and struggling to hold on for the past few hours. Well, be more careful next time. Thank you for your hard work. Crane did not say anything to comfort her. Nor did he help Daoto explain. In the Navy, mistakes are mistakes. Receiving false information is not an excuse. Vice Admiral Garp, Chief of Staff Crane. Tashigi saw that Garp was looking at her, so she saluted and said. At the same time, she was relieved. Garp and Crane were both at the scene, which meant that she didn't need to worry about this battle anymore. Garp said with a serious face. Did you strike that sword just now? Tashigi nodded in disbelief. Rumor has it that Vice Admiral Garp should be a rather unexpected commander. How could he be so serious? Then, Garp looked at Staff Officer Crane and said. This time you come to the New World, you don't have to remember my favor. How about letting me take care of this new star of the Navy? Ha ha ha. He came to Dashiki and said, Garp, I'm not in the mood to joke now. Then, she gently patted Dashiki's arm and said. Well done, leave the rest to us. Murderous intent. Lu Feng was not far away and instantly felt a cold murderous intent. When a woman gets angry, it's more terrifying than anything else. Chapter 52. When Lu Feng learned that Daoto had called for support, he thought that some general would come to the scene. Unexpectedly, a god-level figure came directly. Staff officer he also came with him. Crane, who was always calm, was obviously very angry when he saw Daoto being beaten into such a state. Hiss! Garp gasped. He immediately stopped joking. You're right, the guys in front of me are not easy to deal with. I never thought that the pirate leaders of the New World's 4 emperors would have 3 waves of men under their command. Garp said unhappily, glancing back. Shocked. Marco, who was lurking on a giant tree 100 meters away, suddenly felt a chill on his back. Discovered? He was so far away. He had deliberately restrained his breath, but he was still discovered by Garp. This is not just a matter of personal attentiveness. The perception of observation Haki is completely on a different level. He is so sharp, worthy of being a naval hero, so strong. It seems that there will be no more big battles here, so we must find a chance to leave. Marco realized that he was discovered and immediately decided to retreat. Fighting alone against the current Tashigi, Marco might attack without hesitation. Now there are 2 people in the Navy headquarters who are more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the admirals. There is no room for action at all. I was thinking before that Whitebeard was worried about Ace's pursuit of Teach. I can just solve the things here by myself. And now such a big change has happened. If I don't go back to report the situation, it will be impossible to solve it. 3 waves of people. Are Whitebeard's men following again? Lu Feng was also shocked by Garp's words. When his 10-fold amplification exploded, he focused all his attention on the fight with Jin. As for what happened around him, he really didn't know. Garp, who had just arrived at the scene, had figured out all the situations in such a short time. His terrifying strength made people have no intention of being his enemy. Garp's sight gave Tashiji a hint. She followed Garp's gaze and saw a blue-green light clearly going away with the flowing clouds. He should have sensed that he had been discovered and was not going to stay here to make trouble. Who is this person? Dao Tu asked doubtfully. Tashiji made a bold guess and said, it may be someone from the Whitebeard pirates. Little girl, did you offend Whitebeard's men? Garp didn't dare to determine who it was. He was very curious about how Tashiji was so sure. Tashiji stood at attention with his backhand and saluted. No matter if he was in trouble or not, he saluted first, so as not to be scolded too badly. Back to Vice Admiral Garp. I met Charlotte Lingling's daughter, the ghost lady Charlotte Armand, on the island where I was on a mission. I had no other choice but to capture her alive. She should be on her way to G5 branch now. When I dared to come here, I met the captain of the 15th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fossa, who took the initiative to attack me. In a hurry to move forward, I chopped down their pirate ship. Fossa himself should still be alive. Tashiji reported the situation truthfully. Dao Tu was her boss. These words should have been told to her. Now that her boss was here, Tashiji would naturally not hide it. Should he still alive? Dao Tu repeated the last sentence that Dashiki said. Lu Feng looked at the surprised expressions of his superiors. He felt very happy. Did you see that? This is the kingdom I have built for your rising star of the navy. How to deal with it later is not something we should consider. Otherwise, what is the point of having a backer? After hearing the question, Dashiki nodded in confusion. Yes, he shouldn't die so easily. I just cut off their ship. I was too anxious at the back, I was the only one there. Therefore, no arrest was made. Tashiji replied honestly. Listening to her words, it seemed that letting the enemy go was the most reckless thing she had done. Crane's breathing stagnated. On the surface, there was no movement, but in his heart, there were waves of turmoil. He defeated 2 waves of powerful enemies one after another. He was able to catch up at the last moment and save Dao Tu and so many marines. Dashiji's achievements were far better than those who arrived a moment later. Ha ha ha! What an interesting girl! Well done, the Navy's mission is to catch pirates. Especially these pirates who are extremely evil and don't follow the rules at all. Don't worry, you did nothing wrong, you have the entire Navy behind you. The new world seems to be getting lively again. Garp was surprised at Tashiji's strength. He was also glad that he was the one who came this time to face this difficult mess. If it were someone else, he would really be worried. Then, he continued. Next, leave it to me. We are well prepared this time too. Just as Cap finished speaking, a group of figures appeared in the distance. Along with the smoke and dust, they had already rushed to the scene. Chapter 53. The hero Garp and the great advisor Crane both appeared. It seems that more than just the 2 of them have arrived. There are many more naval elites coming from behind. Smoothie came to Jin's side. It was a kind reminder. It was also for the cooperation of both parties. She took a look at Jin's condition. He looked even more embarrassed than when he was hit by Dashiji. Sure enough, the pressure brought by Garp was even greater. The man who fought with the strong on the sea in the last era. If he stayed in this era, he would be a terrible existence. This time, the miscalculation was on that girl. She is very good at swordsmanship and has a weapon that is not much faster than my Fiwo. Next time if I meet you, I will take the sword no matter what you say. Jin said in a deep voice, his tone was very angry. Next time. Smoothie felt much more relieved after saying this. Smoothie had dealt with Kaido's drought disaster Jack before. Jack was a man who did things without considering the consequences. Compared with Jack, Jin was much more rational and could judge the situation clearly. One Garp was enough to give them a headache. In addition to Chief of Staff Crane and countless elite Navy soldiers who rushed to the scene, if the fight continued, I'm afraid both of them would have to seek help. The strength of the enemy and us was completely unbalanced. Take care of yourself and contact us later if you want to cooperate. One thing needs to be clarified, what to do with the sword, and then we'll see who kills the new female warrior. Smoothie said mercilessly. The 2 sword masters saw such a famous sword coming out. They couldn't just sit back and watch. They knew very well how much a famous sword could help improve the swordsman's ability. Lu Feng himself didn't know it now. He just made a move once, and he had already attracted the attention of both parties. Dashiji, Thank you for taking Jun back first. We can take care of this. Staff Officer Crane saw that Dashiki was in good condition. He also heard her report on how she had defeated so many powerful opponents in a row. Staff Officer Crane was relieved to leave the retreat to Dashiki. Considering Shadow Sword's situation, Dashiki knew that if she stayed, she might be a hindrance. In order to successfully complete the mission, it would be no mistake to leave now. Sister He, do you think I can't be a fighting force? Dao To looked at He unhappily after hearing this. A true strong man will never admit defeat until the last moment. He glanced at Dao To sharply and said. I never thought so, I just wanted to tell you. If you stay, you won't have a chance to attack. Boom. Boom. When he was halfway through his words, Garp and Jin had already started fighting. Jin's pirates were not weak either. When they saw the navy attacking, it seemed that they had a deep hatred for each other. When they started fighting, they showed no mercy. Lieutenant General Dao To, let's go first. Tashiji was relieved, and also considered Dao To's safety. Unable to resist the double dissuasion of Crane and Tashiji, Dao To had to follow Tashiji and leave the battlefield first. What a pity! If Garp had come earlier, there would be no need for the tenfold increase. Maybe you can gain more experience on sight. But after this incident, Big Mom, Whitebeard and Kaido can no longer rest in peace. Red Hair is the only one left among the 4 emperors. Can he stay out of it? There should be more interesting things happening in the new world. Liu Feng felt regretful, but he was full of expectations for the future. The hatred in the early stage was completely full. The seeds of major events have been planted. As for when the opportunity for the outbreak will come, we have to wait and see when it will sprout unexpectedly. Looking at the major events of various periods, a vast war often evolves from insignificant little things. 3 hours later. Aboard the Moby Dick. Dad, Captain Marco is back. Captain Marco, Dad has been waiting for you for a long time. How's it going? Marco. Marco, has the person been caught? All the crew members had heard about Foss's incident. They were all furious. When they saw Marco coming back, they immediately asked about the progress of the matter. Marco said nothing and walked towards the center of the deck. The people who had gathered in a circle dispersed automatically. A man with red hair and a cloak was sitting opposite Whitebeard, drinking leisurely. Behind him was a large western sword. Oh, it's Marco, you're back from outside. After seeing Marco, the other party greeted him with a warm smile. Marco raised his eyebrows and said, Red Hair, why are you on our ship? Could it be that he has come to his senses and wants to surrender to us? Red-haired, Shanks. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. He is also a great pirate that everyone fears. Marco has no idea why he came here. Chapter 54. Marco had heard before that Red Hair wanted to talk to his father. But his father directly refused. He didn't expect that he would come alone today. Although Whitebeard is not a person who bullies the weak with the strong. How could they act so easily when both sides are so powerful? Ha ha ha, Marco, you are still so humorous. I'm here for your second team captain's matter. If you go to the Grand Line now and bring him back, there won't be any trouble. Captain Marco, you should know what I mean, right? Red Hair glanced at Marco, knowing that Marco must understand what he was talking about. Ace, the Fire Fist, was hunting down the traitor of the Whitebeard pirates, who now calls himself Blackbeard, Teach. This matter was known to many forces in the New World at the time. After all, a traitor appeared in a 4 emperors team. He also killed the captain, so it was difficult to conceal such information. This is our family affair, don't bother with it. Go back quickly if you know what's best for you. Others are afraid of your reputation, but I am not. Be careful, you don't even need Dad to do anything, I will take care of you too. Marco was merciless and didn't care about anything. Marco, stop talking. Whitebeard's steady and heavy voice sounded. Impatient Marco stood aside. Just tell me what happened on your side. There is no need to worry about the existence of the red-haired boy. Whitebeard said generously. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. He has been on the sea for so many years and has seen and experienced all kinds of battles. It's just a little bit of intelligence information. He doesn't care if the red-haired boy hears it. Yes, Dad. Marco suppressed his dissatisfaction and nodded immediately. He could pretend not to hear what others said, but Marco obeyed. Whitebeard's every word and action. Starting from the incident of Foss's death, and then to the various situations he saw on the island, Marco described them all as objectively as possible. Only when mentioning Tashigi and Shadow Sword, he subconsciously expressed his intuitive feeling that Tashigi was stronger than he could imagine. In fact, whoever was in the scene at that time and saw such a scene would have a further judgment on Tashigi's strength. Cap and Crane. I didn't expect that these two old guys would come in person. It turns out that the Navy's desire to expand its influence in the New World in recent years is not just talk. After hearing this, Whitebeard did not seem too surprised. In his heyday, Garp personally fought in the battle. Whitebeard was not afraid. Now that he just knew that he was at the scene, Whitebeard was even less concerned. Captain Whitebeard, Marco just said it very clearly, right? This time, there are some amazing newcomers in the Navy. Isn't that what we should pay attention to? After listening to the description, Red Hair instantly grasped the key information in the words. Several people were catching pirates in a row. A captain of a squad was killed in one move. He was not at a disadvantage in the battle with the big boss, the three disasters. All these signs can fully show that this teenage girl must have something extraordinary. Bang! Whitebeard punched the table with his fist, looking very unhappy. When I, Whitebeard, am doing something, when is it your turn to give orders? Time and time again, each one is so arrogant. Does the G5 branch think of itself as the Navy headquarters? If you touch my son, I don't care whether he is a newcomer or an old recruit in the Navy. Let them hand over the people, otherwise, declare war. Whitebeard said domineeringly. His son can step on the heads of others, but he will not allow his son to be stepped on by others. Different standpoints will lead to different views on the essence of things. There is no absolute right or wrong between the military and the thieves. It all depends on whose fist is bigger and harder. Back then, Whitebeard announced that he was protecting Fishman Island. I don't know how many forces, including the Navy, wanted to get involved. In the end, no one dared to take action. In the New World waters, he directly asked the Navy G5 branch for people. Whitebeard can afford this facade. After listening to Red Hair, he frowned. He knew Whitebeard's temper. At the moment, no matter what he said, Whitebeard would not change his mind. Whitebeard was famous for protecting his son. Therefore, when everyone met Whitebeard's crew, they would be courteous. The influence of the Navy G5 branch in the New World is not great. It is not even as good as the territory ruled by 7 warlords of the sea. Even if it was the 4 emperors group, Whitebeard would declare war without hesitation. Captain Whitebeard, it seems that this time because of a new Navy man, the New World is going to be lively. I'm afraid I can't stay out of it. We might meet on the battlefield. I will leave for today. There is no point in saying more. It is better to go back and make early arrangements. Let's see how to find a chance of peace in this chaotic new world when the order is disrupted. Chapter 55. The next day, in the G5 branch of the Navy, Tashigi prepared the necessary reports early and came to the door of the command office. 6 hours after she and Momosegi came back yesterday, Garp and Crane came back. It is said that the final result caused a lot of trouble for Jin. But in the end, he and Smoothie successfully left the island. Even so, the pirate teams of both sides were greatly affected, and countless men were defeated. There were more than 200 people who were captured. The base of the G5 branch was not big to begin with. Recently, due to the large number of pirates captured, it has been overcrowded. If they want to continue to accommodate them in the future, at least they must first send the captured pirates back to the deep-sea prison. Ding ding ding. Come in. Dashiki knocked on the door politely, and his voice came first. Captain of the Navy, Dashiki, reporting in. After opening the door, Dashiki saluted in a standard military manner. Liu Feng had already recovered completely. He looked around the scene. There are so many people here. We fought against such a strong opponent yesterday. These two are actually fine. Liu Feng pondered in his heart. Carp and Crane were on the left, the main and the secondary seats. Their faces were a little solemn. It was normal to have such a reaction when encountering a difficult problem. Daotou, who was sitting in the vice-chairman's seat, basically had no major problems. It was just that the recovery was not good, which made people a little worried. There are no outsiders here, Tashigi. You don't have to be so rigid about the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Momoji waved her hand and asked Tashigi to come to her side. This time, Mamaji was able to come back alive because of Tashiji's rescue. Mamaji will never forget this favor. Tashiji saluted again neatly. Still standing beside Mamaji in accordance with the rules. She did not sit down on the seat next to her. She heard rumors in the team last night. It seems that what she did has brought a very bad influence. It directly attracted the extremely high hatred values of 3 of the 4 emperors. In this case, the G5 branch of the navy is likely to fall into trouble in the future. Doing what she thinks is just, but causing trouble to others, Dashiki naturally felt uncomfortable. Dashiki, don't be so anxious. There was nothing wrong with what you did. You were just fulfilling your duty. He seemed to see what was in Tashiji's mind, so he comforted her first. Tashiji nodded, feeling a little relieved. Then, Daotu reported the whole story. Tashiji started from Yachi Nagashima and introduced her own experience. The source of the false information was the intelligence spies originally stationed in various parts of the New World. After returning yesterday, he sorted out his thoughts and wanted to find the intelligence spies to come to the branch. He got the news that the spies had disappeared. It was equivalent to that the entire clue had been cut off. The tracing work was not as smooth as expected. From the back, it seemed that someone wanted to sow discord between the New World Navy and the 4 emperors. Liu Feng heard all the confidential information clearly. He was a man who knew the truth. Virgo, the former base commander, was not present at the scene. It can be imagined who their suspected target was. If this could not be guessed, Liu Feng would question the ability of the Navy's top brass. Chief of Staff Crane. Vice Admiral Garp. Lieutenant General Daotu. I have something urgent to report to you. At the door, a soldier was holding a piece of paper in a hurry. He looked terrified. It seemed that he knew something terrible. Let's pause for a moment, everyone. Daotu said suspiciously. Dashiki came to the door first and opened it. Captain Dashiki, are you here too? This is Whitebeard's announcement within the New World. Please take a look. The visitor said anxiously. As Dashiki took it, he stood there dumbfounded. Very interesting. Whitebeard is not a patient person. It's just that my son lost an arm. He actually declared war directly. I like this temper. Liu Feng is a person who enjoys watching the excitement and is not worried about the crisis. Only when a big event occurs can he upgrade quickly. There is an inseparable relationship between the two. It is the same at all times. Daotu saw Dashiki's stunned expression and immediately followed and checked the documents in Dashiki's hand. What happened? When Daotu saw this, her expression was exactly the same as Tashiji's. Garp's face was unusually solemn, and he asked, which of the 4 emperors is it related to? Daotu replied in person. It's Whitebeard. He wants us to hand over Dashiji who crippled his son. Chapter 56. Liu Feng saw the news at close range. He was so angry that he almost laughed. He couldn't control his own stupid son. He just came out to block the road without any eyes. If I don't deal with you, who should I deal with? Now he relies on his power in the New World. He wants the weak G5 branch to hand over people? The thief is riding on the head of the army. If the Navy really does this, Liu Feng will be willing to chop himself into pieces. He also wants to have a good training with Whitebeard's team. Bang! There was another man who had the same feeling as Liu Feng. How outrageous! Assuming that neither I nor the Navy headquarters exist. Not to mention that an arm was broken, not even many of those damned tails of his were killed. Want people? What kind of people do you want? Garp yelled angrily. He almost cursed on the spot. Back then, it was their era. When he and Sengoku were the twin towers of the Navy, they were in the New World. No pirate in the New World dared to underestimate the power of the Navy. A few decades later, the New World has become a paradise of sin. Pirates actually dared to directly ask the Navy for a lieutenant. Tsuru's face was also very ugly. She glanced at the den mushi on the table, and then said. Did you hear it? Do I need to continue explaining it? Tashiji and Daoto looked over. The 2 women were very serious when they were giving their reports. No one paid attention to other things. They didn't even know that they were connected to the headquarters at the scene. Well, I understand it clearly. Who would have thought that Whitebeard would be the first to take action? What do you think? If we withdraw from the New World now, will other forces take action? A steady voice came out, and Daoto, who was on the other end of the phone, heard it directly. The Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Sengoku. How to deal with any major incident of the Navy must be approved by him. This time, the two veterans Garp and Crane were sent to the New World. It was the order of Marshal Sengoku himself. Withdraw. Staff Officer Crane was stunned by what he said. So much effort has been wasted. Such a big commotion has already occurred in the New World. If the Navy withdraws, all the face will be lost. Even if no one shows up to stop them, they can successfully get all the people transferred here back to the Grand Line safely. The angry Whitebeard will definitely choose to attack the G5 branch. For so many years, the Navy has never damaged its reputation. Such an approach is completely irrational. It is impossible to guess what the intention is. Warring states. What are you talking about, old man? Are you afraid of Whitebeard? Do you want to make the entire G5 branch a laughingstock of the world? I tell you, if you are scared, just tell me. I'm not afraid at all. Garp was also impatient. When he heard what Zhang Guo said, he yelled. Garp, calm down first. Zhang Guo said helplessly in Den Den Mushi. Calm down? How can you ask me to calm down? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. As a naval admiral, can't you even protect your own subordinates? What kind of a bullshit marshal is this? Garp seemed to have turned on some magical switch. Many descriptive muted words came out directly. Tashiji and Daota were extremely embarrassed. Crane looked calm. Obviously, he had long been accustomed to this kind of style. Liu Feng didn't treat it as a farce and just watched from the side. If you think about it this way, Zhang Guo was able to arrange people to come for the first wave of support, and he was obviously not afraid of trouble. Now suddenly let everyone withdraw, simply because they are afraid of Whitebeard? In Liu Feng's opinion, there must be more important things, and the situation in front of you still needs manpower. Only in this way can it be explained clearly. Garp. Listen to what Sengoku has to say first. Tsuru, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, shouted out. Tashiji thought Garp would still not give in. But Garp shuddered instantly. Even his sitting posture became straight. There is always someone who can defeat someone else. Ahem, he's still acting like a child when his subordinates are around. I think you really should reflect on yourself. After I tell you what's next, don't get angry. This kid should have thought of this ending when he chose this path. When Zhang Guo said this, he suddenly paused for a while. Shocked. Shocked. Garp and Tsuru were stunned. In order for Zhang Guo to say this, they had to retreat. Garp had already guessed what was going on. Is it Ace? Garp gritted his teeth and said painfully. As early as 2 months ago, Garp knew about Ace's active activities in the Grand Line. He was almost ordered to be the commander to capture Ace. Yes, we caught Ace the Fire Fist. Garp, how long are you going to keep this secret from me? About Ace's identity. Come back, Whitebeard will not attack the G5 branch. The decisive battle with him will be held at the Marine headquarters. Zhang Guo took a few deep breaths while speaking. His seriousness revealed an irrefutable. Chapter 57. After learning the news of Ace's capture, the original army, including Momosaki, quickly evacuated the G5 branch in the middle of the night. When the headquarters doubted Virgo's loyalty, Momosaki left the major general who followed him as a contact person to collect intelligence on the New World. The imagined ambush did not appear. After all, no one would have thought that under the extreme challenge of Whitebeard, the Navy reinforcements coming to the New World would evacuate the New World so quickly. Sengoku naturally expected that when the various forces in the New World reacted, the Navy would be able to focus all its attention on the subsequent decisive battle. A few days later. Navy Headquarters. Marshal's Command Office. Report. Please come in. Tashiji, dressed in a neat brigadier general uniform, stood at the door and said loudly. From the bottom to the lieutenant, and then promoted to the general officer. Tashiji has broken the fastest record of the headquarters. After returning to the New World, considering Tashiji's performance, the headquarters originally wanted to promote her to Vice Admiral. As a result, it was temporarily suppressed by Sengoku. Whether she is a good hand needs to be tested by major events. In the upcoming major events, Sengoku included Tashiji in the combat power of the middle and high-level navy. When Tashiji came to the office, a man with frog-shaped glasses and a braided beard on his chin put the documents in his hand under the table. What made Tashiji even more interesting was that there was a goat tied under the table. When the goat saw the documents handed by the man, it ate them without thinking. Buddha Sengoku, the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters. In name, the most powerful man in the headquarters. The Navy obeys his deployment. This time, he was able to return to the Grand Line so recklessly, and the New World was still so safe and sound. It shows how clever Sengoku's strategy is. Dashiji, right? I've heard your name before, but today is the first time. Compared to Garp's irritability, Crane's calmness, Sengoku gives people a sense of wisdom. This is why he is called a wise general. Finally got to meet the Navy boss. It looks quite impressive, but unfortunately there are many unique people in the team. What we are going to face next is not so easy to deal with. After seeing Zhangguo, Liu Feng couldn't help but smile and said. When he learned that he was going to be repatriated to the Grand Line, Liu Feng calculated the time and knew that the Battle of the Top would soon break out. Although it was comfortable to fight with the powerful enemies in the New World and gain experience quickly, but at the same time, you have to face the threat of death all the time. Participate in the Battle of the Top to kill Whitebeard and his brothers. Then upgrade to gold plating. Then go to the New World to complete your upgrade journey. Such a trip is perfect. Just like the previous routine. Tashiji prepared the report early. Repeated his experience in the New World to Zhangguo. After that, Tashiji couldn't help asking. Marshal Zhangguo, I still want to ask, how is the G5 branch now? Did the Whitebeard pirates take any action after they found out we had left? Tashiji knew she shouldn't ask because of her identity. But the incident was caused by her. If she didn't understand it more clearly, she would not feel good. Don't worry, G5 branch is very safe. After knowing Ace's story, Whitebeard will not continue to waste his fighting power in the New World. The public execution in 20 days will be a critical point in time. We must be fully prepared for this. Zhangguo said to Dashiki without hiding his identity. It sounded like he was telling Dashiki that the next battlefield was yours. Yes, Marshal Zhangguo. Dashiki replied. Zhangguo was not in a hurry to let Dashiki leave. Instead, he continued. I didn't just call you here to report something. There is a task that needs to be assigned to you, and you are more suitable than anyone else. And there is a person who is a strong reinforcement of the Navy on the day of the public execution, and he wants to see you in advance. Zhangguo deliberately kept it a secret and didn't say it directly. Dashiki said suspiciously, the strong reinforcement of the Navy wants to see me. Marshal Zhangguo, do I know this person? Liu Feng couldn't guess what was going on. Zhangguo, this old fox, had become as cunning as a human. It was not easy to guess his thoughts. You may not have seen this person, but you have definitely heard of him. Half a month later in Marijoa, the matter of connecting with the 7 warlords of the sea will be left to you. The person who wants to see you is one of them. Zhangguo revealed the answer. Shishibukai. The 7 warlords of the sea. Will they also participate in this battle? Tashiji asked in surprise. But after thinking about it, she could understand the headquarters plan. The opponent is Whitebeard. He is known as the strongest man on the sea. If you want to compete with him, you must bring out the strongest and most luxurious lineup of the Navy. Chapter 58. A few days later. Amazon Lily. 9 Snake Island Port. Tashiji stood high on the deck of the warship, holding a shadow sword. She looked towards the island, constantly searching for the figure she wanted to see. In the past few days she stayed at the headquarters. There were almost overwhelming news every day. The captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard was arrested. A public execution to be broadcast live in Marineford. Such a big thing was announced so many days in advance. Naturally, it would attract the attention of all parties. Not only the Grand Line was shaken. The New World was also in an uproar. All forces were paying attention to Whitebeard's every move. The man who was known as the strongest on the sea. In this case, what measures would be taken? The impregnable Navy headquarters. Since the great pirate Shiki the Golden Lion attacked more than 20 years ago, no one dared to attack here. His son was arrested. Now he has to be publicly executed. The senior officials of the Navy headquarters unanimously believed that Whitebeard would definitely appear. In order to deal with such a scene, the idle Shishibukai in various places began a new wave of mobilization. At this moment, Tashiji's mission is to escort Boa Hancock, the Queen of 9 Snake Island, to the Holy Land of Marijoa. Nine Snake Island in the Amazon Lily Land is located in the doldrums and has a dangerous terrain. The women on the island are naturally able to use powerful armament haki. Even the world government does not dare to provoke them easily. As the Queen of Daughter Island, Hancock is even more arrogant. After waiting for 2 hours, there was no sign of her. There are 2 teams of guards on the left, 20 people. There are even more in the front right, 3 teams of 45 people. There are so many patrols stationed on the island, and ordinary people really can't get close. Liu Feng sensed the surrounding environment and couldn't help but admire it. Since his fixed attributes were upgraded, Liu Feng felt that his mental power was more acute than before. The scope of investigation was greatly expanded. The communication with Dashiki's mind was also closer. Even some hesitations in Dashiki's heart, Liu Feng could feel it clearly. To be precise, this girl no longer had any secrets in front of Liu Feng. Here she comes. Liu Feng was shocked, and his consciousness drifted to the front. The most beautiful woman on the sea, the empress who made thousands of people fall in love with her. Today, I will finally see her beauty. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the beach. Dashiki waved her hand, and the soldiers in charge of the response cheered up. Dao Tu had said in advance that this mission must be taken with extra care. They must be polite to Empress Hancock and bring her back without any trouble. In Dashiki's sight, the members of the 2 teams of female guards quickly formed a line. Because Nine Snake Island has a rule that outsiders are not allowed to land on the island. So Dashiki did not get off the boat, but waited on the boat with peace of mind. Waiting for the target person, the Empress, to appear. Your Majesty Hancock, be careful on your journey. Your Majesty Hancock, be careful on your journey. Your Majesty Hancock, have a bon voyage. Your Majesty Hancock, have a bon voyage. After a series of respectful exhortations and shouts, the tall Empress Hancock, wearing a peach-colored and yellow-patterned cheongsam, finally appeared. She had long black hair and a breathtakingly delicate face. Hancock walked slowly, and every step made people's hearts flutter. Even women, seeing such a harmonious and beautiful scene, would be moved. On the other hand, Tashiji still maintained a cold expression, watching Hancock's arrival. Fortunately, this charm has no effect on me. This cool breath that protects my mind. Ying, you are the one who is helping me. Dashiki quickly reacted. Of course it's me. This woman is really strong. Without using the fruit ability, it can naturally release such charm. This is obviously not restrained, it's intentional. While Liu Feng was amazed by Hancock's appearance, he also briefly analyzed Hancock's strength. Sure enough, the woman who can make Nine Snake Island dominate is not so easy to deal with. Lord Hancock is here. Ah! It's so beautiful. Lord Hancock. Ah! Look here. Are you looking at me? Ah! I feel like my heart is about to burst out. Tashiji managed to hold on, but the soldiers behind her were not so lucky. They waved their hands and shouted desperately like monkeys. Hancock seemed to enjoy this treatment. She was relaxed and at ease in her every move. Hancock frowned as she looked towards the warship. When did I say? Can the Navy's platform be placed on the land of Nine Snake Island? Hancock said tactfully, revealing a different kind of domineering attitude. Ship platform. After hearing Hancock's words, Dashiki realized that the soldiers who didn't know they were not allowed to go to the island had actually lowered the connecting platform on the side of the warship. Chapter 59. Take back the platform. Dashiki shouted, suddenly showing his momentum. Hey! Hey! Yes! Brigadier General Tashiji! Yes! Brigadier General Dashiki! After being threatened by Dashiki, many soldiers with hearts in their eyes came back to their senses. After so many battles, big and small, the momentum that Dashiki occasionally showed now was something that most ordinary opponents could not withstand. This little flaw was instantly magnified 100 times in Hancock's eyes. Who is the Lieutenant General who will be in charge of welcoming the Emperor this time? Looking from a distance, Hancock couldn't see Tashiji's face clearly, so he asked the female warrior Margaret who was following him. My Lord Snake, the person in charge of the pickup this time is a Brigadier General from the Navy. Margaret said nervously. In the past, Hancock was not only one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but also the king. The situation was quite special. Therefore, the people who came to pick him up in person must be lieutenant generals of the headquarters. On the one hand, they were strong enough. On the other hand, they gave Hancock enough face. When she heard that this time it was only a brigadier general who had just entered the team, Hancock's face immediately changed. Those old guys in the Navy no longer take me seriously. It's rare that I agreed to participate in this operation so early, how abominable. Hancock's smooth white fists creaked at her side. Margaret beside her immediately explained. Lady Snake, this brigadier general's identity is a little different. She is. Margaret came close to Hancock and told him everything. Navy Rookie, Red Shadow. This title is not only known in the New World. The Grand Line has long known about Tashigi. Now she has become a real celebrity in the Navy. Almost everyone knows that she is only a Commodore because she is still young. It turned out to be her. No wonder she was so arrogant as to dare to encroach on my territory. I really thought she was highly respected in the Navy. Can you show your power here? Hancock immediately fell into a dead end of consciousness. If a woman is determined to compete, there will be no result unless she is the better one. Margaret had a premonition that something was wrong. She immediately took a step back and was ready to deal with emergencies at any time. She and the team members behind her were just Hancock's guards. As for what Hancock wanted to do, it was not something they could decide or stop. Just as several soldiers were panicking about retracting the platform, Hancock raised her hand and tapped her lips, and a huge pink heart jumped out in front of her. Something is happening. This woman is really arrogant. Can a ship platform be a reason to attack? Liu Feng felt something was wrong at the first moment. Even from such a distance, Hancock's will to fight was still very strong. Buzz. Oh no. Tashigi realized something was wrong and her eyebrows moved. She was a little late to notice Hancock's move. Sweetie, the arrow of the captive. Hancock drew her bow and shot an arrow. The next second, a flood of pink arrows immediately attacked the warship. What a sweet taste! What is this? Is it the love of Lord Hancock? Well. Before Tashigi had time to react, several arrows had already hit the Navy soldiers who were retrieving the platform. After being hit by the pink energy-like arrows, the soldiers turned into stones on the spot. They didn't even have time to retract their greedy expressions. Not only the soldiers. After the arrows hit the platform, the wooden platform also turned into solid stone and fell to the ground. Ghost Blade Slash, Eagle Feather Fan. After feeling the ruthless performance of the Empress Hancock, Dashiki no longer hesitated and immediately swung the shadow sword, forming a fan-shaped sword energy that impacted the dense prisoner arrow formation. Beep beep. Beep beep. The strong impact directly dispersed the sweet energy and protected more naval crew members. Stone? It turned into stone. The power of the Nine Snake Queen is terrible, so terrible. But she is so cute. That's right, I can't hate her at all, damn woman. Hancock's actions only threatened a small number of people. Most of the ordinary Navy soldiers remained obsessed. It has come to this, and these people are still thinking in the following way. Wow, this woman is amazing. But since you have already taken the initiative, what else is there to say? Give her some color. Liu Feng judged the situation in front of him. He knew exactly what to do. Buzz. Buzz. The powerful sword force was continuously released. In this way, he was telling Dashiki how to show her some real color. What an unreasonable woman. It seems that he wants to follow her wishes and keep things quiet. It can't solve any problems. Dashiki made up her mind. Holding the shadow sword, she jumped directly from the warship and stepped firmly on the territory of Nine Snake Island. Chapter 60. Shocked. Everyone on Daughter Island, including Hancock, was shocked when they saw what Dashiki did. Knowing the rules, Dashiki actually jumped off the ship and walked towards them. Was she deliberately provoking Hancock? I'm really angry. This is totally disregarding me. Hancock said almost word by word. She was completely enraged by Dashiki. Fighting preparation. Margaret raised her hand, and the guards behind her immediately raised their bows and arrows. Even the most primitive bows and arrows, combined with the unique and tyrannical armed color domineering of the Nine Snake Island warriors, can still exert a very terrible power. Having followed Hancock for such a long time, Margaret has her own unique judgment on what to do and when. When facing invaders, No matter what the reason is, there is only one possibility: attack. Sir Snake, the archers are in place. Margaret reported. Give the Navy a favor? There is no such thing in Hancock's dictionary. It's almost time. If we wait any longer, they will really shoot arrows. Liu Feng sent a mental warning, reminding Dashiki that she could take action. Dashiki did not stop, her eyes fixed. A powerful aura spread out directly from her as the center. The heart-pounding mental suppression directly enveloped the 9 snake female warriors. Well. Ah. Plop. Plop. The female warriors slowly collapsed to the ground while still drawing their bows. What is this? How is it possible? Such terrifying domineering power, just like that of Lady Snake. It was so uncomfortable, I almost couldn't stand it. Only a few captains of the guards had good mental strength. They were not knocked unconscious. But their condition was still not good. At most, they could maintain the ability to stand. If they were not given some time, it would be impossible for them to recover their fighting strength. The domineering color of the king. The same talent as mine. Hancock bit her lower lip, her expression looking extremely tangled. At such a young age, she actually developed such talent? No wonder the name of the Red Shadow Swordsman is now almost as famous as the 7 warlords of the sea. In terms of ability, Dashiki still has something to rely on. Shishibukai, Lady Boa Hancock. I am Commodore Tashigi of the Navy Headquarters. I have come to take you to Marijoa. I believe you have received the notice, so I don't need to explain it any further, right? If you insist on testing my skills, I won't mind. Dashiki said mercilessly, with the shadow sword in her hand standing upright. Presumptuous! How dare you trespass into our 9 Snake Island and be disrespectful to Lady Snake? Don't even mention you're a brigadier general, even if you're a vice admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Don't dare to be so arrogant. Margaret knew her accusation. No matter what time, she needed to protect Hancock's dignity. Breaking into the island? I came here with sincerity to pick you up. By the way, it's not your turn to speak here, beautiful lady. Dashiki locked her eyes on Margaret. Her aura was released once again. The strong aura made Margaret feel heavy. Bang! A crisp sound came. Hancock's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Dashiki when she was caught off guard. She was not angry, but she did not fight without any rules. Instead, she avoided the edge of Dashiki's sword and chose to kick with her left hand. She had expected Hancock to take action. Dashiki raised her arm and gathered the armed color domineering. She fought with Hancock's kick. No petrification. As expected, the level of armament haki is quite high. Predicted my position in advance, is it observation haki? Hancock thought in her heart. With just one strike, Hancock was able to judge Dashiki's strength level, which was definitely not worse than hers. The bottom line is that she is a strong man at the level of Shishibukai. Now she finally understood why the Marine Headquarters sent her here. Boa Hancock, do you want to disobey me? Swish! Flame slash! Seeing the right time to escape, Dashiki swung her sword without hesitation. The dark flame, after fusing the heart flame and ghost chi, had the property of being cold and burning the mind. Even Hancock had to take it seriously. What a fast speed! Too late to dodge. Hancock didn't expect that Dashiki could react so quickly even though she was passive. She was even faster than herself. After confirming that she couldn't completely avoid Minjian's pursuit, she brushed her lips with her fingertips again. Pink energy condensed at one point on her fingertips. She saw the direction of the shock wave formed by Minjian. Hancock pointed her finger at the direction where Minjian was coming from. Kiss gun! Boom! The shock waves created by Ming Yan and Tian Tian's abilities collided, raising dust from the ground. The two of them were evenly matched in their moves. No one was proud of themselves. The most proud one was still Liu Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing sweet energy. Gain new attribute, Weapon Petrification. Experience points gained, 100 points. Current experience value, 630/4000 points. Chapter 61. New attribute. I didn't expect that fighting against a devil fruit user would actually give me such a bonus. Liu Feng didn't think much and directly opened the system introduction. He checked the effect of the skill he had just acquired. Weapon Petrification. It will consume the host's mental power when used. However, the slight degree of consumption can be ignored. It is enough for Liu Feng to use it continuously for most of the day. There is no need to say more about the effect introduction. For weapons that are rated by the system as 2 levels lower than the level of their own weapons, they can be directly petrified through the attack of the dark flame. Such a simple and crude ability is most suitable for unexpected confrontations in close combat. The quality of the skills is not the most critical thing. Fighting against the Pteranodon fruit user, I obtained the heart flame. Fighting against the sweet fruit user, I obtained the weapon petrification. It seems that my attribute absorption has a significant effect on devil fruit users. The large-scale battlefield that is about to erupt. There are people with abilities everywhere. If Liu Feng were to go there and kill them all, it would be the best greenhouse for his growth. After Tashiji and Hancock exchanged blows, neither of them continued to attack. Some of the 9 Snakes warriors immediately surrounded Hancock. Pause, I suddenly don't want to play anymore. Looks like a girl with some strength, I'll let you go. Hancock waved her hand capriciously, calling on the female warriors behind her to withdraw immediately. She had spoken out, so of course everyone had to execute. In fact, Hancock knew in her heart that it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time if they continued to fight. Tashiji was not an opponent that could be defeated by sheer numbers. The 9 Snake Island had not seen a war for a long time. It was not worth it to fight with the Navy's contact officer because of this. Even if she stopped. Hancock was still unforgiving in her words. Tashiji's goal was to complete the mission. As for what Hancock said, she didn't care. It would take quite a while to get back to Marijoa through the windless belt. She needed to bring the 7 warlords of the sea to the battlefield, but Hancock is not the only one. There are many troublesome guys on the way. Maybe some of them have already arrived in Marijoa. Now, rushing back as quickly as possible will be the most helpful in completing his mission. After Hancock explained to the people on the island, he did not choose to take the Navy's warship. Instead, he took the giant Python ship exclusive to the 9 Snakes. In addition to the Navy's warship navigation technology, the only ship that can freely cross the doldrums is the battleship of the 9 Snakes pirates. Tashiji didn't care about the means of transportation. After confirming everything, she quickly contacted the Marijoa side and set off on the return journey. New World Cake Island. Inside Charlotte Linlin's palace. A huge den mushy the size of a child was placed in front of Charlotte Linlin. She was talking and occasionally making heart-pounding laughs. Lingling, what do you think of what I said? We are old acquaintances. This time, for your daughter, I am sincere. The rough voice made the aunt's face look unusually ugly. Gulp gulp. Gudong gudong. The old lady hadn't spoken yet. Behind the giant den mushy, a tall man was holding a barrel and drinking recklessly. Tha ha ha ha. The wine at Cake Island is pretty good. I should have come earlier. Hey, don't be so stingy and only give me 1 bucket. Bring out some more so I can take them back. A fat man with a prosthetic limb on his left hand said loudly. Quinn. One of the 3 disasters of the beast's pirates, the plague. The animal type dragon fruit, the ancient species, the Brachiosaurus form ability user. The bounty is as high as 1.32 billion Baileys. He has a very high status in the beast's pirates. This time in response to the Ace public execution incident. Kaido specially sent Quinn to negotiate with Charlotte Linlin. Kaido was a little worried about Quinn's character. If it weren't for the Flame disaster Jin having other tasks, it would not be Quinn's turn to come forward this time. Such exaggerated laughter, and drinking without scruples. It is very impolite on someone else's territory. The people of the Charlotte family looked at Quinn. None of them was polite. If it weren't for the fact that Big Mom hadn't spoken yet, they would have been angry and started first. Quinn, you better be quiet for a while. Why didn't Yin come? Do you think I can't guess? Kaido. If you are sincere, why don't you accompany me to the deep sea prison in person? Charlotte Linlin asked sternly. Chapter 62. Just as Charlotte Linlin said. Kaido is really angry at the Navy for being so arrogant. If he wants to help Charlotte Linlin save his daughter, he shouldn't be behaving like this now. Arrange one of the 3 major disasters to accompany the Big Mom pirates. It would be the most sincere for him to go alone? Regarding Kaido's idea, Charlotte Linlin had guessed it a long time ago. Kaido has always coveted the territory under the jurisdiction of Whitebeard. If Whitebeard really went to the Navy headquarters this time. When the power of the New World is empty, Kaido will definitely lead people to take advantage of the situation. If even Charlotte Linlin disappears in the New World, Kaido will be even more like a fish in water. The abacus is loud. We also need to see if anyone is willing to be calculated. The obvious routine is placed in front of Charlotte Linlin. How could she agree willingly? Lingling, you are still as stingy as before. Whitebeard's territory is the largest among the 4 emperors. Do you dare to say that you didn't take any action yourself? Kaido asked Charlotte Linlin what she meant. Good job, old Kaido. Do you still think I'm a stubborn girl on the boat? Let your people act together with my son and daughter. I want a piece of Whitebeard's territory, too. Charlotte Linlin said her wish truthfully. After all, if she went there and let her son and daughter stay to fight for the territory, they really couldn't compete with Kaido. What's more, there is a red-haired man who has never expressed his position. It is unclear what he will do at this time. Son and daughter, which one are you talking about, old woman? Kaido thought about it and asked soberly. Charlotte Linlin has so many children. If he sent 1 or 2 of them at random, wouldn't it be a big loss for him to let one of the 3 disasters follow him? Kaido, don't worry, I'm the one doing it. The one with me is General Smoothie. A steady and heavy voice came from Charlotte Lingling's side. After hearing the voice, Plague Quinn couldn't help but look over. Very strong momentum. Oh? Katakuri. You are still so arrogant. But then again, you should be able to get along well with Jack, right? Kaido heard Katakuri's identity in one sentence. It can be seen how famous Katakuri is in the Charlotte family. Charlotte Katakuri. The second son of the Charlotte family, known as the Pink Minister. He is also the leader of the 3 desert generals. The bounty is as high as 1.057 billion Baileys. He himself has a powerful 3-color domineering. Especially the observation domineering, it has a heart-pounding ability. Jack? Isn't it Quinn's kid? Charlotte Lingling said suspiciously after hearing this. Quinn was very upset to be called kid several times in a row. Mrs. Charlotte, I have more important things to do. This kind of small matter can be done by Jack. Quinn lit a cigar and said indifferently. Suddenly. As soon as Quinn finished speaking, a white sticky rice thread flew towards him at high speed. At the front of the sticky rice thread, a black fist aimed squarely at Quinn's head. Bang! Quinn moved very quickly and immediately raised his hand to block it. Despite the strong collision, neither of them moved at all. Instead, the stone floor under Quinn began to shatter. It was conceivable that the 2 of them had used a lot of strength in this attack. The strength of domineering is indeed not weak. Ha ha ha, don't think that I have some special superhuman abilities. You can attack me without saying hello. When Quinn spoke, his arm had turned into a brachiosaur claw. As long as Katakuri dared to attack him again, he would not care where he was. He would definitely attack without hesitation. He even dared to scold Charlotte Linling, not to mention her son. Quinn, don't make trouble. Lingling is my old friend and my partner. Kaido said in Den Den Mushi's reminder. Yes, Boss Kaido. Quinn agreed, and his body returned to its original state. He could pretend that he didn't hear what others said. Quinn would complete Kaido's request in detail. Charlotte Linlin was a big shot. She didn't take Quinn's little episode seriously at all. Armand had been taken back to the deep-sea prison. Since he couldn't leave the New World, he could only unite with Kaido's capable men to beat Armand back. After all, the deep-sea prison was different from the Navy. Even if the Navy could not support it at that time, the overall strength of the deep-sea prison should not be underestimated. It was just that the Charlotte family would suffer great damage if they completed it alone. Kaido, I owe you a favor. Let the reckless elephant start preparing. The public execution started 3 days ago. Let him act with my son and daughter. Charlotte Linlin considered it again and again. In the end, she accepted the assistance provided by Kaido. Chapter 63. 12 hours left until the execution. Holy Land Marijoa. Chief of Staff Tsuru, I have arrived at Marijoa with Empress Boa Hancock as scheduled. We are on the way to the lounge to meet up, everything is normal. Tashiji's sailing trip was just within the original calculation. Now the sea is completely bustling. On the way back, Tashiji encountered many different kinds of ships. Among them were some well-known pirates in the Grand Line. Because of the mission, Tashiji did not provoke or do anything. She just brought Boa Hancock to Marijoa safely. According to the time estimate, at this time, many of the 7 warlords of the sea who should have been invited have arrived at the scene. Well done. Follow my instructions. When I give you the news, bring them to the headquarters. Staff officer, he continued to make arrangements. The headquarters is now heavily guarded inside and outside. They are all preparing for the next execution. It has been many years since the whole world watched a public execution through live broadcast. The 5 elders put a lot of pressure on Zhangguo. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the navy must not lose. Yes, Chief of Staff Crane. After Tashiji hung up the Den Mushi, she and the Red Earth Guards led them to the lounge. Don't come over here. Don't. Hey, this is too dangerous. Do you want to kill me directly? A sergeant quickly drew out the long sword from his waist. The target he aimed at was actually another sergeant in front of him. Judging from their clothes and demeanor, the two were obviously partners. The other sergeant kept shaking his head and crying. I'm sorry, man, I really didn't mean it. My hands are completely out of control. Get out of the way. You must get out of the way. Suddenly, the crying sergeant swung his sword as he spoke. Judging from the direction of the swing, it was clearly aimed at the opponent's neck. Such a dangerous move made it difficult to understand what his confession meant. Ding ding ding. The sergeant who was being chased and hacked was barely able to swing his sword to fight back. His expression was also quite painful. Hey. Sitting nearby, a man in a red feather coat and glasses held his chin with one hand and flicked his other hand in the air twice. He was watching the farce in front of him with a smile on his face. Is it you who did this? Stop it now, Doflamingo. The sergeant saw Doflamingo's actions and understood instantly. Doflamingo himself was smiling very happily. He said, how can we not find something interesting to do during this boring waiting time? Hey. If you don't fight back, you will really be killed. Doflamingo reminded the chased officer with an extremely evil expression. The tall man who was watching glanced at Doflamingo. What a bad taste, stop it, this farce. The man said directly. Bartholomew Kuma. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. He was once the king of a kingdom, nicknamed Tyrant. He is a user of the superhuman meatball fruit. Although he has a sensational nickname. But his appearance, words and deeds seem to be completely a humble and good person, and he doesn't seem to have any killing power at all. Cut. Big Bear is right. From the beginning till now, you have been chirping. Don't you realize that you are very noisy? Just as Big Bear finished speaking, another man with an unusual figure beside him said sarcastically. Gecko Mariah. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. The user of the superhuman shadow fruit. He looked very arrogant when he was shouting. But among the 7 warlords of the sea, he was the least respectable one. After hearing this, Doflamingo directly responded. If you are still so much of a bastard, I will kill you here. There is an obvious gap in strength between the two. Besides, Doflamingo has been displeased with Moria for a long time. It is not impossible to take advantage of the public opportunity to attack. When several people started to discuss, there was a swordsman holding a broad-bladed long sword in the corner. He sat there without saying a word from beginning to end. If others don't provoke him, he won't easily harass others. Joracole Mihawk. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Nicknamed Hawkeye. Known as the world's #1 swordsman. Possessing recognized extraordinary combat power. Once in the New World, he and the 4 emperors' red-haired shanks competed in swordsmanship and were evenly matched. It caused a strong sensation. It indirectly confirmed the strength of Hawkeye Mihawk. What's wrong, Mihawk, are you bored too? Guess who will kill whom? Seeing Mihawk's sharp eyes, Doflamingo said. Doflamingo was also very surprised to see Mihawk in Marijoa. You know, Mihawk had never heard of the 7 warlords sea summons before. As long as he was not interested in something, he would not participate no matter what. He appeared at the scene today. The answer is obvious. In this incident, there is a target that he is interested in. The 4 emperors Whitebeard, the man known as the strongest man in the world? Or other targets? Sorry, I have no interest in such dirty tricks. Let me be alone for a while. Mihawk said mercilessly. If someone else teased Doflamingo like this, he would not agree. But facing this man, Doflamingo had no confidence in winning. Let go. Doflamingo, please, let me go. Stop chopping, ah! The controlled sergeant shouted loudly. He was still very afraid to see his comrades died in his own hands. Judging from the passive defensive sergeant's ability to move, his physical strength has gradually been exhausted. His speed has also dropped to a certain extent. Whoosh! Gen. Suddenly, a red figure flashed in the lounge. The sound of wire breaking was particularly harsh in the room. Doflamingo frowned. He instantly realized that the opponent was not weak. The person who came easily cut off his control line. It was impossible for ordinary people to do this. Sorry to bother you, this is not Drirosa. This is Marijoa, the territory of the world government. Please abide by the rules here. Dashiki said sternly, holding the shadow sword. Chapter 64. Doflamingo. Big Bear. Moria. And. Hawkeye. So many people came. This is really interesting. Liu Feng looked around, very excited. Just now when he cut off Doflamingo's control line, Liu Feng was still looking forward to whether he could gain any special skills. The stronger the person, the stronger the attribute he can obtain. There is no doubt about this. The result was very regrettable. The system was quiet and there was no movement. It seems that if you don't make an enemy of the other party, you can't get the attribute reward 100% by simply touching the object it has changed. What a sharp sword! The sword patterns attached to it are really scary, right? Hey, it must be you. The red shadow swordsman, Dashiki. Doflamingo smiled and looked at Dashiki. Doflamingo had heard of Dashiki's name a few months before Dressrosa. What Doflamingo didn't expect was that because of Dashiki, Whitebeard almost attacked the G5 branch. If Ace hadn't been arrested, it's still unclear how it would end. The 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Tien Yasha's character is not exaggerated at all. She is really bad and disgusting. Tashiji said fearlessly. She was in charge of several Shishibukai, and she represented the navy. In front of these once vicious pirates, if she lost her momentum, they would not respect her. Interesting. She's really not a little girl. I never thought the navy could train such a swordsman. Doflamingo deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of swordsman. Hiss. A cold and persistent killing intent came from one side of the seat. Dashiki, who had a very sharp perception, would not miss this hostile mental obsession. Hawkeye. It's that guy indeed. Liu Feng could fully understand what Hawkeye my hawk meant. During this period of time, my hawk was particularly concerned about Tashiji's swordsmanship, who had become famous in the New World. The condition that my hawk agreed to come to the Navy headquarters this time was to have a chance to meet the Red Shadow swordsman. To meet and chat? Of course not. Meetings between swordsmen often start with a duel between each other. In a lounge with this group of men. It really makes me feel very uncomfortable. Did I just come back and see you fighting? Hancock walked into the lounge a little late. As soon as she felt the atmosphere, she roughly understood what was going on. To be fair, Hancock also wanted to see what kind of scene it would be when this woman who made her feel troubled faced off against the world's #1 swordsman. The Red Shadow swordsman, Dashiji. She seems to be a very proud female swordsman. Honestly, your strength is not worthy of the shadow sword in your hand. Hawkeye my hawk stood up and said mercilessly. Everyone who embarks on the journey of sword cultivation has the dream of becoming the world's #1 swordsman. As a strong man who became famous very early, Hawkeye is the opponent that most swordsmen yearn to fight. Today, the powerful #1 swordsman is right in front of her. Tashiji thought Hawkeye would say something. Unexpectedly, he was mocking her for not being worthy of using the shadow sword. Deliberate provocation? Or did he really think so? No matter which one it is, there is always only one thing that does not want to accept ridicule. The aura of the famous sword has never been so strong. Is this the spiritual power fluctuation of the supreme sword? I really don't know what I'll get if I fight it. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Buzz. A strong fighting determination continued to emanate from Shadow Sword. How could Dashiki retreat when Shadow Sword was so domineering? Not worthy. Why not compare and see if I can match it? Let me see how long you can carry this false reputation of being the best in the world. Dashiki's words were sharp. She didn't feel inferior at all. For such a long time, many people who knew the Red Shadow Swordsman knew that Dashiki had a powerful sword. More people attributed Dashiki's success to the Shadow Sword. No one ever took her efforts seriously. It was originally thought that the world's best swordsman would have different opinions from others. Now it seems that it is just Dashiki's wishful thinking. She wants to prove her strength. The only way is through fighting, dueling, constant fighting, and non-stop dueling. How could this girl be so arrogant? It's really unexpected. Moria smiled. No one would refuse to watch the fun. Even the serious Big Bear closed the Bible in his hand and watched the performance of the two. The world's #1 swordsman took action. What kind of fighting power is this? Many people have never seen this. Interesting. Hawkeye, you are not afraid to fight, are you? Doflamingo saw Mihawk's gaze and said something to help. Under Liu Feng's expectant gaze, Mihawk raised his hand and slowly drew out the sword behind him. Buzz. The moment the sword was unsheathed, a sharp aura naturally rose. Others could only feel the inexplicable power. Liu Feng truly felt the strong fighting spirit coming from the sword. This was a provocation to him. Black Blade Knight. It was more powerful than any famous sword he had encountered before. Even though he had never fought against it, Liu Feng knew very well. Swoosh. Before Liu Feng could regain consciousness, Mihawk swung his black sword quickly. The powerful sword energy attacked him unexpectedly. Right here? This is the lounge. Chapter 65. The cross-shaped black knife was swung lightly. The slash was like the moonlight, and it attacked Dashiki's body. Under the harsh sound, it was completely possible to judge the powerful power hidden in this move. Such a shocking sword move. Was it just a casual move? Damn it! The panicked Dashiki did not choose to fight head-on. In terms of speed, he still had a certain innate advantage. He could choose to get out of the slashing range. Bang! The violent collision sounded throughout the lounge after Tashigi dodged. Follow the rules? Those rules are just to restrict the Navy and the Mary Gosa Guard. None of the Shishibukai members would follow the rules at ease. When Mihawk started, these people knew what would happen. While being surprised, they all moved to the door one by one. Moonlight-like slash. What a strong sword energy! Liu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. His consciousness swept to the place where Mihawk hit him. A huge gap of 5 meters long appeared on the wall. Without knowing how to use armament haki, almost no one could block Mihawk's sword energy with flesh and blood. Wow, it's really strong. If this guy had more fame and fortune, the new world would probably be different. Doflamingo looked at Hawkeye and couldn't help but admire him. Hancock put his hands in front of him. When he moved, he could feel the cold sword intent. It was enough to show how strong Mihawk's lethality and obsession were. Being an enemy of such a person. It's scary to think about it. What a monster! Hancock secretly complained. To outsiders, it was just a normal effect. The feelings of the people present were another matter. At this moment, Tashigi was also surprised by Mihawk's strength, but she was more unhappy. Your reaction speed is okay, enough to be my opponent. Mihawk said, holding the big sword in one hand, glancing sharply at Tashigi. As an excellent swordsman, he must be able to face any emergency. Mihawk's sudden attack just now is a very common one. If he can't even block such a move, he is not qualified to use his black sword, knight, to fight. Just start without saying a word. In this public place, in the lounge of the government. I thought you were a humble and polite man, but now it seems that you are just relying on your own strength. Strength is supreme? Is this what the world's greatest swordsman does? Dashiki said sternly. Her originally calm face was full of anger. Being lectured by a girl? And in this kind of occasion? Swish! Mihawk wanted to refute and return to the duel. Dashiki's figure flashed and disappeared in front of him. Nice speed. Behind me. Mihawk suddenly moved sideways, and dodged sharply with his shoulder to the side. Swoosh! Bang! The dark red shadow sword slid right in front of him after he turned around. Liu Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, realizing how powerful Mihawk's observation haki was. In such a narrow lounge, the movement itself was hindered. Tashigi suddenly took action after speaking, which was considered to be a preemptive move. Originally, Liu Feng thought that even if he couldn't cause any substantial damage to Mihawk, at least he could deal with it in a panic and leave enough time for him to react. Unexpectedly, even such a scene didn't appear. My hawk dodged the attack range beautifully and resolved the danger in an instant. If it weren't for the fact that his observation haki was enough to foresee the attack, it couldn't be explained at all. Holy light blessing, go! Liu Feng knew that my hawk would not kill directly. So he did not choose to fight with the trump card with 10 times amplification. This is just a warm-up. If all the trump cards are revealed, it would be a waste of opportunity. The top battlefield is the place that should be paid the most attention. After the attack missed. Before Dashiki could dodge. My hawk's huge sword had already slashed at Dashiki's shoulder. Under the amplification of Holy Light Blessing, Dashiki reacted quickly, and while standing firm, the upgraded ghost energy, Minjian, burst out from the bottom position. Sword Spirit Deterrence, start. Buzz. The domineering color unique to famous swords was released. A strong suppression of the soldier's soul locked the black sword in my hawk's hand. My hawk's eyebrows moved. He clearly felt the fluctuations of Black Blade Knight. If he hadn't encountered a strong enemy, Black Blade Knight would always be domineering and calm, without any fluctuations. Today, he actually showed vigilance. According to rumors, the Shadow Sword of the Red Shadow Swordsman was a rare and unrecorded famous sword. When he first saw it, my hawk didn't take it seriously at all. Climbing to his position, my hawk had seen all kinds of swords with different shapes and strange abilities. So there was nothing to be curious about. My hawk himself didn't expect that he would make a mistake. Could it be that the Shadow Sword itself was an unparalleled sword? Boom! Boom boom boom! The moment the two collided, the shock wave from the collision between the Silver Moon Sword and the Red Dark directly lifted the roof of the lounge. The energy of the collision looked extremely scary, constantly destroying anything caught in the sword energy. Swish! 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 Several Shishibukai who were watching the battle had no choice but to retreat outside. If they continued to stay inside, they might be buried by tiles and stones. Doflamingo's fingers relaxed, and the smile on his face became even bigger. What an amazing girl! I can't believe that she can fight with Hawkeye like this. If she is allowed to grow for another 2 years, the Navy will probably have a terrifying female hero. Doflamingo said with a sigh. At the same time, he also understood why he was able to be saved by Dashiji despite his careful deployment in the New World. Even became famous in one battle. Hancock bit her fingers, staring at the smoke with her watery eyes. She was lucky. Fortunately, there was no conflict with Dashiji on Nine Snake Island. With such destructive power, it is still hard to say who will win or lose if they really fight. Moria looked around. Dozens or hundreds of guards ran towards this side quickly. He, now it's fun. Fighting on the world government's territory. It will attract more onlookers. It's none of my business. Mariah is a perfect example of what it means to watch the fun. Chapter 66. What exactly happened and who was doing it? Is this a fight between the 7 warlords? We can't stop it. Support has been called for, and it seems that a Vice Admiral of the Navy is about to come. Oh my god! The lounge was demolished? Everyone ran outside. 3, 4, that's not right, there is only one Shishibukai among them. Look, isn't that the clothes of the Commodore who just came in? The Navy and the 7 warlords of the sea are fighting? Are you kidding me? Tashiji and my hawk have only fought once, but they have already become the focus of the scene. If they fight each other for a few more rounds, who knows what will happen? Hissing. After the smoke and dust dispersed a little, the scene on the ruins gradually became clear. The black knife in Hawkeye's hand was black and spotless. It was obvious that he did not suffer any loss in the previous attack. His reaction was within everyone's expectations. What surprised the 7 warlords even more was Dashiki's reaction. He was also completely unharmed. Take a closer look. There was a faint sword pattern emerging between Dashiki's eyebrows. It was just activated and had not entered the full stage of the sword pattern entering the body. This means that she still has the ability of the next stage. The opponent is the world's #1 swordsman, and she can still handle it with ease? How big is this girl's heart? When everyone's attention was focused on the status of the two, Liu Feng was really happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the unique attribute of Black Blade Knight, Silver Moon Sword Chi. Obtained new attribute, Silver Moon Sword Pattern. Gain new skill, Evil Moon Slash. Experience points gained, 200 points. Current experience value, 830/4000 points. 1 attribute, 1 skill. Just 1 confrontation. I got a double reward. Anyone would be extra excited. With the system's prompt sound, the green and yellow sword pattern and the red pattern slowly emerged on the sword body. A light and gentle breath wandered around the sword body. Soon, the peaceful and restrained silver moonlight enveloped the red dark flame. The aura of the blood moon. It is the most appropriate to describe the shadow sword at this moment. Of course, I feel the most clearly about my own sword. The shadow sword has changed more than once or twice. At first, Dashiki was very surprised. After all, such a thing is also an abnormal phenomenon. In the subsequent process, she gradually let it go. And gradually figured out the rules. Every time after fighting with a strong man, the shadow sword will have more changes, or strange skills. These can help improve your strength. Especially when facing a swordsman. The shadow sword will change more than usual. The sword pattern actually changed. How is it possible? My hawk's eyes widened. He had never seen such a scene before. All kinds of demon swords have many complex sword pattern structures. These are not two strange things. My hawk didn't even blink when he saw it. What's the matter with the sword pattern that changes? And such a change occurred after fighting with himself. If you feel the breath carefully, it seems to be very similar to the silver moon sword wave of his own black sword, Night Flow. There is something strange. There is definitely something strange. Watching such a thing happen. If you can continue to watch calmly, you are not a normal person. My hawk's wrist tightened, and he was ready to attack again. Liu Feng cheered up and felt comfortable with the sword. How to use the new skills? Let me try it on you. Buzz. The clash between famous swords. Once the battle started, everyone was looking forward to it. Hello, can the sword pattern change? This is truly a magical sword that I have never seen before. Big Bear, how long do you think Red Shadow can last? Doflamingo asked the bear curiously. Big Bear, who was originally only interested in the Bible in his hand, said seriously. If you give it your all, you can always last a long time. The female swordsman herself would suffer a disadvantage, but it seems that she has made up for her shortcomings with the help of the magic sword. Hancock listened to the conversation between the two. It seemed that they were speaking from the perspective of men. It was as if women were born with shortcomings in combat. Cut. In my opinion, Brigadier General Dashiki is not weak either. Maybe I can defeat that eagle-nosed man. Hancock said angrily. Zixi, Queen of 9 Snakes, please forgive me. Defeat? Don't you even look at who he is. Doflamingo said cautiously. Stop. You two. Just when everyone was looking forward to the fight, a shout interrupted the duel between the two. Dashiki looked sideways and put away the shadow sword the next second. I haven't fought enough. Momoto, that woman, is coming soon, at least give me a little more time. Liu Feng muttered in his heart with dissatisfaction. My hawk, who was standing by, saw that Dashiki had stopped. He had no choice but to put the black knife back on his back. After all, there was no deep hatred between the two. They were still in the same camp. Continuing to fight in Marijoa was not the best strategy. Lieutenant General Dautu. I'm sorry. It was legitimate self-defense, but it was also dereliction of duty. Also destroyed Marijoa's lounge. Tashiji knew it herself. She was totally against the rules. On the other hand, Dautu didn't blame him. She knew exactly who Hawkeye my hawk was. As a swordsman, Dautu felt the pride of being the best very clearly. Okay, let's leave the review for later. There is not much time left until the World Live broadcast begins, let's take everyone there. The deployment has already begun in the central square of the headquarters. Dautu said seriously, with an extremely serious expression. This incident is a very serious and important matter for the entire Navy headquarters. Every link and every position needs to play a role. Yes, Lieutenant General Dautu. I will take several members of the 7 warlords of the sea to report now. Tashiji saluted and reported back. Dautu nodded and instructed. By the way, the location assigned to you will be in front of the central lake in the central square. If Whitebeard breaks in through the gate of justice, your position will be safer. I picked it specially for you, so show your skills. After hearing this, Dashiki nodded heavily. Okay, Vice Admiral Daotu. Dashiki was still a little touched. But Lu Feng couldn't help laughing. Good? What a hammer! In front of the central lake in the central square. Isn't that right in front of where Whitebeard came in? We really need to cheer up now, it's interesting. If the battle is not exciting, it will be a complete waste of good opportunities. Lu Feng's unique evolutionary battle has finally begun. Chapter 68. Navy Headquarters. Half an hour before the world live broadcast begins. The gunners in Zone E have completed the inventory and confirmed the number of shells. The gunners team in Zone B has assembled and the number of team members has been determined. The end zone reception team is ready and tested to be correct. For today's battle, every department of the Navy was fully prepared. No one was allowed to make mistakes. 12 hours before the world live broadcast began, teams had been arranging today's tasks one after another. Fighting against the overlord of the New World. The strongest pirate on the sea. How will this battle turn out? All the Marines knew nothing. Look, it's the Shishibukai. They're coming. How impressive. Being a pirate to this extent is quite powerful. 1, 2, 5? Why only 5? Aren't they the Shishibukai? You haven't heard of this? The former Shishibukai Crocodile and Kaikyojinbei have committed a crime and have been imprisoned in the deep sea prison. Forget about 5 of them, any one of them can be worth 100. The leader is Brigadier General Dashiki, right? She is so pretty and impressive. That's right, the best of the new generation of the Navy are no worse than the 7 warlords of the sea. As soon as Dashiki led the team through the scene, they immediately became the focus of all the groups. The people's heated discussions were getting louder and louder. Not many people were really discussing the 7 warlords of the sea. Most of them were discussing Dashiki. Dashiki herself didn't think it was a big deal. It was her own mission to guide the 7 warlords. Not long. Okay. I see. It's already here. That's it. Zhang Guo held the Den Mushi and had the final communication with the 5 elders. Such a big event had not happened for many years. Zhang Guo was nervous. Then, he walked to the high execution platform. He held up the telephone line worm connected to the square loudspeaker worm. He said in a loud voice, turn on the recording Den Mushi and start the world live broadcast. Beep. 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 The command was delivered. All the camera recorders of the Navy headquarters were activated. Clear pictures appeared on the connected big screen. People all over the world received the signal at the first time. The moment that all the people had been waiting for finally arrived. Oh! Look above. They are all here. It's incredible. The news didn't lie, this was the first time we saw all 3 of them together. Something big is going to happen. This time it's really going to happen. Where is Whitebeard? Didn't they say Whitebeard would come? Where is he? They are all Navy soldiers. There are so many people, it is really spectacular. The Marine headquarters is really powerful. If I were Whitebeard, I wouldn't dare to go there. As soon as the signal of the world live broadcast was turned on, people from all over the country immediately started to discuss it. What made them shout the most was the appearance of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Not to mention them, even Dashiki couldn't help but look back. Akainu, Sakaski, Kizaru, Borsellino, Aokiji, Kyuzan. 3 powerful natural devil fruit ability users. They are also the 3 pillars of the current Navy. The 3 of them gathered together today, which has already shown the determination of the Navy to confront Whitebeard. It depends on whether Whitebeard dares to show up. Afterwards, under the impassioned speech of Marshal Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace was brought to the execution platform with sea stone handcuffs and leg shackles. Dozens of nautical miles around the Navy headquarters, patrol boats were investigating again and repeatedly reporting the situation to Staff Officer Xiang He. Once the figure of the Whitebeard fleet was found, it would be immediately transmitted to Sengoku's ears. The major artillery batteries prepared in the headquarters will occupy a great advantage in terms of geographical location. Whether it is watching the live broadcast or the naval lineup on the scene, everyone's attention was drawn to Zhang Guo's speech. Lu Feng himself didn't care at all. His mental power spread linearly, repeatedly detecting the movements on the seabed. It should be about time, right? Could the Whitebeard helmsman be lost? Waiting is the most anxious thing, and it is a very exhausting experience. Especially when you know that something big is about to happen, but you are not sure of the exact time. This is the most unsettling thing. After speaking for nearly 20 minutes, Zhang Guo's speech came to the point. Today, we are going to execute prisoners, everyone should know. The captain of the great villain Whitebeard, Ace the Fire Fist. In fact, he has another identity. We have no choice but to publicly execute him. When Zhang Guo shouted, his eyes were red and his hands were twitching slightly. It was obvious that he was nervous when he talked about this matter. Garp, who was sitting in the middle seat, clenched his teeth and looked solemn. A secret. He kept it for so many years. But he didn't expect that today, everything would be in vain. Is there another identity? Isn't it just Ace the Fire Fist? I don't understand either. What did Marshal Zhang Guo mean? Is there something else going on? Must you tell me now? Be quiet and listen carefully. Zhang Guo kept it a secret, but it caused a lot of speculation. Everyone perked up. They were afraid of missing the big news. Zhang Guo said. Ace, who was on the execution platform, lowered his head. He looked angry, but helpless. From the moment he was controlled by others, he was completely defeated. He had no complaints or nonsense to say. Zhang Guo held up the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi, took a deep breath and continued. The true identity of Fire Fist Ace is the posthumous son of the former pirate king Goldo Roger. Goldo Ace. As soon as he shouted, the scene became quiet in an instant. Not to mention the ordinary officers and soldiers. Even the 7 warlords of the sea were kept in the dark. Their expressions were very interesting. After Ace had another identity, the meaning of this operation was completely changed. He is actually the son of One Piece. It's really hard to imagine. Dashiki stood in her position, stunned and said. Stunned. Here they come. Liu Feng, who had been exploring non-stop, finally found a huge ship on the seabed. It must be said that choosing such a way to break in is really unthinkable for ordinary people. With courage and strategy, it is no wonder that Whitebeard has been able to stand in the new world for so many years. Gulp gulp. Gulp gulp. Soon, bubbles appeared at the bottom of the central lake. The vigilance in Liu Feng's sword spirit suddenly released, reminding Dashiki at the scene. What's going on with this lake? Is this true? No way. Dashiki thought about it and thought of something terrible. The next second, a huge shadow appeared in the lake. She was not the only one who saw it. Enemy attack! At the bottom of the lake. Dashiki shouted loudly, alerting everyone. Boom! Bang! Bang! A violent sound suddenly spread. Zhang Guo's face turned pale. He thought of various situations. He didn't expect Whitebeard to be coated and dive from underwater. The huge hull of the Moby Dick emerged in the central lake. The tight defense outside seemed like paper in their eyes. This is the combat level of the 4 emperors. Wanting to distance themselves from them, but invisibly creating better conditions for them. Ace! Here we come! This brat looks very energetic. Wait for us, we will come to rescue you right away. Ha ha ha, is this the Navy headquarters? It looks great. Flatten this place and rescue Brother Ace. I'll take care of the camp on the left. You are right. Here comes the one on the right. At the front of the Moby Dick deck, the captains of the squads shouted loudly. Even before their father showed up, they had already started to divide their opponents. Marco, who was standing at the front, took a deep breath. The first thing he saw was Dashiki. It's really bad that we met here. I tell you guys to be careful, I'll deal with the female swordsman in the middle. Remember my words, no one can interfere. Marco said seriously. It's not that Marco doesn't want others to help him. But after watching Tashiji's battle in the New World, he knew that fighting her was not a matter of numbers. If people around him got involved, it might bring greater danger. Have you set your sights on this? Captain 1, Phoenix Marco. Ha ha ha, he's not bad as an opponent. Liu Feng felt Marco's hostility and couldn't help laughing. Chapter 69. Grand Line, Sabayati Archipelago. Here they come. The real Whitebeard pirates. Too powerful, it ran straight into the Navy headquarters. How did it appear? It was not on the screen just now, but it appeared all of a sudden. It's the coding technology. It sailed over from the bottom of the sea with precise positioning. Big news, Absolutely first-hand big news, write an article and publish it quickly. In the square of Sabayati Archipelago, everyone gathered together to discuss the scene of Whitebeard's appearance. Facing the heavy blockade of the navy, he was able to break in without losing a single soldier. Such a tough method is admirable. On the giant tree behind the crowd, Pluto Rayleigh was holding a wine gourd in his hand and watching the live broadcast clearly. Whitebeard is here. His temper is the same as before, nothing has changed. I'm afraid it will be difficult to pass this level this time. Pluto Rayleigh muttered to himself. At this moment, in the Navy headquarters, looking at the pirate flag with the Whitebeard pattern printed on it. The crowds in the headquarters were all excited. On the execution platform, Jean Guo clenched the Den Mushi in his hand. Report to Marshal Sengoku, 5 pirate ships have appeared outside the Gate of Justice. Report to Marshal Jean Guo, the updated number is 15. Reporting to Marshal Jean Guo, the updated number is 29. Report to Marshal Jean Guo, the Gate of Justice has malfunctioned and cannot be closed. Fault, signal lost, the turret connection lost signal. The prompts sounded continuously. Jean Guo's face turned green. He was tricked. Whitebeard had come prepared from the beginning. And he was well prepared. So well prepared that Jean Guo was caught off guard. They all came. Are you guys stupid? It was obviously me who acted on my own will, right? Wouldn't it be better if I could just die here alone? Damn it! Damn it! Ace's eyes were filled with tears as he spoke bitterly to himself. It was because of his own mistakes that he ended up in the current situation. Even if no one around him blamed him, Ace still felt extremely guilty. When he left the team, people around him tried to dissuade him. Some even suggested a joint action. Ace didn't listen to any of them. As a result, he was defeated by Teach and sent to the deep sea prison. Teach himself became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Recalling his previous childish and willful behavior, he caused the entire ship to suffer this catastrophe. Ace wished he didn't live in this world. Boom! Boom! Bang! Bang! Just as the whole place was getting restless, the dull sound of heavy objects hitting wooden boards came from the Moby Dick. Everyone looked over. A tall figure, holding a special-shaped broadsword in his hand, slowly appeared in everyone's sight. There are quite a lot of people here. Is it to welcome the old man and the children? Hey, Ace! How have you been lately, kid? The man who spoke was standing on the deck with a disdainful look. His voice was vicissitudes of life with a sense of calmness. It was obvious that he was a man who had experienced many storms and waves. Only then could he have such an aura. Tashiji and Liu Feng were very close. She discovered the man who was speaking at the first time. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate. The guy who is known as the strongest man on the sea. Since the Roger era, he has been one of the overlords of the New World. It has continued to this day. There are countless legends about him on the sea. What a strong aura! Is this the restrained effect of the overlord Haki? As expected of Whitebeard. Tashiji said unconsciously, feeling extremely shocked. Buzz! Buzz! Liu Feng released a strong mental wave. He stared at the weapon in Whitebeard's hand. Kusunagiri. Another supreme big sword. If he could fight it for a few moves, he would definitely get more things. Encountering 2 supreme big swords in one day. Liu Feng suddenly felt that the sword life was too wonderful. The battle. Let's start. Liu Feng wanted to stop talking nonsense and start the battle immediately. Warring States. Long time no see. Don't you claim to be a wise general? Why did I get tricked today? Whitebeard couldn't help but tease him. No matter how you come. How many people did you bring along? This is your burial place today. Whitebeard. Sengoku shouted. Although his soldiers were a little panicked, they were still in a state of readiness. As long as Sengoku gave an order, they would aim at a target and attack fiercely. In front of the seats of the 3 admirals, Akainu pulled the brim of his hat and said, "Now there is only one ship coming in. If we continue to let it go, those miscellaneous soldiers will also sneak in." Akainu, who was stern, looked at the situation that was about to get out of control. He instantly found the source of reducing the trouble. Aokiji General Kuzan stood up and said boldly, "Don't worry, I'm here. All the ships outside can't get in." Kuzan walked to the edge of the stage. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a streak of ice and disappeared from everyone's sight. Ice Age. Pieces of ice fell on the surface of the inner lake. The originally flowing lake water was quickly frozen. In a moment, the area outside the Gate of Justice and even the area more than 10 miles away was frozen solid. There was no broken land left. It's General Aokiji. Is Admiral Aokiji ready to take action? The ability of the natural ice fruit is simply too strong. With a great general in charge, we don't have to be afraid of Whitebeard this time. It doesn't matter how many people you bring, these people can't get in at all. When the Navy saw Kuzan's move, they immediately felt relieved. Outside the Gate of Justice, more than 40 pirate fleets were blocked. The Great Whirlpool Spider, the Ranger Knight, the Ice Witch, all the powerful pirates who could be named followed Whitebeard to the scene. Frozen? Captain, our ship is unable to move. Are you kidding me? Do you think this can stop us? Let's run over there. The ice surface has become the ground, let's move together. That's right, let's save Brother Ace together. Go. The pirates who were restricted in their movements did not give up, but rushed directly into the Gate of Justice. Whitebeard did not look back, and he knew how these guys would come back. Dang! He threw the Kanjai Unki sword on the deck and ordered. Everyone, move, rush to the square. Rescue Ace for me. Chapter 70. With Whitebeard's order, the scene instantly became lively. In the battle circle of the 7 warlords of the sea, many more pirates appeared in the blink of an eye. Dashiki didn't pay attention to these. Almost at the moment when Whitebeard gave the order, a blue flame light had already covered her head. Phoenix Marco. With the advantage of the mythical beast species, he is very famous in the New World. His fighting power is also extremely strong. Zhang. Dashiki drew out the shadow sword at the first time, guarding against Marco's tiny movements. Phoenix? A mythical beast. If I hurt him, what attributes and skills can be obtained? Liu Feng couldn't help but become curious. Before playing against many interesting players, Marco is the best appetizer. Red Shadow Swordsman, I will be your opponent. I won't let you get close to Dad today. Likewise, I will settle Foss's debt with you today. Marco raised his arm, and half of his body was hidden in the flames. Tashiji touched the sea stone handcuffs on his waist. After making sure that they were in a comfortable position and could be taken out at any time, he felt much more at ease. When fighting against a devil fruit ability user, you have to carry sea stone handcuffs with you. The endless strange abilities will bring great trouble to the battle. Especially for fighters who do not rely on fruit abilities, they need to carry them with them. In front of the general's seat, Kizaru stood up and looked at the chaotic battle situation. He locked his eyes on Marco's position. After all, he is the captain of Whitebeard's team. Tisk tisk tisk, Marco actually challenged our new female recruit to a duel. Do you think that no one else can beat them? Kizaru couldn't help but complain. He was thinking whether to take action to support. Although it was not the battlefield of their generals on the eve of the melee, it might not be a good thing for the headquarters to continue in such a mess. Taking action in advance would at least make Whitebeard feel pressured. Especially, if he took action against the captain. Salino, don't interfere for now. Isn't it rumored that this female newcomer is very strong? Let's let them fight and see how strong she is. Sakazuki said solemnly. It wasn't just Kizaru who was paying attention to this. Sakazuki and Kuzan also noticed it. Real. What if the female swordsman was killed? Staff officer, he really likes this girl. We will be in trouble then. Borsellino shrugged. There was nothing wrong with his idea. If the rising star of the Navy was killed by an ordinary opponent, it would only mean that she was not strong enough. But the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates did it himself. The admirals just stood by and watched. It was indeed a bit unreasonable. Sakazuki continued coldly. If she was really killed, it only means that her strength is just that. Borsellino shook his head. For the time being, he continued to pay attention, without any actual action. Call. On the battlefield, Marco, whose body had dissolved into the form of a phoenix, flew past Dashiki. Because she was not sure what other skills he had besides his super recovery ability, Dashiki did not choose to act rashly. She first observed Marco's basic abilities. Hiss. The faint residual heat of the flame was imprinted on Dashiki's sleeves, making a rustling sound. Unlike ordinary flames, The flames released by the phoenix do not seem to feel high temperature. But after being infected, it is extremely difficult to extinguish. If you move a little, the corrosion and burning effects will be suddenly enhanced. It is indeed extraordinary. I have come into contact with the heart flame of the flame disaster pteranodon before. It is also the fire control ability of the animal system. These types of flames are much more difficult than ordinary ones. After spending some effort to solve the flames of the phoenix, Marco's wings turned in the air. With the armed collar attached to his feet, he kicked fiercely at Dashiji's shoulder holding the sword. To deal with swordsmen, as long as their dominant hand is completely injured, they can be defeated with a high probability. After so many years in the New World, Marco has a lot of combat experience. Very strong armed collar. But it's not unbearable. Bloodthirsty attack, start. Dashiki's eyes fixed. From the white neck, a mark like a curse quickly spread to the corner of Dashiki's eyes. The blood-red sword pattern was like a peach blossom withered by fire. The enchanting look flowed in Dashiki's pupils. That's it. When it comes to attack power, we are not bad. Liu Feng was confident. The silver moon sword pattern and the red pattern burst out at the same time. Ding! Bang! The moment the sword side collided with the kicking leg, the strong air wave directly shattered the blue stone slab on the ground. The power that Tashiji burst out instantly surprised Marco. He was mostly a fighter who relied on physical skills to fight. How could he be equal to the swordsman in strength? This was not only not a glorious thing. On the contrary, it was also very shameful. No system prompt. Didn't absorb anything. Or was it because I didn't hit him at all? I didn't wait for the system prompt sound as I imagined. Liu Feng felt a little regretful. Do you have a backup plan? Liu Feng's mind moved as he sensed Marco's movements with his observation haki. He was not in a hurry because Tashiji, like him, had sensed Marco's actions. With the help of the area covered by the burning blue flame, Marco held the dagger and seamlessly aimed at Tashiji's abdomen. The first move was evenly matched. He immediately launched the second move. Don't think it's just an ordinary dagger attack. Judging from the rustling sound of the air explosion in the air and the ink staining around the dagger, this attack is not something that can be easily resisted. 7 Demon Swords. The first demon, Sword Spirit Ashura. Dashiki moved her wrist slightly. The shadow of the sword spirit immediately appeared on her shoulder. In the light movement, the shadow's edge hit the dagger that Marco attacked, and the attack was deflected by half a body. Cluck! What was even more terrifying was that the dagger that Marco had carried with him for so many years turned directly into a rough stone the moment it was focused. He was petrified? Chapter 71. The petrification property extracted from Hancock. Facing a sharp dagger, it directly showed its power. Ordinary weapons, as long as they are covered by the sword energy, can't get close to Dashiki. Bang! The petrified dagger could not withstand the strong impact of Minjian's phantom and was directly shattered into stone slag. Marco's body was exposed in an instant. Dashiki immediately seized this opportunity. The sword spirit Ashura swung down with a sword. The huge phantom body seemed to be supporting a 3-meter-long ruler and fell straight in front of Marco's arm. Bang! The strong sword energy that exploded in an instant, wrapped in the light of the silver moon, smashed Marco, along with half of the phoenix's body, directly into the ground under the blue stone slab. Ah! This guy! Marco himself had not expected that under Dashiki's bloodthirsty attack, her reaction speed would be so fast. It was just a mistaken attack, but the opportunity was firmly seized. On the high-level stands, Borsellino's eyes flashed with a strange look. Wow, you actually have the upper hand. That demon sword could actually exert such power. This girl named Dashiki is really powerful. Borsellino rarely praises his subordinates. Among the 3 generals, he is the most idle and lazy one. There is almost nothing that he can take to heart. This is the first time I have seen Borsellino care so much about a subordinate. Sakaski watched everything happen indifferently. Finally, he couldn't help but say. No wonder Vice Admiral Garp and Chief of Staff Tsuru both praised her highly. From the sword moves just now, it can be seen. She is indeed very powerful. It is not an exaggeration to call her the rising star of the Navy. Sakaski has always been a person of Zinfan. He only listens to what others say. Only when he sees and verifies it himself, it is the real fact. Tashiki is well known. Today is the first time she has thoroughly proved her strength in the Navy headquarters. Since you said you are a rising star, do you want to help her solve the troubles around her? Kuzan held the eye mask on his forehead and said curiously. Marco is a man who can fight against the admirals of the navy. The 3 admirals are aware of his strength. A mistake was caught. It does not mean that Dashiki can always have the upper hand. If you don't help from the side, the decline and hidden dangers may be seen later. Do not worry. I won't let Marco fully play his role. Sakazuki walked to the edge of the platform. On the battlefield, Marco was smashed into the bottom of the pit. He reacted very quickly. He had already estimated Tashiji's strength in advance. That's why he chose her as his opponent. In his opinion, being hit was nothing shameful. Hey! Watching the blue flames brushing past him, the shadow of the sword spirit Azura gathered and avoided being attacked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the Phoenix Flame. Obtain fixed attributes, treat blue flames. Congratulations to the host, the fusion of Kinjian and Minjian was successfully treated. Gain new fixed attribute, Withered Nether Flame. Get experience value reward, 200 points. Current experience value, 1030/4000 points. The system prompt sound came with the moment Marco was attacked. Finally, I got the reward from the fantasy beast species as I wished. It's not just an attribute extraction. The dark flame, which is also a flame species, merged with the healing blue flame. In reverse, the dark flame has a stronger offensiveness. Wither. There is no immediate battle. Liu Feng has no way to test the extent of the damage caused by withering. But what is certain is that the self-protection effect of the healing blue flame is definitely obtained. This is particularly important. Additional notes in the use effect. Not only can it restore the state of the healing sword master, it can also quickly restore the state when it acts on Liu Feng himself. In connection with the tenfold amplification effect, it can not only prolong its duration, it can also quickly restore the state afterwards. Maintain efficient continuous combat. It has changed again. Tashiji took advantage of the gap to observe the strange upgrade changes of the shadow sword in her hand. She has roughly figured out the mechanism of Liu Feng's change. Tashiji began to intentionally look for devil fruit ability users to fight with swordsmen. The moment she hit Marco, Tashiji clearly saw a ray of green flame entwined around the edge of the sword. It was absorbed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a green chi flow emerged and gathered on Tashiji's arm without a trace. It looked like a flame-like substance, but there was no temperature or damage. It was like being enveloped by a multiplied version of the holy light blessing. Small wounds, consumed strength, tense spirit, all basic data of the body were recovering little by little. The healing flame. Is this the power of the phoenix fruit? Tashiji muttered to herself. She didn't expect that the shadow sword could extract such a powerful auxiliary weapon. What? Are you kidding? Is this my healing blue flame? The moment Marco floated into the air, he clearly felt the release of the same source of fire. He was attacked once. The healing blue flame was taken away? The power of the devil fruit? No. It's that demon sword. After careful observation, it is not difficult to find that the source of the healing blue flame is the demon sword in Dashiki's hand. Damn, did that knife eat my Kinjian? What a terrible weapon. You must remind everyone. Marco's scalp tingled. It was not clear what other abilities Liu Feng possessed. It was the first time Marco had seen such a strange sword. Naturally, he felt timid. Unfortunately, the chaotic battle situation in front of him did not give Marco too much time to think. Boom! A strong and scorching air wave suddenly hit from the sky above the Navy headquarters. Looking up, it seemed that dense boulders like lava fell from the sky. The scene was horrifying and suffocating. Admiral Akainu took action. The action of a big man was enough to change the atmosphere on the scene. And the target of the lava falling from the sky was the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. When the captain rushed down to fight, Whitebeard stayed on the deck and did not go down the ship. On the one hand, many people thought that Whitebeard was seriously injured and could not fight. That's why he did not participate in the attack. Sakazuki's big fire was also to test how much of Whitebeard's combat power was left. Oh no, Dad, be careful. Marco, who was closer, saw Whitebeard suffer such a frightening attack. He couldn't help but shout. As the ship's doctor, Marco knew Whitebeard's physical condition best. Buzz. Liu Feng's consciousness moved, and he passed his thoughts to Dashiki. How dare you be so distracted in front of me? Do you really think you are so great? Liu Feng said in astonishment. Chapter 72. Swish. At the moment when Marco was distracted in the air and focused on Whitebeard, Dashiki held the shadow sword with both hands. The shadow of the sword Soul Ashura on her body flashed. In the next breath, she was already standing behind Marco. Oops! How can it be so fast? The cold killing intent behind him made Marco sober up suddenly. It was impossible for him to dodge by relying on his flying speed. However, although Marco was not a natural type, he had the ability to transform from Kinjian to bird and beast. As long as it was Kinjian who was hit, not his body, he would not suffer much damage. Unless it was a more terrifying destructive force beyond the level of the Admiral, there would be no exception. This is why Phoenix Marco is so famous in the New World. Suddenly, looking at the blue flames rising and falling, Borsellino, who was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but shake his head. What a good opportunity! It's useless to attack like this. Surrounded by the blue flame of resurrection, my Yasakani no Megatama is useless. Tisk tisk, this female swordsman is still too young. Didn't you understand the opponent's strength? Borsellino shook his head. If he was fighting against Marco, he would not choose to use a move with extremely strong single-point attack power. Even the attack of the general level could be invalidated. What about the rookie female swordsman? Silver Moon Evil Light Slash. Dashiki would not think so much. As long as there was a chance to attack, she would show her best condition. This was the greatest respect and respect for the opponent. In an instant, the silver burning Silver Moon sword wave, combined with the improved and upgraded Dark Flame, suddenly slashed out from the shadow of the sword spirit behind her. Withered Dark Flame. Liu Feng launched the strongest attack. He used all the newly developed attributes. He tried new skills. There is no more suitable and powerful opponent than Marco. Hiss! Hiss hiss! At the moment when the withered dark flame was released from the sword soul sword move, a strange sound came from Marco's back. What? What kind of flame is this? When Marco felt it, his heart skipped a beat. After the withered dark flame came into contact with the resurrection blue flame, the blue flame seemed to have met its nemesis. It quickly dissipated and dissolved, returning to Marco's body. Some of the blue flames that did not dissipate were dyed dark green by the withered dark flame, which looked particularly strange. Breaking through the encirclement of the resurrection blue flame? Relying on the strange flame released from the demon's sword? How could such a thing be done? It is completely incomprehensible with common sense. Liu Feng was even more impressed by the effect of the skill. The real body of the phoenix has been caught. Let's see whether you can survive this time. Liu Feng was extremely excited. He didn't expect that the withered dark flame could also restrain the phoenix. Boom! Boom! The blow after breaking through the blue flame hit Marco's back. The blue flame was instantly shattered. Marco, who should have been safe, was like a human cannonball, smashing heavily on the stone pier in the square. This was not the end. The sword Soul Ashura's evil light slash continued to spread its power. A strong shock storm formed in the mid-air state. In the blink of an eye, it swept the pirates near the square. What a strong storm! Who is behind this? What's going on? What happened? Damn it! I can't see anything at all. Did the Admiral of the Navy take action? The heart-pounding breath is so terrifying. Many pirates who were not strong enough were blown away by the storm for more than 10 meters. The pirates who withstood the storm also had their vision greatly obstructed. They barely managed to stay where they were, unable to move forward. On the execution platform, Ace's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He looked at the place more than 20 meters in front of the Moby Dick with an exaggerated expression. Brother Marco, he was actually injured. How could it be? How did they do it? Ace murmured in disbelief. Ace was in the same pirate group with Marco. They had fought privately many times. Ace knew very well what kind of terrible ability Marco had. In addition to the Admiral, was there anyone in the Navy headquarters who could hurt him? Ace couldn't believe what he saw. Sengoku held the Den Mushi in his hand, who was responsible for commanding the scene. He stared at the scene in the air with deep eyes. He accidentally arranged Dashiji to the front line. Now it seems to be a lucky decision. In a short confrontation, he was able to beat the Phoenix Marco. Sengoku watched from afar and could feel the power of Dashiji. Promotion? Power? These are all natural things after the war. When everyone was shocked by Dashiji's attack, Dashiji herself was not affected. At the same time when Marco was knocked down, she quickly followed the impact. Just injuring him is far from enough. Marco is the phoenix. As long as he is given time, he can recover as before. When fighting him, the most important thing is to seize the time when he is injured and attack continuously. Bell. Shone. The strong vibration in the air continued to spread. Akainu's move was blocked by Whitebeard. Similarly, Whitebeard, who was tripped by Akainu, had no energy to support Marco. After sensing Dashiji's strangeness, he could only attack repeatedly. Sword Soul 120 cuts. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The dense shadows of the dark flame were released in a split second. The overwhelming sword energy attack was concentrated on the point where Marco landed. When the withered dark flame was released, Marco could not recover at all. He could only endure the blow. The fierce and destructive attack made people feel cold in their hearts. Not far away. Marco. Flower Swordsman Baista frowned. Now he understood why Marco didn't let others interfere with his fight. Even Marco was beaten so badly. If anyone else went up, they would definitely be killed. Shone. The sword shadow surrounded by the silver moon halo attacked Vista fiercely. Vista did not dare to be distracted anymore. The one fighting in front of him was the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. Similarly, when Dashiji knocked Marco away, Hawkeye Mihawk also observed this scene. It was not just a simple matter of being able to use the silver moon sword wave. Dashiji also had a unique swordsmanship. This made Hawkeye more eager to fight after the war. Chapter 73. Snap. Crack. As the battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, Dashiji used sea stone handcuffs to handcuff Marco, who had been attacked. Once a devil fruit user encounters sea stone handcuffs, no matter how great his ability is, he will not be able to use it. While enjoying the blessing brought by the ability, he must also accept the disadvantages it brings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Get 800 experience points as reward. Current experience value, 1830/4000 points. At the moment of being caught, Lu Feng's system also sounded a prompt. 800 experience points were gained after defeating him once. Sure enough, this battlefield is his own paradise. In the square of a large town in the New World. Caught? Did you see it? The captain with white beard, who was known as the Phoenix, was actually caught. Yes. I saw it too, the footage was so clear. They were all handcuffed. Who is the woman who caught the Phoenix ability user? The new strong man of the Navy. You don't even know this woman? She's the future star of the Navy, the Red Shadow Swordsman Dashiki. Too strong. He actually caught the Phoenix. The Red Shadow Swordsman is so powerful. At least she is at the level of an elite lieutenant general, right? She is still so young. Her future is limitless. Lieutenant General? I think he's already at the level of a general, really amazing. Gathering in front of the live broadcast screen of the Plaza World, the people of the New World were enthusiastically discussing what had just happened. Capturing Marco alive. It was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Whitebeard Pirates. In the New World, even ordinary people knew that Phoenix Marco was the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. In comparison, Dashiji, who was able to capture him, instantly made a name for herself as the Red Shadow Swordsman in front of people all over the world. Behind the live broadcast crowd, there was a handsome man riding a white horse with a very ugly expression. This man was the swordsman who had fought with Dashiji in the Sabayati archipelago. Cavendish. Cut. Is this woman already so strong? What a joke, even the Phoenix Marco is not her opponent. Cavendish muttered in disbelief. Ever since he came to the New World, he seemed to hear Dashiji's name everywhere. Maybe when they were in the Sabayati archipelago, Cavendish was stronger. Now, he has been left far behind. There is no trace of the other party at all. The atmosphere at the scene was even more shocking than the live broadcast. After the Phoenix's power disappeared, Marco's injuries could not be healed at all. The horrible sword wound was very conspicuous on his abdomen. Sure enough, people in the pirate world are really hard to kill. He is still alive? It is so surprising. Liu Feng couldn't help but complain. It is a great achievement to capture the cotters of the Whitebeard pirates alive. But the battle is far from over. Dashiki picked up Marco, who lost his power. When she wanted to find someone to help, a large figure appeared behind Dashiki. Colonel Pen. Suddenly, without thinking too much, Dashiki threw Marco out with a swipe of her hand. Give it to you. Take it away and hand it over to the detention team. While throwing it, Dashiki did not forget to instruct. Yes. Brigadier General Dashiki. Pen answered loudly. Since the last incident, Dashiki's fate has taken a huge turn. This is the first time the two have met in public after such a long time. Facing the powerful Red Shadow Swordsman and his superior, Pen seemed very easy to communicate with this time. Captain Marco. Damn it. Marco, wake up. This woman actually caught Marco. Damn it. Let me go over and chop her up with a knife. The other captains of the squad looked at the situation and glared at them. But even if they wanted to take action, they were still being held back by their opponents and could not get close. Cap, what's that expression on your face? Don't forget your identity. I told you not to show up here again. Staff Officer Tsuru held the Den Mushi in both hands. He was deploying a battle plan while observing Tashiji. With his own strength, he captured the captain of the Whitebeard 1st Division. Tashiji always showed surprising strength. Garp looked up at the sky with a dazed look. Don't worry, Ahe. I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. This is something I will never forget. It seems that Tashiji has become stronger again. After Garp finished speaking, his eyes suddenly fixed. Shua. Just after finishing all this, a tall figure suddenly stood behind Dashiki. Such a strong murderous aura. Liu Feng reacted immediately. His heart sank. In the Whitebeard pirates, there was only one person who could have such an aura that made him feel palpitating. Ugh! Tashiji also felt a chill in her heart. Whitebeard did it himself. When he caught Marco, he was obviously tripped by Admiral Akainu. How come he is in front of her now? He is too fast. Because it was the Admiral of the Navy who came forward. Tashiji felt a little relieved. After regaining consciousness, she found that Admiral Akainu seemed to have been beaten to the point of disappearing. And Whitebeard had several terrible burns on his body. In such a short time, he solved the battle of one side. His strength is formidable. First Fasa, now Marco. Dare to attack my son. Even if she's just a little girl, she can't be forgiven. Whitebeard growled in a deep voice, and cut off one end with his sword. The white energy of the tremor fruit appeared. Boom! In an instant, the pressure in the air increased. A strong and domineering aura was released from Whitebeard's body. Dashiki, who was very familiar with this aura, was stunned. Domineering aura. This was the domineering aura that belonged only to Whitebeard. Chapter 74. If it was really a general-level navy, facing this tyrannical domineering aura, he would either be stunned on the spot or lose his ability to move. After so many years of sailing on the sea, Whitebeard's kingly momentum is not something that can be easily resisted. Buzz buzz buzz. Holy light blessing, open. Bloodthirsty attack, start. As a sword spirit, Liu Feng could feel nervous in front of such a spirit, not to mention a normal fight. This is the strength of a 4 Emperors level warrior. Oh no! Sakazuki lost his way. Save people! Stop watching! Borsellino and Kuzan reacted in time and rushed out suddenly. No matter how strong Dashiki was, she was still a good candidate. Compared with the real Emperor of the Sea, her strength was not good enough. The situation in front of him did not leave Liu Feng much time to think. The Supreme Sword. The 4 Emperors. The double threat was already in front of him. If he was arrogant again, he would only die. Tenfold increase, on. Buzz. Seeing that Whitebeard had already made the attack start, Liu Feng immediately activated the amplification state. Now he had so many more cards. It was no longer the time to hide them. Moreover, Liu Feng was still looking forward to fighting against Whitebeard. High risk, high reward. Maybe he could get powerful skills. Change his current level in one fell swoop. 7 Demon Swords. The 5th Ghost God, the Giant Tree Soul, Akala. Tashiji didn't know if she would be killed when fighting against Whitebeard. She only knew that she had to fight back. When the amplification state provided by the shadow sword was fed back to her body, the fluctuating energy still penetrated all parts of her body. The tenfold speed and the crazy rising aura of the dark flame made Tashiji seem to be no weaker than Whitebeard in terms of confidence. While Whitebeard was attacking, he was also sighing in his heart. Among the newcomers of the younger generation he met, there has never been one who could cope with his domineering color with ease. In front of him, Tashiji's aura suddenly soared. It even reminded Whitebeard of the scene of fighting against the powerful swordsmen of Wano country. There was such a newcomer in the headquarters of the navy. While fighting back, Tashiji released the domineering aura like Whitebeard. In normal times, her resistance might not be noticeable at all. Now after the tenfold amplification, at least she can be unaffected by the mental suppression in front of Whitebeard's domineering color. This. How? Plop. 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 The two domineering colors collided and suppressed each other. The strong aura swept across the whole place. The navy and pirates who were close to the two fell to the ground one after another. Whitebeard raised the Kusukumokiri broadsword in his hand, and the shadow sword in Dashiki's hand collided with each other. The dark flame spread wantonly, rooted in the ground like a giant tree. The formation pattern appeared on the ground, stabilizing Dashiki's figure and further strengthening the power of the sword move. When he went to the Sabayati archipelago and saw the appearance of the mahogany giant tree, Dashiki had a feeling in his heart and created this sword move that was both offensive and defensive. Of course, if the shadow sword could not support such a powerful output, it would not be able to accomplish this move. Go to hell, little girl. The navy's biggest mistake was to let you stand out. Even for a young swordsman. Whitebeard would not hold back. Boom. 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 After a moment of confrontation, a strong breath shook the spot and rushed straight into the sky. The rolling clouds were cut in half from the center of the confrontation between the two. Buzz! What a strong attack power! This supreme sword is imbued with the power of armed color and devil fruit. It's even more terrifying than Hawkeye's black knife. Especially this spiritual power. Liu Feng could feel the oppression under the tenfold amplification. It is conceivable that if there is no amplification effect, he would not know whether he would cut it off. Dashiki would definitely be seriously injured. The square platform where Whitebeard and Dashiki stood collapsed and shattered like a dead tree and rotten wood. The buildings in front of the entire Navy headquarters collapsed one after another under the influence of the shock wave of the tremor fruit. Outside the Gate of Justice, the frozen pirate ships were directly freed from the control of the ice layer under the influence of the shock wave. With one move, the earth shook and the sea trembled. Whitebeard's super destructive power was directly demonstrated. But what attracted more attention was Dashiki's performance. Hiss! After catching Whitebeard's move, Tashiji flew back 10 steps and slid along the ground for a distance. Her face turned pale as her blood surged. Dang! On the other side, Whitebeard took 2 steps back and pushed Kanjayun to the ground. Only then did he stabilize his body. The two played against each other. Neither of them was injured, but it caused an uproar at the scene. Defeat that Whitebeard! Has the red shadow swordsman Dashiji become so powerful? This is terrible. First he captured Marco, and now he is evenly matched with Whitebeard. It turns out that there are such talented people in our Navy headquarters. Awesome! Brigadier General Tashiji. He suppressed Whitebeard without any generals. The cheers from the Navy were getting louder and louder. The content of the cheers kept changing. By the end, it had gone from being evenly matched to suppressing Whitebeard. Suppress! Tai! Where are the eyes of these idiots? Liu Feng said angrily. Let's not talk about the fact that this attack almost emptied all of his dark flame. The effect of the tenfold increase was instantly lost. Just bearing the impact of Whitebeard had already caused Liu Feng to suffer serious mental damage. The 4 emperors of the New World. The strongest man on the sea. Sure enough, it is not so easy to fight against such a man. Chapter 75. There are risks, of course. But the rewards are more obvious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing the energy of the tremor fruit. Obtain fixed attributes, sword chi vibration. Gain 500 experience points. Current experience value, 2330/4000 points. Sword chi vibration. The description of the attributes is simple and easy to understand. The sword chi released by the sword move can cause vibrations of different scales in the surrounding objects. The highest level can cause a tsunami. Got it. It is indeed the skill I want most. Even though Liu Feng's sword spirit was weak, he was still ecstatic. With this super attribute, his own destructive power has been adjusted to different levels on the original basis, and perfectly jumped to the highest level. On the other hand, Whitebeard had already made a rough estimate of Dashiki's strength before taking action. From the release of the Conqueror's haki at the beginning, even the people around him were stunned. It can be seen that Whitebeard has no intention of holding back. He even wants to chop Dashiki with a knife. The situation in front of him was completely beyond Whitebeard's expectations. This female newcomer in the navy is so strong? She can actually compete with him in both Conqueror's haki and combat power? You damn little devil! If I don't kill you, it will only cause me more trouble in the future. Whitebeard didn't say the rest. He was more worried about the impact on his sons. When he came here today, Whitebeard was ready to die here. As long as Ace could be rescued, he would think it was worth it even if he had to sacrifice his old bones. A powerful opponent who could help his sons and crew members to clear up the mess, Whitebeard was naturally happy to do so. The weakening of Minjian and Sword Soul's mental power was felt very clearly by Dashiki. Once the effect of the tenfold amplification skill was eliminated, she understood that Shadow Sword needed to enter a state of rest. This is bad, Dashiki said to herself. If she continued to force herself to be an enemy of Whitebeard, the final result would inevitably be her own miserable defeat. But looking at Whitebeard's eyes, it seemed that he had no intention of letting her go. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The healing blue flame gradually replaced the color of the silver moonlight and the dark flame. It surrounded the shadow sword to a greater extent. Whitebeard stared at the shadow sword. He was ready to attack again. It seems that this sword is strange. After the battle with Marco, has there been any special changes? Whitebeard saw the strangeness of the shadow sword. He felt like he was facing a great enemy in his heart, and he dared not underestimate Dashiki anymore. If such a woman is kept, it will definitely be a great disaster. Dare to eliminate the dark flame and silver moon sword light that still have some attack power at this time. Simply use the blue flame to restore its own losses. Because Liu Feng knew it very well in his heart. After such a fight just now, the navy side could not watch Dashiki take risks again alone. Boom! Shong! Liu Feng relaxed. Dazzling light and sharp ice spears passed through Dashiki's left and right shoulders respectively, and directly hit Whitebeard opposite him. This time, Whitebeard was repelled several meters away. He sensed the existence of the crisis in advance. Under the defense of armed color domineering, he did not suffer too serious injuries. Then, dazzling light and pieces of broken ice condensed in front of Dashiki's eyes. When he came to his senses again, General Kizaru, Borsellino, General Aokiji, Kyuzan, had already blocked Dashiki. Yo, Whitebeard! This is a great honor for the future stars of our navy. You really don't take us seriously. If she gets hurt by you, we will all be in trouble. Kizaru complained in a frivolous manner. Kyuzan put his hands in his pockets and said coldly. As the most favorable candidate for Admiral of the Navy headquarters, it is also important to ensure your own safety. Your strength has just been proven to everyone. Next, Whitebeard is handed over to us. Kizaru was provoking the enemy. Kyuzan was instructing Dashiki. A brigadier general of the headquarters was able to attract the rescue of 2 admirals of the headquarters of the navy. Such a face, ordinary people really don't have it. Brigadier General Tashiji's potential in withstanding Whitebeard's attack impressed all the admirals. I'm so envious that I'm protected by 2 generals at the same time. This is not something that ordinary people would envy, it can only be achieved through real strength. Brigadier General Dashiki fights so passionately, we can't be left behind. That's right, kill them and catch all the pirates in one fell swoop. Seeing the 2 admirals join the battlefield, the navy's attack on the pirates became more fierce. Thank you 2 generals. I'm sorry to bother you 2 here for now. I'll go to other battlefields to help you. Dashiki replied immediately. Although Liu Feng was a little unwilling, from the current situation, it would take at least 15 minutes to recover. It would be a good choice to change to another battlefield to brush experience and wait for the CD of skills. At the same time, on the execution platform. Brew brew. Bulu bulu. Another den den mushi on Zhang Guo's body rang. He took it out from his pocket and frowned. This den mushi is specially used to contact the deep sea prison.